Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Current game progress 1 badge. About to challenge the fighting gym. Current number of NPCs defeated 27. Current teams Rocket Sparrow, Bobo, and Fruitworm. If Kishu was a little skeptical when he first saw the name. Then, when she saw the other party's information on the game rankings, she immediately confirmed one thing. This is definitely him. That Dragon King of the Kanto region do. As for why I say this besides him, who else would have the name of a dragon-type Pokémon and fill his team with flying-type Pokémon? The only dragon-type Pokémon. And it doesn't look like a dragon at all. Chishu's expression suddenly became complicated. I didn't expect that the Dragon King of the Kanto region would come to play Emerald. Maybe Shirna recommended it to him while thinking. Kishu accidentally opened Du's account panel. Account registration time 9 hours ago. Playtime 9 hours. Kishu, no. So you have been playing this game since you registered this afternoon, until now without stopping for even a minute. She originally thought that she had been playing this game for most of the day, and was already quite addicted to it. But now it seems that there are still experts out there. But no matter what, the opponent's game progress seems to be exactly the same as mine. And they are both about to challenge the fighting gym. As for the fighting gym, as the name suggests, it should be mostly fighting-type Pokémon, Du. Who has 2 flying-type Pokémon clearly has the advantage. And judging from the situation on the list is the 3rd place. There are dozens of players following below me. Their game progress is actually not slow. And some have already entered the rock cave. So I must hurry up, no matter what, as a new player. I have to at least be in the top 3 of the list. The rewards for the top 3 are not important. What matters is being on the list. With this thought, Chishu took a deep breath and opened the door of the martial arts gym. It took about 5 minutes for Kishu to quickly clear out all the NPCs in the fighting gym and stood in front of Tengshu. In the previous rock gym, I might have had some concerns due to my attributes. But now that it's a fighting-type gym, I won't be afraid anymore. As the game entered the battle interface, Chishu made a confident declaration. And Fujishu also sent out his first Pokémon Brachydios. Oh, they're the 3 great families in this area. Chishu raised an eyebrow. Go ahead, Pikachu, use trickery. Pika Pika as she threw the Pokéball. Pikachu's orange figure appeared opposite Chicken Strong. His body swayed slightly, and 3 huge question marks suddenly appeared above his head. Pikachu's special attack has increased significantly. The skill trick can significantly increase the special attack level of a certain Pokémon. As for Pikachu, who has outstanding speed and special attack. After the improvement of trickery, the power of his electric skills will reach an astonishing level. It's basically impossible for a Pokémon of the same level that isn't resistant to electric or has outstanding special defense and durability to withstand his attack. And now Chicken Strong is the last to attack, and is obviously slower than Pikachu, in other words. As long as Chicken Little cannot kill Pikachu instantly in this round, Pikachu will cause huge continuous damage to Tengshu's team. Seeing the red glow emanating from Pikachu's body, Kishu's lips curled into a slight smile. Back in the rocky cave surrounded by ground-type Pokémon, there was no opportunity to use this move. Now it was perfect to test it out with this vine tree. She stared at the screen, waiting for Li Xuanji to make his move, however. At this moment, the strong chicken did not use any attack skills, but instead spun rapidly on the spot. The fierce airflow turned his body into a sharp blade, and dark red light flowed on his feathers. Chishu, who has rich combat experience, can naturally tell at a glance that this is the sword dance skill. But what's the use of this in the next round? Pikachu, who attacked first, will use electric shock. How will you respond, however, the next moment? Just as Kishu was about to use her skills, she discovered that the barrage of comments on the live broadcast screen were all laughing. The anchor doesn't know what to face next, and is still strengthening ha ha ha. I want to laugh when I think about what's going to happen. A 2-second silence for the anchor AC. Seeing these comments, Keishu's expression suddenly changed. No, don't do that, the host is a little scared. But she changed her mind, it's just a strong chicken. Could it be as full of dirty tricks as Duan's tentacle lily? Well, it shouldn't be, not very likely, right? Chishu forced himself to calm down, but for some reason, he always had a feeling that something was wrong. And the next moment, the scene before her made her fully understand the seriousness of the matter. As the round ended, an astonishing wave of air suddenly burst out from the body of the strong chicken. Strong chicken's acceleration characteristic has been triggered. His speed level has increased. Keishu. At the same time in Tokyo City in a rental house. After completing today's game update, Ling Feng leaned back comfortably on his computer chair and breathed a sigh of relief. With the newly acquired networking module, he easily created the leaderboard, friend and world chat functions, and in the remaining time, he completed the game content of the 2 battles between Shinji and the powerful enemy in Kaina City. In the original works, each of Shinji's challenges is no less difficult than a gym battle. And sometimes he is even much stronger than those gym leaders. This actually fits his style quite well, pursuing ultimate strength, even going so far as to frequently replace his Pokémon partners. In comparison, the challenge difficulty of the strong enemy seems a little lower. However, Ling Feng did not make any changes to this situation. Instead, he further enhanced the strength of Shinji and the rival team. After all, the resources left to players in the game are much richer than those in the original work. The water stone obtained by Shirna is a good example. Now all that's left is for the first player to arrive in Kaina City, to face the storm brought by these 2 powerful enemies. Judging from the situation on the rankings, this person should be Shirna, right? I wonder how many times she can pass this difficult challenge. Ling Feng touched his chin as he thought about it. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, when I was making this game, I slightly increased the difficulty. Otherwise, with the strength of a player like Shirna, it would be easy to pass the gym battle by then. These players will play faster than you can update, which will be troublesome. The current difficulty level can be said to be just right. Just as he was thinking about this, the system prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the emotions of panic, surprise, and shock from the special character Chishu, which have been converted into 230 emotion points, including an additional 35 points from the Seiji. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 150 points from the shock and other emotions of the audience in Kishu's livestream, including an additional 20 points from Seiji. Looking at the information prompt in front of him, Ling Feng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. From this point of view, Chishu should already be in the rock cave, and the live broadcast triggered the CG of the rock pillar. Perhaps she should have already started challenging the fighting gym. The total number of emotion points gained this time is about 400 points. Although it is not much, you should know that the proportion of emotion points that Kishu can obtain now is already quite low. After all, both she and the audience in the live broadcast room are already old acquaintances of Emerald. From this, it is enough to see how much shock the CG of the rock god pillar brought to her and the audience in the live broadcast room. At the same time, Ling Feng also noticed a problem. The CG of the rock god pillar successfully allowed Shirna's emotions to break through the threshold and reach a new level. But the same thing did not happen on Kishu's side. From this perspective, the criteria for judging the emotional threshold does not seem to be entirely determined by the degree of shock of the character. Perhaps, the emotions that the game evokes in them must correspond to their characteristics. For example, Shirna's favorite is ancient myths and legendary Pokémon. It seems that raising the character's emotional threshold is not as simple as I thought. Fortunately, Ling Feng is very confident that the game content he will produce next will be able to meet everyone's inner expectations and preferences. After all, this is a world full of Pokémon and trainers. and most of the things that people are interested in are naturally related to Pokémon. While thinking, Ling Feng took a look at the balance on his system panel. After just purchasing an intermediate module, he now had more than 700 points. It's a good feeling to spend money and then get it back. At this moment, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Ling Feng yawned and prepared to wash up and go to bed. However, a figure jumped directly into the window next to him. That was none other than the Candlelight Spirit, who had run away for a whole day and had not returned. "Huh, you're back, tired of playings?" Ling Feng immediately raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. The latter threw himself directly into his arms. Looking very excited, Mamafuku. "Okay, you must be hungry after being out for so long. Come and eat something first," Ling Feng said as he took out a can of Pokémon food from the cabinet beside him. Opened the lid and handed it to Candlelight Spirit. The Candlelight Spirit immediately jumped onto the jar, lowered its head and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. While eating, he was still explaining to Ling Feng what he had seen and heard today. The last foo, your place is amazing. There are giant iron monsters running around on the ground. And all sorts of colorful lights. I saw a lot of people. There were also a lot of people I had never seen before." Seeing Zhu Guangling's excitement, Ling Feng couldn't help but become curious again. Everything in the city is so new to this little guy. What was the situation like in the place where he stayed before? Regarding this point, Ling Feng thought about it several times and felt that it was unlikely to be the ultimate space. Well, I might as well take this opportunity to ask clearly. So Ling Feng explained his problem, however. After hearing Ling Feng's words, the Candle Spirit's initial excitement vanished. Replaced by a slight trembling, he seemed somewhat afraid. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke. The last dog days end." 3 minutes later, through Zhu Guangling's narration, Ling Feng roughly understood the situation of the place where he was originally. It was a dim, lightless world, very vast. But there was almost nothing above the earth. The only things that existed in that space were various ghost-type Pokémon. Originally, these ghost-type Pokémon survived by devouring a kind of mist in that space. They did not invade each other and everything was normal. But since one day, the fog in the space has become less and less. The temperaments of those ghost-type Pokémon suddenly changed. They became furious and ferocious at any time, attacking each other and even devouring other ghost Pokémon. In this situation, the weak Candlelight Spirit can only find a place to hide every day, and wait until the ghost-type Pokémon around it have dispersed before it dares to sneak out to find food. However, in this way, Candlelight Spirit would definitely not be able to eat enough and would spend every day in fear. Having said this, Zhu Guangling's body began to tremble violently, and her eyes were tearful, as if she was about to cry in the next second. Obviously, those terrible days have become a shadow in his heart. Ling Feng was silent for a moment when he saw this, then immediately stepped forward and held Zhu Guangling in his arms, patting his body with a calm and serious tone. "Don't be afraid, you are my partner now. And no one can bully you from now on, I promise." Zhu Guangling looked at Ling Feng blankly, and her trembling body finally calmed down a little. After a moment, after making sure that Zhu Guangling's emotions had completely stabilized, Ling Feng spoke again. "Then how did you suddenly come to me from that space?" "The last days of summer," the Candlelight Spirit began to narrate again. "One day, just when he was so hungry that he felt dizzy and was about to give up, a vortex suddenly appeared and sucked him out of that space. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in Ling Feng's room, Whirlpool." Ling Feng was thoughtful after hearing this. This sounds a bit like the situation of the ultimate hole. But what is certain is that such a place is definitely not the ultimate space. If that's the case, what kind of place was Zhu Guangling staying in before? He pondered for a moment, opened his phones, and searched for information such as ghost-type Pokémon gathering place. An official news release from the Alliance directly attracted his attention. "Attention, everyone. The spirit world has been experiencing increasing levels of volatility lately. If you encounter a ghost-type Pokémon in the city, please call the city's emergency number immediately for assistance from a qualified professional. Ling Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows. After reading the content of the news for a while, Ling Feng roughly understood the ins and outs of this so-called spiritual world. Generally speaking, this is a special space that exists independently of reality, in which there are a large number of ghost-type Pokémon. In recent years, just as Candlelight Spirit said, the ghost Pokémon in the city suddenly rioted for some reason. From time to time, a group of ghost Pokémon would escape from the city into the real world, injuring people and destroying the city. According to the news, the way they left the spiritual world was to cross the two worlds through a special channel and appear in the real world. Such channels are distributed around cities in various regions of the world. There is a large spiritual channel near the city of Changping where I am now. Seeing this, Ling Feng roughly understood why the Candlelight Spirit suddenly appeared in his room. From this point of view, the Candlelight Spirit probably came out of the spiritual world passage near Viridian City. He closed the current news interface and started searching. Sure enough, I found that 2 days ago, something abnormal happened in the spiritual channel near Viridian City. The Alliance has therefore increased security controls in surrounding cities and sent some elite trainers to support the riots in Viridian City. But even so, some small towns near Viridian City were attacked by ghost-type Pokémon. But fortunately, no casualties occurred similarly. This situation is happening all over the world, and the frequency is increasing. Ling Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. It seemed that the Pokémon world was not completely peaceful. Fortunately, with the existence of the Alliance, the safety of ordinary citizens can be guaranteed to a certain extent. So I was pretty lucky. The Candlelight I encountered was actually a ghost-type Pokémon that didn't want to hurt humans. The more Ling Feng thought about it, the luckier he felt. He took out a can of Pokémon food from the cabinet and opened it for Candlelight. Eat as much as you want. If you want to change the taste, just tell me. We are not short of money, Zhu Guangling nodded. Not quite understanding and continued to eat. Ling Feng looked at Zhu Guangling and fell into deep thought. He really has no interest in being a trainer. The income from making games now is enough for him to live a happy life with a group of Pokémon. But this news from the spiritual world reminded him that the world he lived in was not so safe either. If you want to live a peaceful and good life, it is also important to have the ability to protect yourself in the face of some emergencies. In this case, his eyes fell on the 5 magic candy gift boxes belonging to him in his system backpack interface. Or why not just give these candies to Candlelight Spirit? Anyway, only has one Pokémon Candlelight, and these candies can only be used by him. He cannot give them to others like the other 5. After a brief thought, Ling Feng decided to take it slow and not rush to feed the baby. According to the performance in the game, this thing will produce different effects depending on the current level of the Pokémon. The higher the level of the Pokémon, the better the effect. And now Candlelight Spirit is obviously still in the growth state, so it would be a bit of a waste to give all the magic candies to him at once. It's better to wait until he grows a little bit before feeding him. Thinking of this, Ling Feng stretched and walked towards the bathroom. It's getting late, time to wash up and go to bed. I will move house tomorrow with Candlelight Spirit. The night is getting darker. The lights in Viridian City dimmed, and the entire city was silent. Everything looks so peaceful and tranquil, however. Just on the edge of the city dozens of kilometers away, in a suburban open space, a huge deep purple vortex was quietly suspended in the air, constantly bursting out black mist in all directions, which quickly dissipated into the air. Looking quite ominous around this vortex, there were dozens of trainers wearing leg uniforms, staring at the vortex closely, their faces solemn and showing a bit of fatigue. It was obvious that they had been guarding here for some time. Beside them stood Pokémon with powerful auras one after another. Leading them was a woman with long dark blue hair. Everyone, please brace yourself. Today is the last night of the Spirit Tide. If any ghost-type Pokémon emerges from the passage, subdue it immediately. I know you're all exhausted. But whether it's to protect the safety of the citizens or for the rewards the Alliance has given us, we must do our best to get through this final moment. The second sentence she said was obviously more useful than the first half. As soon as she said Thysverion's eyes lit up, and they cheered up a little and looked up at the vortex in the sky. After almost of these people are not trainers in the league, but are temporarily called in to serve as manpower because of an emergency. For them, the reason they are standing here is purely for the generous rewards offered by the Alliance. And at this moment, the vortex in the air suddenly began to vibrate rapidly again, and a large amount of dark black mist began to continuously pour out of it. The whistling sound was like a wail, making people shudder. It seems like something is about to come out. Everyone please prepare for battle. At the same time in the spirit world, this is a gray space. There is no sun or moon in the sky. The black earth is dry and cracked, spreading out for thousands of meters with no end in sight. Under the scarlet sky, a figure suddenly emerged from a shadow on the ground. It seemed to be a man wearing a mask and a cloak. He stretched out his hand and pointed lightly forward, and the air around him suddenly shattered like bubbles, revealing the true appearance of the place. A dark coffin that was dozens of meters high stood quietly in front of him. Countless golden chains as thick as wrists were wrapped around the coffin, and dense spells appeared on the surface of the coffin, flashing with faint light. All of this seems to be meant to restrain the existence in the coffin. And above the coffin there was a shocking huge scratch, with a bright red mark that made people shudder. The cloaked figure glanced at the coffin, raised his hand again, and a golden magic circle suddenly burst out under his feet. If you look closely, you can find that the symbols and patterns in this magic circle are exactly the same as those engraved on the coffin. However, the light inside is even more dazzling, and it also carries a sacred aura at this moment. The man carefully checked the magic circle on the ground around him. After confirming that it was correct, he stared at the coffin for a moment, sighed slightly, and then turned and left. The air around began to become blurred and distorted, covering and hiding the huge coffin again. But when the last piece of nothingness closes, an imperceptible sound suddenly rang out, click. It seemed like something was disconnected at this moment. The next morning, Hone Region, Kana City. It was a rare day of good weather today. Duan pushed open the door of Kana's gym, looked up at the bright sunshine and blue sky with white clouds, and her mood suddenly became cheerful. This kind of weather is perfect for slacking off. Today should be another day without any real challenges. Right, thinking of this, she prepared to move a lounge chair out of the gym to bask in the sun and spend the day leisurely as usual. But the next moment, she suddenly found something wrong. I didn't know when a large group of trainers had surrounded me. Dozens of them. Why are there so many people at the entrance of Kanazawa Gym today? The moment they saw Duan leave, they rushed forward frantically, holding up their Pokeballs and trainer Pokédex, and challenged Duan one after another. The gym is open. I'll go first. I was here first. Please accept my challenge first, please, Ms. Cuckoo. Can you let me challenge that tentacle lily and Archaeopteryx? Yeah, let's see, Duan, Archaeopteryx. Tentacle lily, no, what are you talking about? Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region, Shirna was in a good mood because she had some free time today and did not receive any requests for temporary tasks. There is no doubt that such time must be used well to sprint for the emerald. As usual, she started the live broadcast first and then launched the game. Tens of thousands of viewers suddenly poured into the live broadcast room. I don't know if it's Shirna's illusion, but since she started playing Green Live and Emerald, the number of viewers for each live broadcast has been significantly higher than before. It seems that everyone is quite interested in this game. Good morning, everyone. Today is also Emerald Day. She smiled slightly and greeted the comments. Her eyes fell on the computer screen, but was stunned by the prompt that popped up in the game. I didn't expect that this game was updated again last night. Does this update improve the realism of CG? Sirena couldn't help but have a strange expression on her face for a moment. When I watched the CG of Regielocke yesterday, even I was deeply immersed in it and couldn't extricate myself for a while. As a result, this update prompt actually said that the authenticity of that CG segment has been improved. What would that be like, restraining her inner curiosity? She looked at the next update prompt, roughly understood the content of the second update, and immediately opened the ranking list. Suddenly, a series of prompts popped up in front of her eyes, probably about the weekly rewards of the leaderboard and the ranking indicators of the leaderboard. Like Kishu, Shirna doesn't particularly care about these so-called rewards. After all she needed was the contact information of the game maker. After quickly reading the prompts, Shirna carefully observed the progress of other players in the game. And the next moment a question mark appeared above her head. Because the one ranked first in the progress ranking list is not his own account, Strawberry Ice Cream, but another player named Dragon Sago. This extremely familiar name was of course recognized by even Shirna, who had turned into ashes. When did you start playing this game, and also, how come this guy's progress is faster than mine? She carefully looked at Du's player information. No. 1 Dragon Series high current game progress, 2 badges. Arrived at the beach in Kaina City. Current number of NPCs defeated, 35. Current team Rocket Sparrow Pidgeot Fruitworm Magikarp. Seahorse registration time, 19 hours ago. Playtime 18 hours and 50 minutes. Seeing this scene, a wave of comments suddenly broke out in the live broadcast room. Is registration time equal to playtime? Hajalong, you idiot, this is outrageous. He just went to bed 10 minutes ago, right? I'm really afraid he's going to die suddenly. It can be seen that he really likes this game. At the same time, Shirna looked at the other parties' almost identical playtime and registration time, and suddenly felt relieved. No wonder this guy's game progress is so exaggerated. He ran directly ahead of me. So I worked all afternoon, evening, and all night long. Even just went to bed 10 minutes ago. Tusk, this guy. Shirna couldn't help but shook her head slightly. He is a king, yet he can behave like a child. But if you think about it carefully, this is something Du could do, well no. It's time for me to take back the top spot in progress. Shirna's eyes focused and she officially entered the game. Originalish wanted to catch 2 fish. But considering her fishing experience last night and the fact that she needed to catch up, Shirna decisively chose to put the matter aside. Boarded old man Hatch's boat and headed for the next city, Kaina City. Kaina City is a city built on the coast, connected to Balhinia City, an important industrial city in the Hone region. It is also a city full of ports, with many cruise ships arriving here every day. As old man Hatch's boat docked, Shirna thanked him and walked straight up the beach. After walking a few steps, he met several trainer NPCs with exclamation marks on their heads who came to challenge him. Like before, the difficulty of these NPCs was not particularly high. After Shirna defeated them easily, the overall level of the team increased by 2 levels. It is worth mentioning that in this game, even Pokémon that have not appeared can obtain most of the experience points brought by the battle. Now Lot Kappa's level has reached level 22, while Forest Lizard and Teddy Bear are both level 21. Just as Shirna was about to leave the beach, a figure suddenly trotted towards him. The man was not tall, with purple hair and dark sportswear. He had a stern and cold expression on his face. I see you seem to have defeated quite a few trainers. As my training target for today, it's just right, then. Prepare to fight amid the exciting music. The Pokéball icon flashes across the screen, and the battle is about to begin amid the exciting music. When the game entered the battle interface, a line of prompts popped up in front of Shirna. Powerful trainer Shinji here to challenge. When Shirna saw this scene, she instantly became serious, because she knew that according to the performance of this game, exciting battle music and prompts like the one just now would only appear when facing some powerful enemies, such as gym leaders or tough rivals, in other words. The NPC in front of him was most likely a rather difficult opponent. At the same time, the barrage in the live broadcast room also raised their own questions. Shinji, who is this guy? I've never heard of him. Has he appeared in the game before? I don't know. Maybe some NPC on the roadside doesn't look very strong. I think it's hard to say. Everyone who appears in this way in this game is not simple. Indeed, emeralds don't support idlers. When everyone was discussing the identity of the trainer, who suddenly came forward to challenge, Shirna selected from the team and finally chose to send out the Lot Kappa with the widest attack range. Shinji followed suit, throwing out his Pokéball. And his starting Pokémon appeared. It was a Pokémon with a body covered in orange and yellow lightning patterns, and a head that looked like a socket. This is the electric Pokémon Zapdos. The bulge on his head can burst out terrifying amounts of electricity, and his body is also incredibly powerful. Among all electric-type Pokémon, he has one of the top offensive capabilities. So this is an extremely popular electric-type Pokémon. In the first round, Shirna wanted to use Super Absorption directly, but after a brief consideration, she changed her moves and chose the skill High 5 Surprise Attack. Since Lot Kappa is a water and grass-type Pokémon and is not afraid of electric attribute moves, there will be no problem for it to maintain its position. Regardless of whether the opponent chooses to replace the Pokémon on the field this round or let the electric monster use a move, it will be hit by the surprise attack of the High 5, and will skip a round anyway, which is a sure win. As she input the command, Lot Kappa waved his hands, and a huge palm formed by purple mist appeared out of thin air, slapping the electric monster hard. The latter's body visibly stiffened for a moment. The electric monster flinched. He did not disappear into a red light, but took the attack firmly, proving that Shinji did not choose to change Pokémon. So in the second round, Shirna directly chose Super Absorption and attacked the opponent. The moves that the electric monster may learn, such as Fire Fist and Ice Fist, cannot threaten Lot Kappa, so there is nothing to be afraid of. However, the next moment, a scene beyond her expectations appeared. The exquisite scarf carried by the electric monster increases its speed. The electric shock monster was replaced with Volt. The body of the electric monster flashed like a golden light and slammed into the body of Lot Kappa, knocking off 1/3 of the health bar above his head. It then turned into a red light and returned to the Pokéball. The next Pokémon to come on stage was a turtle-like Pokémon with a hard shell and rocks and plants all over its back. The moment Shirna saw him, her brows raised. The reason is simple. Because this Pokémon is the evolved form of Squirtle, one of the 3 starter Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. As someone whose hometown is in the Sinnoh region, she always feels particularly close to this Pokémon when she sees it. However, appearing in this place is not so friendly. The reason is simple. In front of Lot Kappa, the 2 attributes he possesses can complement each other. Neither Lot Kappa's water-type skills nor its grass-type skills can restrain it. Plus, he's a Pokémon with excellent defense and high durability, so I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome to deal with him next. Sure enough, just as Shirna thought, Lot Kappa's Super Absorption fell on the forest turtle, and the health bar above the latter's head only dropped by less than 1/4. Then a familiar scene appeared. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared above the body of the forest turtle and merged into his body, causing the blood bar above his head to recover a little and turn back into a healthy green. The leftover food item carried by the forest turtle slightly restored his physical strength. No, why does everyone have leftovers? Shirna couldn't help feeling a little helpless, and after a brief calculation, she immediately made a judgment. Even with the help of the leftovers item, if the battle continues like this, the forest turtle will never be a match for Lot Kappa. Because of its super durability, this Pokémon is destined not to perform particularly well on the offensive end. Lot Kappa is not afraid of grass attribute and ground-type moves. Moreover, half of the damage caused by super absorption can be converted into physical strength to restore itself, and the effect is far better than leftovers. After making a rough judgment, Shirna once again chose the skill Super Absorption. A dark green light emerged from the body of Lot Kappa, hit the opponent's forest turtle, and then turned into a light spot and returned. If Lot Kappa was not in a state of full strength now, these light spots would turn into nutrients and restore Lot Kappa's physical strength. But the forest turtle didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything, consuming the enemy. Having gained the right to strike, he did not launch an attack instead. He retracted all his limbs into the shell. Flipped backwards and stood up, he was like a round board, spinning rapidly on the spot and turned into a hurricane. A dark gray light accompanied by a red light effect emerged from his body, and a game prompt popped up. Wood Turtle uses Sword Dance. His attack power is greatly increased. The barrage exploded instantly. No, can the Forest Turtle learn Sword Dance? Good integrity consumes each other. What does it mean that you suddenly start to strengthen it? Leftover Sword Dance, that's quite the character, bro. Sure enough, what that guy just said was right. Emeralds don't support idle people at the same time. Shirna looked at the scene in front of her with a complicated expression. The Swords Dance skill, as one of the strongest enhancement methods for physical attack Pokémon, is extremely difficult to learn. This is especially true for some bulky Pokémon, because this move requires the Pokémon to transform its body into a sword and rotate at an extremely high speed during use in order to successfully perform it. So this scene in front of us, does it mean that many Pokémon that people think cannot learn Sword Dance actually have the possibility of learning this move? Or is this simply because it's in the game? But now Shirna knew that she no longer had time to think about this matter. Because the Forest Turtle, which had been strengthened by 2 levels of physical attack, would pose a great threat to Lot Kappa. Choosing to switch Pokémon is obviously unwise, given the durability of Turtle. Neither Turtle nor Lizard can defeat him within 2 rounds. The Wood Turtle, whose Sword Dance has already strengthened its physical attack by 2 levels, can easily inflict heavy damage on both Pokémon. Faced with the current situation, there is only one last solution left. Shirna took a deep breath, clicked the upper right corner of the window, and restarted the game. The experience of playing this game these 2 days taught him one thing. That is, sometimes it is not shameful to choose to give up. Unlike real-life battles in games, you can restart no matter how many times you make a mistake, which is part of the game's charm, of course. Restarting isn't without its costs. The premise of unlimited restarts is that you can accept your character potentially remaining bankrupt. Shirna skillfully logged into the game again and joined the battle with Shinji. This time she still sent out Rakuten Kappa. Shinji's first Pokémon is still electric. What happened next was the same as last time. The acceleration effect of Fine Scarf made Shinji's electric monster use Volt Replace first. Return to the team and switch to Forest Turtle, however. Unlike last time, this time Lot Kappa did not launch an attack instead. It suddenly jumped and danced side to side to the accompaniment of cheerful and playful music. Lot Kappa uses the Shake Dance. The Forest Turtle is in chaos, yes. When logging into the game this time, Shirna has replaced the skill Bubble Ray with Sway Dance. Swing Dance is a transformation skill after using it. Lot Kappa will perform a strange dance, which will definitely put the opponent into a state of confusion. As a control skill, the hit rate of this move is 100%. Control is the key to restraining characters like the Forest Turtle, who have extremely high durability and enhanced skills. But the probability of chaos alone is obviously not enough. So when the second round began, Shirna gave orders again, asking Lot Kappa to use the Mind Hammer. The Mind Hammer itself has a 20% chance of inflicting fear, and when combined with the chance of confusion taking effect, the chance of the Forest Turtle attacking will be greatly reduced. The fact was, just as Shirna expected, her luck was not too bad this time. The Forest Turtle was directly skipped the round due to the fear effect triggered by the Mind Hammer. The second round saw the confusion effect triggered, and the Forest Turtle crashed directly into the ground. In the next round, The forest turtle successfully performed sword dance under the double control probability. But at this time his health had dropped by more than half. And even if the enhancement was successful, it would be meaningless in this way. Lot Kappa successfully defeated Shinji's forest turtle with almost no loss of status. Moreover, he also relied on the skill super absorption to replenish all the health lost by Electabuzz using Volt replacement. As the battle progressed to this point, the balance of victory was undoubtedly tilting towards Shirna. There are only 3 Pokémon in Shinji's team. Apart from the already appeared Turtle and Electabuzz, there is only one that has not yet appeared, however. The next moment when she saw the Pokémon sent by Shinji, Shirna couldn't help but frown again. Her snow-white body, slender like a young girl, was enveloped in a layer of light icy mist, adding a touch of mystery to it. This is none other than the Ice and Ghost dual-attribute Pokémon. Frozen. Fortunately, the ice element that originally restrained the grass attribute was resisted by the water element, so Lot Kappa still would not be harmed by its restraint. In Shirna's impression, Frozen is a Pokémon with excellent speed and special attack, and it is very likely that she will choose to strengthen and push the team. She simply used the shake dance to play it safe. Unexpectedly, the snow demon girl on the opposite side took the first step. She raised her sleeves, condensed a chaotic and strange ball of light, and smashed it on Lot Kappa's head. The snow demon girl used strange light. Lot Kappa is in chaos. Lot Kappa attacked himself out of confusion. Even if the forest turtle is dealt with, this battle with Shinji will undoubtedly be quite difficult. 2 minutes later, at the cost of losing most of the physical strength of the bear doll and the combat effectiveness of the Lot Kappa, Shirna finally defeated it successfully. After the battle, Shinji's figure appeared on the screen again. He snorted coldly with a gloomy face. I lost this time. My Pokémon is useless next time. I will definitely bring a stronger Pokémon to seek revenge. Wait for me. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Looking at this scene, the comments in the live broadcast room all started to discuss. What's wrong with this guy? He blames Pokémon for being useless when he can't win. How dare he be a trainer? That's right. I originally thought he had some strength and was worthy of respect, but I didn't expect his character to be so bad. Come on, anchors. Next time you see him, knock all his teeth out, obviously. The audience in the live broadcast room had strong opinions about Shinji's disrespectful behavior towards Pokémon. And Shirna was looking at the screen, looking thoughtful. In her life, she had actually met some trainers with this style. But there are actually differences between these people. Some people simply don't want to admit their own incompetence and vent all their anger at failure on their Pokémon, shirking their responsibilities as trainers. Some people simply pursue the ultimate strength and have extremely high requirements for themselves and their Pokémon. Once a Pokémon in the team cannot keep up with his pace, he will directly eliminate it and replace it with another Pokémon. But no matter which one it was for Shirna, she found it unacceptable. After all, as a trainer, the most important thing is the bond with Pokémon. While thinking, Shirna prepared to find the Pokémon Center in this city to restore the status of the Pokémon in her team. However, she soon froze, because she found that her character was still unable to move. An ominous premonition suddenly emerged in her mind. Sure enough, the next moment, a burst of passionate music suddenly sounded. A familiar figure quickly came to her. That person is none other than Shirna's fierce rival, the black-haired boy. Hey, what a coincidence. Strawberry Ice Cream, you are here too. Now that our eyes have met, let's fight, Shirna. No, you can fight. Could you at least let me heal the Pokémon first? How can you have a round-robin battle like this? It will be on the shelves next Wednesday. I will ask for your support for the last Monday reading. I will update 10.0 words a day for a month for everyone to enjoy. I hope you can support the first order QAQ. It will be on the shelves next Wednesday and will be sold for 10.0 yuan a day in a month. What gave Shirna a headache was that the fighting intensity of the rival in Kaina City, this time, was no less than that of Shinji, who had just appeared. Not only has the opponent's initial Pokémon Charmeleon evolved successfully, but the other Pokémon in the team are also quite powerful. And there are as many as 4 of them. Under such circumstances, Lot Kappa has lost his ability to fight, and Tom Albert's physical strength has been greatly reduced. Naturally, Shirna has no chance of winning. She had no choice but to start over and challenge Shinji again. Since it is a round-robin battle, the most important thing is to ensure the status of the Pokémon in your team to face the strong enemy. Especially the status of the main Pokémon, Rakuten Kappa, because only he can easily deal with his rival's strongest chicken of the highest level. And due to the strength of Shinji's team, this is obviously not an easy task. Finally, half an hour later, after countless attempts, Shirna finally defeated Shinji with minimal losses and faced a strong opponent. But even so, the battle was quite fierce. When there was only one forest lizard left in the team, Shirna locked her health to the extreme and triggered the Lush characteristic, and took down the last Pokémon of the rival Roar Bomb, and won the battle. In this battle, Shirna demonstrated her personal abilities to the fullest. She made timely joint defense substitutions against the 4 Pokémon of the powerful enemy, including controlling the physical value of the forest lizard and triggering the Lush characteristic to finish the battle. Everything seemed to be within her expectations. It was obvious that she had begun to gradually adapt to the difficulty of the Emerald, and was treating these battles with the seriousness that a champion should have. After defeating her rival and Shinji, the beaches of Kaina City were naturally unobstructed for Shirna. She first went to the Pokémon Center in Kaina City to restore her strength, then returned to the beach and searched for possible items. She picked up a gold bead and a water ring skill learning machine, and got a soft sand item that could enhance ground-type moves from the child next to her. Of course, Shirna did not miss the challenge of getting 5 bottles of spirit soda for free in the small house on the left side of the beach. After doing all this, the Pokémon levels in her team have been raised to level 25, reaching the upper limit of the current stage. Shirna did not stop and prepared to continue heading towards Zijin City above. But at this moment, she triggered a new part of the game plot. A group of people from the water fleet blocked the way to the passage above. At the same time, there was an extremely noisy commotion coming from the Kaina City Museum nearby. What happened again? She reacted immediately and controlled her character to walk towards the museum. Sure enough, she found that a group of water fleet members had knocked the staff to the ground and forced their way into the museum. In the live broadcast room, everyone watched this scene and couldn't help but send out barrages of comments. Why is it the water fleet again? I feel like they're showing up so frequently. That's normal. Aren't the most famous dark organizations in the Hone region the Water Fleet and the Magma Group? This game is pretty accurate, however. This is equivalent to the author provoking several dark organizations all by himself. How courageous. +1, I hope the author will be more careful when going out. During the discussion in the barrage, Shirna also went directly into the museum. It seemed that a technology exhibition was being held here, but the visitors were scared away by the sudden attack of the water fleet, and the museum was almost empty. There was only one staff member who immediately came forward after seeing Shirna. Are you a trainer? Please help us. Those guys just came in and went straight to the gym manager's office on the 2nd floor. I suspect they want to steal the gym manager's things. I understand, leave it to me. Shirna's eyes suddenly fixed. Even if she encountered such a thing in reality, she would take action immediately, let alone in the game. As the name suggests, the water fleet uses many Pokémon that are related to the water system. In such a situation, both the forest lizard and the Lot Kappa can easily cause high restraint damage to it. In addition, the strength of these water fleet members is indeed not as good as Shinji and his rivals, and they are only slightly stronger than the NPCs in the gym. Therefore, the next battle will not be difficult. 5 minutes later, in the director's office on the 2nd floor of the museum. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? How dare you ruin our plans? I'll remember you. The two water fleet cadres had been defeated by Shirna. Their faces turned red with shame and anger, and they turned around to retreat. However, the next moment, a figure walked into the office. The moment this man entered the room, a powerful aura emanated from his body, which made Shirna stare at him involuntarily. She had only seen this feeling in extremely powerful trainers. Just like other champions in the league, once they enter the combat state, they will unconsciously emit their own unique aura. Therefore, the identity of the person in front of me is probably not simple. Thinking of this, she carefully looked at the person in front of her. This is a man with a stern brow and a beard as thick as a blade. A dark blue headscarf, a sturdy tight-fitting suit, and a V-neckline on the chest, revealing his strong chest muscles on top of his head. There was an extremely conspicuous white symbol, a hollow circle with 3 protrusions extending in different directions. This is the symbol of the water fleet. Looking at this scene, Shirna's mind began to think rapidly. In reality, Shirna had also dealt with members of the water fleet. The higher their level, the crazier they were. And they all seemed to have some kind of firm and fanatical belief. But this organization acts in a rather conservative and mysterious way. So cautious that it's even a little scary, therefore. The League has very little information about him. Not even 1/10 of what the Rockets have. Almost nothing is known about where the organization's headquarters is located, who its leaders are, what its plans and goals are, and now. This game might be able to help me get some information about the water fleet. Even just a little bit is enough. But I'm afraid the game makers don't know much about the water fleet style. But just as Shirna was thinking, the man in front of her looked at her and spoke slowly. "Hello, little girl, nice to meet you. My name is Shui Wutong, the leader of the water fleet. Our goal is to expand the ocean until it envelops the world in its mighty waves. And we will create a brand new civilization on the remaining land. You are young, but you have performed very well. So I would like to ask you if you are interested in joining us." Shirna, meanwhile, of thousands of kilometers away, in a secluded room on an island, Shui Wutong, who always kept a low profile, avoided revealing any information about the naval fleet, and repeatedly reminded her subordinates to be careful in every action. Suddenly sneezed Hakyu. "Okay. Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling?" Faced with the words spoken by the water Wutong in the game, Shirna was stunned for several seconds before she came to her senses. There was no way in her impression. The water fleet had always been known for its mystery and caution. But this guy, the leader of the Navy fleet, revealed all the fleet's assets to me the moment he saw me. The previous paragraph almost introduced what color pants the water fleet members usually wear. If such a plot appeared in another game, Shirna would probably just smile faintly and not take it seriously. But if it is the emerald in front of you, it is different. Because everything in this game is quite realistic. Whether it's the character of the champion, the situation of the gym leader, the information about Pokémon, or even the status of the legendary beasts. They are all so real, the water fleet thing, could it be true? Her expressions suddenly became complicated. If this was true, then it would be a big problem. Once these dark organizations have their own goals, they will definitely do their best to achieve them. Team Rocket is a good example, even now. Shirna has no way of confirming whether this so-called Shui Wudong is the leader of the water fleet, and whether what he said is true. But she still became cautious and silently wrote down what the other party had just said, intending to report it to the Alliance when she returned. There was no way. She had to believe the information provided by the game maker. At this moment in the game, seeing that Shirna did not react, Shui Wudong seemed to understand something. "It seems that you are different from us and don't have such lofty ambitions." What a pity, he snapped his fingers. And a blue light cut through the air and rushed directly to the side of the museum director. It then turned into a ray of light and re-entered the Pokeball on Shui Wudong's waist. "Then when the ocean floods the world, I hope you'll be able to recall what kind of invitation you rejected." After Shui Wudong finished speaking to Shirna, he left with the two cadres beside him, leaving now. Shirna frowned slightly. She thought that she would face a fierce battle next. But if you think about it carefully, since the other party is the leader of the water fleet, his strength is naturally far above his own, and it can even be described as a world of difference. In her eyes, she was just a child, so of course she wouldn't bother with her thinking of this. She glanced at the curator beside her again. Their purpose of coming to the museum was probably achieved at that moment. As expected, the next moment, the curator rummaged around in his body for a few times. An ugly expression suddenly appeared on his face, and he slumped to the ground saying dejectedly, "Oh no. It was taken away after all." Sirena quickly controlled the character to go forward and help him up. Then asked, "Are you okay? What was taken?" The curator glanced at her and sighed again, "I'm fine." But the most valuable piece of information in the museum was just taken by that man's Pokémon. Well, that's the blueprint for an advanced submarine that China Shipyard spent 10 years developing. This submarine can withstand the high pressure of seawater tens of thousands of meters deep. Once it's released, it will definitely be the most powerful submarine in the world. But those guys just stole the blueprint. Upon hearing this, Sirena was stunned for a moment. So what the water fleet just stole was a blueprint for building a submarine. What do they need something like this for? Could it be building a submarine and heading to the depths of the ocean? But then what? Sirena couldn't think of the reason for a moment. But when she recalled what Shui Wudong had just said to her, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart. She shook her head slightly. The current information is still too little. As the game progresses, there should be more information for you to judge. Do you have any backup drawings? She asked again. Yes, there are. But for such technology to fall into their hands is something that is ultimately unacceptable. The curator stood up from the groundside helplessly, turned to look at Shirna, looked her up and down, then turned on the computer beside him and pulled out a blueprint to show Shirna. This is the blueprint for our submarine. We were planning to start manufacturing it this month, but we didn't expect this to happen first. Shirna walked to the screen and took a look at the blueprint, and was stunned for a moment. Although her major is archaeology and mythology, she also has certain interests in industry, so she can see at a glance how amazing the technology contained in this blueprint is. Even though the drawings in front of her were only the tip of the iceberg, some of the structures and information in them still shocked her. What an impressive design! The structure of the submarine's hull alone is truly astonishing. This will significantly reduce the underwater pressure the submarine must withstand. Right. She couldn't help but press the interact button inside. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an exclamation mark suddenly appeared above the curator's head. I didn't expect you at such a young age to actually know something about submarines. You're right, this is our design. The curator excitedly explained a bunch of things to Sirena that she didn't quite understand, then clapped his hands again as if remembering something. By the way, little girl, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kusno, thank you for helping me just now. You are really the bravest child I have ever met. Whether it's because you understood my design, or to express my gratitude, please accept this. As he spoke, he carefully handed a small box to Sirena. This is a beautiful, neatly shaped gemstone we discovered while working deep in the ocean. After testing it with a machine, we discovered it contains powerful energy, but we don't know its specific effects. I thought you might like it. I also hope you can unlock the secrets contained in this stone. Shirna took the box and opened it. Inside was a transparent round stone the size of a glass ball. The stone is light blue in color overall, with a spiral structure of brown, red, and yellow inside. Emitting a little light and looks like a work of art. The next moment, a golden light suddenly appeared before her eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the player. You have obtained the special item, Swampert Mega Stone. Looking at the prompt in front of her, Shirna couldn't help but be stunned. Swampert Mega Stone. What is this? Her eyes fell on the introduction of this prop. The special stone that belongs only to Swampert may be able to unleash incredible power in certain situations. What? So this thing should be Swampert's exclusive carry-on item. Or a tool, Sirena pondered for a moment in any case. This golden hint proves that the effect of this item should be extraordinary. But the problem is that in order for this thing to work, you must have a Swampert. Swampert is the final evolved form of Slither, one of the 3 starter Pokémons in the Hone region. Judging from the current progress of the game, Shirna really doesn't know where to find Slither. She had no choice but to put the stone into her backpack. However, if you think about it carefully, Swampert seems to be a good choice for your team, since the weather team is being built around rainy days. Water attribute Pokémon can naturally be incorporated. Moreover, Swampert itself has a ground-type secondary attribute, which can resist many Pokémon while also being able to restrain electric, poison, rock, and steel-type Pokémon. In addition to its excellent attributes, Swampert is also a Pokémon with both physical and special attacks, and its durability is not low in the real world. There are many trainers who cultivate it, either training it to be a tank warrior or pursuing an ingenious training route for ultimate burst. If we have to say that he has any shortcomings, it might be his speed. This is indeed a bit regrettable. His huge body makes him move quite slowly in the game. The speed issue will not become such a big problem after all. Being a little slower than others is still slower, and being much slower is still slower. It's just a matter of being late. Thinking of this, Shirna shook her head slightly and made a decision. She would try to find a suitable water-leaping fish to capture it later. But then again, when it comes to capturing new Pokémon, both Shinji and his rival already have 4 Pokémon. In this situation, fighting them with 3 Pokémon will only make you suffer more and more losses. The new gym will probably have more than 3 Pokémon. As the game progresses, you will naturally have to face more and more Pokémon from the trainers. It seems that we need to think about capturing new Pokémon. Sayurna thought about it. Now his basic team has basically taken shape. Tompukshung, Lot Kappa and the Forest Lizard are able to deal with most situations. And if you continue to build a rainy day team, then it is crucial to summon Pokémon that can create rainy weather. In this kind of Pokémon, it seems like there is actually a good choice. Her thoughts went back to when she had just taken Old Man Hatch's ferry and sailed on the sea. Whether from Chenghua City to Wudu Town, or from Wudu Town to Kaina City, she saw a Pokémon in the CG more than once along the way. Long-winged gull. This Pokémon's attributes are water and flying. Its final evolution, Gullah, can learn the rainbow skill, which summons rainy weather, and for some reason, in the real world, this type of Pokémon learns the skill of praying for rain very quickly, as if they have a unique talent in this area. I don't know how it will perform in this game. Moreover, there is indeed no flying-type Pokémon in the team. If a long-winged gull is captured, it can be regarded as filling this gap. With this thought in mind, Sayurna made a decision. Let's go back to the beach and take a look to see if we can capture a suitable long-winged gull. But just as she was thinking, a voice pulled her consciousness back to the real world. The phone on the table rang. Someone was calling. When she looked down, she found that the person who called was Professor Oak. Could it be that the information I gave him was verified? Regarding the characteristics of the Lotus Leaf Boy and the Bear Doll, Shirna was actually quite curious about whether it was true or not. She immediately turned off the microphone in the live broadcast room and chose to answer the phone. Soon, the excited voice of Professor Oak on the other end of the phone suddenly rang out. Zio Julani's the game you're playing now called Emerald. Send it to me, I want to play too. These words stunned Sayurna, and it took her several seconds to come back to her senses. Doctor, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly? In her mind, Dr. Oak has always been a steady, experienced, and knowledgeable elder. It has been like this since she was a child, and it is still like this now, but now, she rarely saw Professor Oak show such excitement. Moreover, in her impression, Professor Oak should not be interested in anything related to video games. Right, according to his original words. Instead of immersing yourself in those virtual games, it would be better to spend more time exploring the mysteries of Pokémon. There are still many mysteries waiting for mine old man to uncover. Professor Oak's voice came again hurriedly from the other end of the phone. Why? Because I drew a blueprint of the tentacle lily and sent it to the lab. They compared it with the current data and found that it's a perfect match. Ancient fossils similar to the Archaeopteryx you mentioned have already been discovered. As for Bearcat and Lililaf Pokémon, I happen to have quite a few of these two Pokémon in my research lab. After comparative testing, I found that Lililaf Pokémon's movement speed was indeed significantly improved in a simulated rainy environment. And Bearcat is indeed quite afraid of fire attribute moves. And also, I've sent your translations of the ancient texts to the archaeology department. In less than a day, they've already deciphered the meanings of over 100 symbols overnight. This is a level of progress we haven't achieved in the past few years combined. So that game might bring more useful information. How could I miss a game like this? Sayurna was stunned again after hearing this. She didn't expect that Professor Oak would act so quickly and verify the answer to the characteristics in such a short time. Doctor, don't you have several important projects on hand recently? In a trance, she suddenly seemed to remember something and said subconsciously, if I remember correctly, the research projects that Dr. Oak has been working on recently are all major tasks assigned by the Alliance. They are very important and must be personally directed and controlled by him. In recent months, Dr. Oak has been busy with this matter and has put a lot of effort into it. Logically speaking, now should be the critical period for those research projects. But after asking, she regretted it. There seems to be no comparison between the two, as expected. Facing Sayurna's question, Professor Oak didn't even hesitate. Oh, those projects are important. But how can they be as important as this game? Just think about it, ancient fossils, legendary Pokémon, hidden traits, and all sorts of items we've never seen before. The value of this information compared to several projects. I can definitely tell which is more important. Besides, didn't you say that whoever is the first to complete this game will get the contact information of the game maker? Quick, send me the game. I'm already sitting in front of the computer. By the way, tell me how this game works. Okay, to be honest. Sayurna always felt a little weird seeing such a 60-year-old man and a legend in the scientific research community asking her how to play a game. But she still honestly told Professor Oak all the information and content related to Pokémon Emerald and sent him a game link. Then she heard Professor Oak's surprised voice from the phone. Under 300 yuan, such an excellent Gameth price is so cheap. It's unbelievable after all. An official encyclopedia has over 400 illustrations. After hearing this, Sayurna paused for a moment. And then she suppressed the urge to explain the market price of the game to Professor Oak. And if she were to ask herself honestly, before playing this game, she did think that 288 was too expensive, but now, after playing the game for a few days, she feels that selling the game for only 288 is almost like doing charity. Buy it and you will make a lot of money. While he was thinking, Professor Oak's voice sounded again. Zio Julin, how is your game progress now? Sayurna answered truthfully. As for me, I'm already preparing to leave for Violet City. That's where the third gym is located. All right, keep going. We have to get the contact information of the game maker. I'm going to go play games first, keep going. After saying that, Professor Oak hung up the call. And Sayurna also turned on the microphone and turned her attention back to the screen. I have searched all the resources and props near Kaina City. And the 2 challenges against powerful enemies have also ended. Now it is time to go to the next city, Zijin City. She controlled the game character to cross the city of Kaina. And a bridge stood in front of her, leading straight into the distance. However, just as her character arrived in front of the bridge, a prompt suddenly popped up. The area ahead, let's explore it later. Note the game will update the content of Science City before 12:00 today. Please wait for a moment, thank you for your cooperation. Sayurna was stunned for a moment. Only then did she suddenly remember something. This game is just a preview version released and tested at the new game festival. It was only because the gaming experience was so good. The game was so complete. And the update speed was so amazing that she had the illusion that this game was already a finished product. If you think about it carefully, it's a bit scary. Is this the quality that a semi-finished test game should have? Thinking of this, Shirna shook her head slightly and glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. There were still 2 hours until 12 o'clock. So you want to play some Battle Road? It seems that the old saying is right, there is no harm without comparison. She thought about it and suddenly realized that after playing Emerald, she seemed to have no interest in the battle path at all. Take these few days for example. She hasn't even logged in once because in comparison, the game experience of Battle Road is not even as good as this pixel turn-based game. Well, I might as well take the live broadcast audience to find a movie to watch and wait for the update. With this thought in mind, she spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. Since Emerald won't be updated until 12 noon, why don't you all pick a movie with me? It just so happens that I haven't watched a movie with everyone in the live broadcast room for a long time. As she spoke, she directly turned on the voting function in the live broadcast room and decided which movie to watch next based on the most votes from the audience. While waiting, Shirna subconsciously picked up her phone and checked it, only to find that there were 999 plus red dots on the social software on her phone. Only then did she remember that she seemed to have been obsessed with emeralds for the past 2 days. Apart from completing tasks, she was playing with emeralds and didn't even read the group chat of the King Champion. When you click on the social software called Coco Chat with the icon of a Coco Dora, what comes into view is the private chat sent by 2 people. 21 hours ago, don't call me Fire Afro Sister Nuh. You seem to be very busy with your tasks recently. No one can contact you. If you are free, please come to the group and show up. 20 hours ago, Dragon Race High. Qiulong scratching his head, JPG Sister Julan. Do you know a high-scoring Battle Road player called Quality Person? I matched up with this person while playing Battle Road today. And his tactics are quite interesting. Even I fell for them 18 hours ago, Dragon Race High. Dragonite looks aggrieved. JPG, that person's business isn't important anymore. Bamboo Shooter, how are we going to beat this Azalea's gym? Each of his 3 Pokémon is more insane than the last. I've been stuck for almost an hour. When did such a powerful gym leader appear in the Hone region? How come I didn't know about it? 10 hours ago, Dragon Race High grunt meditating. JPG, was the Pokémon in that cave actually Regirock? Interesting 2 hours ago, Dragon Race High. Hacken dancing JPG, I've cleared the fighting gym. I'll take the top spot for now. In addition to the first message asking about the identity of the person of quality, Du sent 7 or 8 messages about playing Emerald to Shirna. When she saw these text messages, Shirna couldn't help but hold her forehead. This guy doesn't look like a king at all. She opens the chat and begins writing a response. I've never heard of someone of this caliber. I haven't been on the Battle Road in the past couple of days. If I have a chance, I'll ask those high-scoring players for information on you. But you, why are you suddenly playing with emeralds too? After editing the message, Shirna directly chose to send it. She didn't think Du would reply to her message, after all. He had been playing games for more than 10 hours in a row and should be catching up on sleep now. But the next moment, contrary to her expectations, Du's message came directly to her. Long Zai Sai Gao, I went to look for you in the group chat that day. And they told me you were playing, so I said I'd give it a try. After trying it, I realized it was really fun. Much more fun than the Battle Road. Shirna was stunned for a moment. Why hasn't this guy slept yet? But then I thought, maybe he just finished washing up and was getting ready for bed. To be on the safe side, Ash still sent a message, intending to ask about the fairy situation. Ice cream lover, you've been playing for so long. Why don't you go to bed? However, news of Du came back soon. Dragon Seigo, oh forget it. I'm on a quest in a secret realm right now. I was having so much fun when the Alliance suddenly called me out. I'm so annoyed I'm not going to talk anymore. A Snorlax just attacked us. I'm going to beat him up first to vent my anger. We'll talk later, Sayerna. So you were tired from playing 10 minutes ago and are now on a mission. Brother, do you really not need sleep, Ling Feng? After a morning of travel, had successfully moved into his new home. Although he wanted to visit other areas to see the scenery, he finally chose to stay in the Kanto area. On the one hand, he was more familiar with the situation in the Kanto region. And on the other hand, if you were not a professional trainer, you would need a visa to travel to other regions. Although it is not very difficult to obtain this type of certificate, it often takes 1 to 2 months to obtain. However, even if he continued to stay in the Kanto region, Ling Feng was quite satisfied with his new home. This is a single-family villa located next to the Agate River, the largest river in Hualan City. The natural environment around here is quite good, with flowers everywhere and several streams flowing not far from the door. You can even see rare water-type Pokémon such as Slither and Wooper in the streams. In addition, the villa has its own exquisite small garden. Even Zhu Yuengling, who had just arrived, couldn't help but have her eyes light up when she saw such an environment, and looked around curiously at this moment. He was standing in the backyard looking at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. It's really nice to have money. The last day of summer, the last day of summer. Although Zhu Yuengling didn't understand what Ling Feng was sighing about, she raised her head and called out twice in response. Ling Feng stretched. A single-family villa like this would be equipped with a team of housekeepers. They had just helped Ling Feng clean up the villa, and had also arranged for water, electricity, internet, and other things. Back in the study, he reopened his laptop. To be honest, the configuration of this computer is quite average. When I was making small games, it would often freeze, resulting in data deletion. It was a common occurrence for Ling Feng to lose his temper. If it weren't for the support of the system, it would be basically impossible to use this computer to complete the workload of the past few days. I'll buy a top-of-the-line computer soon to replace this old thing, he muttered and opened the largest forum on the internet, Pokémon Net. When I was moving today, I suddenly received a notification and gained more than 600 emotional points from an online forum. He knew that there should be new news about emeralds on the forum. Sure enough, as he expected, the number of posts about emeralds on the forum had exploded. Posts about the CG of Regirock, the god of rock, are flying all over the place. Shocking. A mysterious legendary Pokémon appeared in a cave. How can a game's CG be this good? Is the revolution of the gaming era coming? These posts naturally included the video of the Rock Pillar CG during the live broadcast of Kishu and Shirna. Ling Feng once asked the system, and learned that if the CG segment about the Rock God Pillar was presented to the audience through live broadcast, the audience would also be able to feel the true pressure of Regirock. But if you download this video, this feeling of oppression will be greatly reduced. But even so, the number of replies under these posts has quickly reached thousands or even tens of thousands. It's so big. Is this really a Pokémon and not a sculpture? Your sculpture's eyes glow, and its aura can scare people to death through the screen. Is this a game CG? Is this really not a real shot? After taking a quick look at the comments, Ling Feng went back to look at his game background. As of now, the game sales have successfully reached 5 copies and are even approaching the 6-copy mark. And at this moment, the system prompt also popped up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the new S-rank side quest, Wild Sales. Task requirements within this week. The total sales volume of the game must reach 50,000 copies. Mission reward, random intermediate module. 1,000 emotion points special item, magic candy gift box X5. Already distributed as usual. A card for extracting the module immediately appeared in front of Ling Feng. He selected it with ease and the card disappeared instantly. However, the new module that appeared this time was unprecedented. With a burst of colorful light, Ling Feng was slightly stunned by this situation. Colorful fonts also appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special intermediate module Easter egg button. Introduction, this module can be enabled for any game you create. Once enabled, thousands of different Easter eggs will be randomly added to the game, and you will not be able to directly know the content of the Easter eggs. Special module bonus, when any character generates emotion points from game Easter eggs, the points gained increase by 100%. The rewards provided by these Easter eggs may slightly affect the balance of the game, but they will be consistent with the game's worldview. Content and styling will enhance the fun of the game. Do you want to activate this module for the game Pokémon Emerald? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Ling Feng hesitated for a moment for a mature game. The existence of Easter eggs is indeed indispensable. But if you can't know the specific content of these Easter eggs, and it will also affect the balance of the game. If you want to increase it, you really need to think carefully about it. However, after a brief thought, Ling Feng made a decision. Since the modules are already guaranteed, it will only slightly affect the balance of the game. Considering the difficulty of making emeralds now, it shouldn't have much of an impact. Right? Moreover, the emotion points obtained through Easter eggs are directly doubled. With this thought in mind, he chose to activate the Easter egg module on the emerald. Suddenly, a colorful data stream appeared above the folder, turned into a hidden document, and disappeared into the folder. Ling Feng didn't plan to look for this folder. The system said that it couldn't get the information, so it probably couldn't find it anyway. There will be more and more players of this game in the future, and once they find interesting Easter eggs, they will naturally share them with this thought in mind. Ling Feng set his sights on another reward for this mission. There were 10 small pink gift boxes, each containing 5 blue candies, but half were dark blue and half were light blue. This is the legendary item Magic Candy. Ling Feng picked up a gift box containing dark blue candies, and a prompt immediately popped up in front of his eyes. Please select the character you want to give as a gift. He glanced at the boxes, looking thoughtful. Ling Feng's plan is to distribute these magical candies as gifts to the top-ranked players when the rankings are settled this weekend. At the current rate of progress, the first place will be either Du or Shirna. To be honest, he was a little curious. How much of a boost can these candies bring to these champion Pokémon? Among the gift boxes of these magical candies, half can only be given as gifts, while Ling Feng can keep the other half for himself. He opened the locker next to him and divided it up, placing it in 2 different compartments. Just when he was about to put the last box of candies he could use in, Zhuguangling came over shaking his little head, staring at the gift box in his hand, with visibly drooling from the corners of his mouth. Madafu, what is this? It smells so good. Clearly, the candlelight spirit smelled the candy and was craving it. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that this little guy actually liked sweets. He had thought these ghost-type Pokémon were only interested in special foods and souls. He lowered his head and touched Zhu Guangling's head, explaining these are candies but they have other uses. They can make you instantly stronger. It's a bit of a waste to use it on you now. We can use it when you grow up a little bit to maximize the benefits. Be good if you want some candy. Just tell me and I'll buy it for you. Zhuguangling had no choice but to nod reluctantly. Ling Feng did what he said and opened his phone to order several different Pokémon candies online. Just after paying the money, a series of information prompts appeared in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new side quest. S-level side quest, Sales King. Task requirements. Sales of any game you create must reach 15 within 30 days. Mission reward, a level special item box X1. Invitation card X12000 emotion points. After taking a quick glance at the task requirements and rewards, Ling Feng's gaze fell directly on the black card. Invitation card, what is this? Amidst the confusion, the information about this card also directly emerged. Special system item, invitation card. Once you have this card, you can invite any being to play all your games and use your products out of thin air through spiritual thoughts. Note this item is consumable. It lasts indefinitely after a successful invitation. However, after using this item, the player still needs to pay to purchase the game and software before playing. What is the use of this thing, to be honest? After reading these prompts, Ling Feng was a little slow to react. The next moment he suddenly realized something. Since this card said it could invite any being, does that mean Pokémon can do it too? Ling Feng felt his breathing stagnate, as if he had opened the door to a new world at that moment. He immediately confirmed with the system. If Pokémon play the games, can they also gain points through the emotions they generate? The system immediately gave a positive response, replying to the host, as long as the game you create allows any being to feel the fluctuations and changes in emotions. It can generate emotional points, however. The emotion points generated by ordinary Pokémon will be the same as those of ordinary players, which will be relatively small. After playing with special Pokémon, the points generated will increase significantly and far exceed those of special characters. Looking at this line of prompts, Ling Feng was stunned. Special characters refer to top Pokémon trainers like Sirena and Dew, scientific research masters like Professor Oak, and live streaming star gym leaders like Kishu. So what are special Pokémon could it be? A legendary Pokémon. Let legendary Pokémon play their own games. Ling Feng felt sweat running down his forehead. This doesn't seem to be impossible though, but in reality, let alone whether you can find those Pokémon that have disappeared for hundreds of years. Even if they were found, they would be powerful figures who could easily slap a champion away or destroy a mountain with a single move of their hands. According to the historical records of this world, the legendary Pokémon in the real world are not as easy to get along with as those in the animation. Some of them even hate humanity. Do I have to go up to these guys and say, hey, I have a new game? Do you want to try it? If you encounter some bad-tempered legendary Pokémon, you might not even be able to get anything left. Thinking of this, Ling Feng shook his head slightly. This idea is still too dangerous, let's take it slow for now. But if we take a step back and talk about special Pokémon, they don't necessarily have to be legendary Pokémon, right? Would the mythical Pokémon and those champion Pokémon all be considered special? It's a pity that there is only one invitation card, and Ling Feng doesn't have any extra opportunities to try. With this thought in mind, he turned his attention back to the task itself. The requirement of the mission is actually an upgraded version of the previous side mission, which is to increase the sales of the game to 30 copies within 2 weeks. Although the rewards for the mission are quite good and generous, its difficulty is also quite high, even though Emerald's reputation on the internet has spread. If we want to achieve sales of 30 copies so quickly, it is probably not enough to just wait for the online traffic to grow naturally. You have to spend some money on promotion. Ling Feng stretched. The good news is that the last thing he lacks now is money. After nearly 60,000 copies of the game were sold, more than 10 million yuan was earned. Even this villa only cost him more than 4 million. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng opened the webpage and searched for an advertising company for game promotion. He chose one with good reputation and sales, went directly to the other party's official website, and opened the chat window. Hello, I have a pixel game that needs to be promoted. The other party responded very quickly. Morning promotion, hello, what type of game is yours? Is it currently in beta or official version? Wind, this is a battle game, a test version. Ling Feng answered truthfully upon hearing this. The other party seemed a little embarrassed. Morning promotion, okay. But I have to tell you in advance that if it's a beta version, the promotion fee will be higher. And the promotion effect will actually be worse for pixel-based games. Are you sure you need it? Wind confirms. Morning promotion, well, we have a 150,000 yuan package here, which is very cost-effective. We also have 200,000 yuan and 300,000 yuan packages. Thousands of miles away. A customer manager of Morning Promotion Media Company sitting at his computer desk. Couldn't help but adjust his glasses and sighed slightly. I originally thought it was a big order, but I didn't expect it was from a pixel game developer who wanted to promote it. According to his experience, companies that choose this type of game usually have insufficient budgets and naturally do not have much money to spend on publicity. But as the saying goes, if you have the chance to make money, you are a fool. After a brief thought, he typed another line of information into the chat box. Of course, if you think it's expensive, we have a special promotion of 100,000. But the effect will be less, however. Before he could send the message, a message came from the other side. That's a huge transfer tip. Feng 200 million yuan has been transferred. Feng promotional expenses are not a problem. The more people see it, the better. Feng also. I've already made the ad myself, so just use mine. Before the man could come to his senses, the other party sent him another video. He subconsciously clicked on the window and a magical male voice accompanied by exquisite pictures suddenly appeared before his eyes. Have you ever thought about becoming a Pokémon trainer? At the same time in Hulan City, after Ling Feng paid the promotion fee and sent the game promotion CG he had just made to the other party, he closed the window. With the recent popularity of this game on the internet, combined with the promotional video that I just produced using system technology, it should be able to add fuel to the fire and quickly bring the sales of this game to a higher level within 2 weeks. As for whether or not I can achieve sales of 30, that depends on my luck, of course. His intuition told him that there should be no problem. While he was thinking, another line of prompts suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Ding host, please note that the emotion points for the last time period have been settled. The host has received 670 emotion points from Sirna. Kishu Wadarian Professor Oak. The host has received 723 emotional points from game players, including 150 CG bonus points. Current emotional point balance, 2769 points. Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. As the number of game sales increased, the emotional points provided by players obviously began to increase gradually. But Du started playing with Emerald yesterday, he knew that. Why did Professor Oak start too? Perhaps he gained emotional points because he was interested in some information shared with him by some superstars or champions within the game. Right, after all, he is so old. It is impossible for him to come and play with emeralds in person. Right, that must be the case. Ling Feng tapped his palms and made a conclusion. Having said that, the current balance of sentiment points has reached as much as 2,800 points. He directly opened the collection module system and chose to purchase the last key module. Emotional rendering module intermediate. Function automatically generates a color tone for the screen that matches the player's emotions, red for anxiety, cold blue for sadness by reading the player's heart rate data. It also increases the music's compatibility and slightly modulates the tone. When the player experiences extreme emotional fluctuations due to the game's plot, the emotional points earned increase by 50%. This module cost Ling Feng 2,200 emotion points. But it was worth it after all. The most important thing about the upcoming standard mode is to allow players to gain a huge sense of experience and immerse themselves in it through the game's plot content. Looking at the emotional rendering, pressure manifestation, and advanced CG modules in his module area, Ling Feng touched his chin. Now the only thing left is the last module, Soul Music. Once you have enough emotion points to purchase this last module, you can use emeralds to increase the standard difficulty. In the current crazy modes, Ling Feng deliberately simplified the content of the original game plot and focused on the battle experience between players and NPCs. The standard mode has a completely different focus. The most important thing about the standard mode is the player's experience and immersion. And to achieve this, a lot of means are needed, moreover. These modules that you have collected before and purchased now can be widely used in other games in the future. So it is definitely not a loss. As for now, Ling Feng glanced at the computer screen. These few days I will focus on updating the crazy mode first, finishing the main storyline, and then I will focus on the production of the standard mode. He took a deep breath, opened the files, and instantly entered a state of concentration. While Ling Feng was working hard on the games, he was on the outskirts of Hualan City. Qiulong used the destruction death ray, boom. A blazing white light cut through the air and accurately hit a skinny claw that stretched out from the vortex, knocking it back directly after a violent tremor. The deep purple vortex slowly disappeared into the air along with the black mist around it. The dark clouds in the sky instantly dissipated and the sky cleared up. The sun shone down and illuminated the earth. As if nothing had happened, thank you for your hard work. A middle-aged man with a dragonite beside him turned to look at the trainers behind him. Sighed slightly and spoke. This is the person who just gave the order to Dragonite. Anyone who came could clearly see that his face was already showing some fatigue. Because he had been fighting here for so long, he was indeed exhausted. The other people and Pokémon around also looked in a very bad state. Many of them had disheveled hair and their clothes were torn. The Pokémon were all covered in wounds and panting, obviously having just been through a tough battle. But at this moment, everyone seemed relieved because this spiritual tide was finally over. Zio Luo, report, is there anyone who escaped? The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at a tall and thin woman wearing glasses. The woman pushed her glasses up and picked up a notebook. There should be only one. It slipped away during the two strongest waves of spiritual tides this morning and early morning because of a lack of manpower. But its aura isn't very strong. I guess it's a Pokémon around the gym leader level. And when it was escaping, I saw it was hit by Lao Li's Blastoise's water cannon. It must have suffered quite a bit of damage. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. After a long time, he sighed slightly. An injured gym leader is also a big threat to the citizens. Even in a late one, but we have done our best. Report this news truthfully to the Alliance, and ask them to increase nighttime patrols and security. These matters are no longer our responsibility. As he spoke, he turned and glanced in the direction of Cerulean City. Hey, I hope no unlucky person will run into that guy. According to the course of the game, after crossing the bridge in Kaina City and arriving at Zijin City, there are many places to explore around the city. For example, the road and town to the left of the Bohinia Gym, the beach to the right, and even the old power plant below that can be reached by surfing. After challenging the Violet Gym, there is a vast desert above the city, a cave filled with high temperature and flames, and two high mountain cable car tracks, all in all. There is a lot of game content that needs to be produced around this city. Fortunately, after several production sessions, Ling Feng had become quite proficient at it. After several hours of production, he successfully produced all the content and uploaded it as an update. Of course, also uploaded are thousands of randomly hidden Easter eggs brought by the Easter egg module. After finishing all this, Ling Feng did not rest, but continued to bury his head in front of the computer, creating the maps plots and NPC content of Kiui Town and Meteor Falls. By the time he finished, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. After saving the game, he breathed a sigh of relief. After working for so long, he was really a little tired. Reward yourself with a day off tomorrow, since tomorrow happens to be Saturday. If I traveled through time and still had to play games every day without even a weekend, what's the difference between that and going to work? Oh, you may even have 2 days off at work. He patted the candle spirit on the table on the back. Good night, candle spirit, take a shower and go to bed. 15 minutes later, after washing up, Ling Feng fell asleep on the bed in the bedroom. Zhu Guangling sat beside his bed, staring at Ling Feng blankly. It had only been less than 2 days since I met this human, but my life had completely changed. There is endless delicious food and comfortable and spacious accommodation. You don't need to worry about going out to find food, nor do you need to be on guard against being attacked by other Pokémon at any time. And all of this was brought upon himself by this human being. No, as his Pokémon, I can't enjoy all this for nothing. At least do something, for example. Become stronger so that you can protect him if there is any danger. When he thought of this, a look of determination appeared in Candlelight's eyes. He jumped off the bed and walked out of the house. Under the moonlight, a small figure began to gather purple energy in front of him. Let's go back 10 hours. Shirna was sitting in front of the screen, watching a movie called Pikachu and Chikorita with the audience in the live broadcast room. But her cell phone suddenly rang. It was the message that Du replied. Dragon Sago finally finished this damn quest. Sisters Yulaniu should have reached the 3rd gym by now. Right, can you give me some guides? Mini Dragon pleads with tears in his eyes, JPG. Shirna was stunned for a moment before picking up the phone and replying. I love ice cream, the 3rd gym city isn't open yet. So I'll challenge it first, speaking of which. Is it really okay for you to stay awake for so long? Dragon Sago, of course, I don't have any special talents. Except that I can stay up late, Charizard proud JPG. I love ice cream, in that case. I have something else I want to talk to you about. You know about the water fleet, right? As soon as he said this, the emoticons that Du added to every sentence disappeared immediately. Dragon Sago, I know, why are you asking this suddenly? Before becoming a king, he was actually already a secret law enforcer of the Alliance. The so-called secret law enforcement officer is an extremely special identity. And it is also a secret unknown to the public. He often represents the Alliance to carry out some secret law enforcement tasks. In the judicial field of the Alliance, Du's status and prestige are quite high at this moment. After talking about the water fleet, Du Mingxian instantly became serious. Ice cream lover, well, today I met the leader of the water fleet, Dragon Sago. Ice cream lover, don't worry, I met him in the game. Dragon Sago a few minutes later. Shirna reluctantly explained to Du the game plot she had experienced today. Ice cream lover, considering the previous performance of this game, I think maybe you need to report this matter to those old guys and ask them to start investigating. What? Although Shirna is the champion and has a high status in the Alliance, it is obviously better to entrust this kind of investigation mission related to the Dark Organization to a professional like Du. However, at this moment, Du seemed a little unconvinced. Longzai Sai Gao, Sister Zhulan. I don't think you need to be so nervous. Perhaps this is just a plot created by this game. And it's not necessarily true. Sayana's answer was very firm. Ice cream lover, no, Du, this is not just a game. On the first day I started playing this game, I asked Zio Luo to help me research the creator's identity. But I discovered his identity was in a confidential database. And even he couldn't retrieve it. In addition, this game restores all aspects of fossil Pokémon that even Professor Oak's team couldn't. Reveals new Pokémon traits that haven't been discovered by scientific researchers. And even places ancient texts, which the Hone archaeological team has been studying for 10 years without success. In a puzzle game inside a cave. The submarine blueprint I saw in the game today. Honestly, it's a brilliant design I never imagined. Besides, Thought, as you can see, also knows about Regirock, the rock god pillars, and even legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza. Even Dago's performance in the game is exactly the same as his real self. So even though it's hard for me to believe, I think this might be true. Because everything in this game feels real. Faced with Sirna's series of explanations, Du also remained silent. Even though he was a thick-skinned man, he realized the problem after carefully recalling the details that Shirna mentioned and his own experience when playing. It seems that this game has never been fabricated. After a moment, Du spoke again. Dragon Sago, I understand. I will report this matter immediately. If there is any new news, I will contact you as soon as possible. After sending this message, Du picked up the phone on the table and made a call. Ching, help me check someone's information. This person's name is Shui Wudong's a male. And he should be middle-aged. A female voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Okay, boss, I'll check right away, please wait a moment. I found out excluding the two girls with the same name. There is indeed such a person. But this person's identity information is already 30 years old. I sent you the file, boss. You can take a look at it yourself, a notification sounded. And a file suddenly appeared on Du's phone. He opened it and saw the handsome and good-looking face of a young man in the file. Judging from his appearance, really can't tell anything. After all, decades of time can completely change a person's appearance into something completely different. But the two lines of words at the bottom of the file made Randuo suddenly stunned. On September 12,779, he disappeared after sailing on a cruise ship in Violet City. Honed, his whereabouts remain unknown. Birthplace, Hone region, available tomorrow at 6 p.m. Looking at the information prompt that appeared in front of him, Du couldn't help but frowns. All this information is so accurate. Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Could it be that this Shui Wutong is really the leader of the water fleet, as Sirena said? After a brief thought, he finally made a decision. Since the facts are like this, let's just report all these things to the Alliance and let them send people to continue the investigation. If they finally found some clues about Shui Wutong and confirmed that he might be the leader of the water fleet, then I'm afraid their plan would be true. Let the ocean swallow the whole world thinking of this. Du couldn't help but open his mobile phone with a serious expression, ready to edit a text message and send it out. But at this moment, he was in trouble again. How should I explain the source of this clue in the text message? Could it be that I discovered it from a game? The people above me will definitely think I'm joking. At the same time, while Du was thinking, Shirna, who was watching a movie with the audience in the live broadcast room, opened the game as soon as possible. The update prompt box immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Version 0.05 has been released. Today's update content is as follows. 1. Added Zijin City and its surrounding areas. The town on the left side of Zijin City. And the improvement of the tunnel map. Added map content of the upper desert area and the flame shortcut. 2. Open the challenge of the Violet Gym 3. The game adds emotional rendering effects. Sirena took a quick glance and nodded. Although she did not understand the meaning of this last emotional rendering effect, she could understand that the content of this update was quite large, and it was likely that many map areas had been added and opened. This means that I can continue playing for a long time. With this thought in mind, Shirna directly chose to log in and re-enter the game. After crossing the bridge in front of him, he soon arrived at Zijin City. In the real world's Hone region, Shiori City is an important industrial city with many power plants and factories built around it. Almost half of the electricity in the entire Hone region is provided by Shiori City. Correspondingly, there is no sense of worldly affairs in that city. But the Zijin City in this game is quite different from what I imagined. There are indeed several large power plants located around. But in the town there are arcades, bicycle shops, Pokémon centers and other buildings from time to time. You can see a few pedestrians walking on the street with Pokémon and smiling. It doesn't look like an industrial city, but more like an ordinary town. Sirena went to the Pokémon Center to restore the team's condition, and then pushed open the door of the Violet Gym. No matter which town she arrives in, her first goal will be to challenge the gym, because only in this way can she continue to advance in the game. The situation inside the Bohinia Gym also surprised Shirna a little. After entering, the light around her was extremely dim, but in front of her there were several walls composed of flashing intense electric currents, hindering the challenger's progress. Judging from the current situation, there is no way to enter the depths of the gym with these walls blocking the way. But soon Sirena discovered that there was a small pedal switch next to her feet. When she controlled her character to step on it, the electric wall in front of her suddenly changed shape, creating a path for her to move forward out of thin air. Seeing this, she seemed to have understood the rules of the Violet Gym. Shirna looked up and looked around, and sure enough, she saw a new pedal button not far away. But next to this button stood an NPC dressed in gold. This scene was repeated in every corner of the mobile gym. It seems that players who want to challenge the gym must first defeat these NPCs in order to have the right to control these pedals. Through repeated attempts, players can finally find a way to the gym owner in this electric maze. 10 minutes later, Shirna completely defeated all the NPCs guarding the entire gym. At the same time, she made repeated adjustments and passed through layers of electric walls to the gym owner's position. There is a huge throne here that is filled with electric current. At this moment, as Shirna stepped forward, a figure also stood up from the seat and walked down. He was a short old man with gray hair and beard. He looks quite old, however his eyes shone with a clear light. And his every move exuded an aura of confidence. This person is none other than the owner of the Bohinia Gym, Taik Xuan. This person is the founder of Zijin City. All the power generation equipment in Zijin City were built by him. In the entire Hone region, he can be regarded as a legendary figure. Shirna had only heard of this museum owner in the past, but had never met him in person. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in the game. At this moment, Taixuan on the opposite side glanced at her and burst into laughter. His hearty voice echoed in the gym, "You know what, actually? I originally wanted to further renovate Violet City. But seeing that everyone has long been accustomed to living in the city, I could only use my time and ideas in the gym to create that electric gate maze." "So how did you get here? You actually solved my maze." "Hey, hahaha, interesting. It's rare to find young people as smart as you. Well then. I'm Taixuan, the gym leader of the Bohinia Gym. Let me show you the power of electric Pokémon." The Pokéball icon flashes across the screen, and with the exciting and uplifting music playing, the gym battle is about to begin. Following the convention of gym battles, Ironspin was the first to send out his starting Pokémon. Go ahead, Raichu. However, when she saw the figure of that Pokémon, Shirna was suddenly stunned. Of course he recognized Raichu, the evolved form of Pikachu. But why is the Raichu in front of me a little different from the one I remember? Although they both have dark brown hair and a round body, the Raichu in front of him is not that big. Instead, it is somewhat similar to Pikachu. Not only that, the condition of his ears, fur, and tail are completely different from those of a normal Raichu. Why does this Raichu look like this? Shirna carefully observed the appearance of the Raichu. When she was surprised, a prompt displayed on the screen pulled her thoughts back. "Please choose your Pokémon." She then remembered that she was in the middle of a gym battle. "Forget it, let's talk about it after the fight." Shirna glanced at her team and made a choice. "Lot Kappa, please, it's on the shelves today. Please support me by placing your first order." There's not much to say, brothers. Thank you for your support along the way. I love you guys so much. Today I have updated 10,000 words. I will give you another chapter for free and ask for your support by giving me a first subscription. Also, I'll offer a reward. The first order is over 1,500. And the daily update is per month. The first order is over 2,000. And the next 3 months will be per day. Okay, here's the usual list of fellow sacrifices. You are not allowed to play Pokémon. I will always be grateful to Purple God QAQ. Hogwarts, I am Snape, just graduated. The middle-aged counterattack system is here. Building a longevity family by collecting Dragon Chi. Strange arrival, I become an immortal. Man in Tianlong's sword and King Cheng. Lord Demon, the hero, has recruited again. Although Lot Kappa has the water attribute and should be restrained by the electric attribute, his other attribute, the grass attribute, can directly make up for this shortcoming. With the two skills of Shake Dance and High Five Attack, he is obviously more suitable as the starting Pokémon than Forest Lizard in such a battle. Because no matter what situation he faces, he can handle it flexibly. With the appearance of Lot Kappa, the battle officially began and entered the first round. Shirna also chose to launch a surprise attack with a high five without hesitation. When you are in doubt, it is always a good idea to high five first. What's wrong with getting it for free? Don't underestimate this slap. It can not only interrupt the opponent's round and cause some damage, but also break the opponent's props such as the breath belt. And sometimes, just this little bit of damage might be the difference between victory and defeat. As a qualified trainer, every detail must be utilized and considered carefully during the battle. And you must do your best to win, but the next moment. As she input the command, a golden electric light suddenly began to jump and dance on the ground under the feet of the two Pokémon, covering the entire ground in an electric current. A series of system prompts popped up immediately afterwards. An electric field rises beneath my feet. The power of electric skills has been increased, and all Pokémon will no longer fall asleep. Raichu's Surf Tail is triggered, and his speed is greatly increased. Raichu uses a high five attack. As Raichu swung his claws, a huge pair of claws condensed from purple mist slammed heavily on Lot Kappa's body, leaving him stunned on the spot. Lot Kappa wanted to attack but backed off. He wanted to use a high five surprise attack to interrupt his opponent, but was stunned by the slap at this moment. Shirna was looking at the screen in the game, and her thoughts began to race. Electrical sight, what is this? If it was the weather, she could understand it. But this so-called venue seemed to be the first time she had heard of it. The effect of this kind of venue looks somewhat similar to the weather, and seems to be a specific bonus to a certain attribute. And there is another point more importantly. The Raichu in front of him is definitely not the kind of Raichu he imagined. This surfing tail feature is unheard of. So what is going on while Shirna was thinking? The comments on the comment board actually had the same doubts as him. Can someone tell me what an electric field is? Damn, how come this old guy has a field buff when fighting? That's too bad, isn't it? This Raichu looks so weird. And is he even faster than Lot Kappa? Raichu is already fast, alright. Besides, didn't you see that his special ability doubles his speed? Doesn't this resemble Rakuten Kappa's trait? Is this the electric version of AZ and IZ? While everyone was discussing, Shirna also entered the instructions for the second round. Super Absorb. The high five surprise attack only took away some of Lot Kappa's strength and was harmless. The key now is to figure out the skill configuration of this Raichu, and how its attributes differ from those of ordinary Raichu. As the second round began, the opposing Raichu naturally moved first. The fierce electric light condensed on his body and turned into a strong electric current, which went straight to kill Lot Kappa. Raichu uses 100,000 volts. The magnet carried by Raichu increases the power of his electric skills. In the lightning, Lot Kappa's health bar dropped rapidly to below half, and began to flash a dangerous yellow light. Immediately afterwards, countless green light spots condensed and flashed on Lot Kappa's body, giving Raichu a counterattack. This move only caused about 1/3 of Raichu's physical strength damage, and the returning nutrient light spot barely brought Lot Kappa's physical strength back to more than 1/2. Shirna made a judgment immediately and decisively, chose to withdraw from the battle and restart. The barrage was suddenly filled with confusion. Why didn't you fight anymore? Retreat quickly. Taking advantage of the time when the game restarted. Shirna also spoke. The goal of the first challenge is to gather information on the gym leader's first Pokémon. From these 2 rounds, we can see that this Raichu has a very good special attack ability and is also very fast. Also, Lot Kappa's Super Drain didn't do much damage, which proves one thing: he should also have quite outstanding performance in special defense. Conversely, physical defense is definitely his weakest area, because it's difficult for an ordinary Pokémon to be proficient in all 6 areas. The more outstanding its performance in certain areas, the weaker it is in other areas. After hearing Cynthia's explanation, everyone understood, so that's how it is. No wonder she's a champion. Even playing a game is so professional. It's difficult for ordinary Pokémon to achieve the Hexathlon. But can the legendary Pokémon lying in the cave before do it? I don't know if that guy is a Hexathlete, but I'm sure that if he wakes up, he can destroy this violet gym with 1 punch, +1. While the audience was discussing, The game had been successfully restarted, and Sirena also started challenging Taixuan again. This time she didn't let Lot Kappa start first, but directly sent out Kuma to face the Raichu. Since the opponent's special defense level is outstanding, but the physical defense ability is quite weak, then the doll bear is obviously a very good choice. Although the forest lizard has resistance to electricity, its physical attack ability is too low after all. In comparison, Shirna finally chose the teddy bear. Moreover, in this battle, the situation may be the opposite of the previous battle against the strong enemy. The forest lizard with resistance to electricity is the key unit that needs to maintain its status the most. At this moment after the little bear appeared on the scene, he was naturally hit by a high five from Raichu, and the health bar above his head dropped by 1-5. Shirna was not surprised by this and directly asked him to use the skill Feng Jin. But when the second round begins, golden electric light emerged from Raichu's body and suddenly hit the bear doll opposite. Raichu uses 100,000 volts, a critical hit. Before the bear could even make a move, it was killed by this move Sirna, who came up with this setting of a critical hit. Why do I always feel that it is a bit anti-human? In desperation, Shirna had to start another gym battle. However, the process of challenging the gym was still not smooth. To sum it up in one sentence, Taixuan remained silent, simply using 100,000 volts. It would have been fine if that Raichu had been using 100,000 volts all the time. But the next Raichu sent up also kept using 100,000 volts. The most successful time was when Sirna successfully met Magnet, the third Pokémon of Irons, when there was only one forest lizard left as a result. The forest lizard was unlucky and was frozen by a triangle attack. After many failures, Shirna has realized a serious problem. The reason why my gym battle was so difficult was not just because the opponent had one more Pokémon than me, but also because of the existence of that electric field. The power of the skill 100,000 volts is not low to begin with, and there is a chance that it will paralyze your own Pokémon. Coupled with the increased power of the electric field, if there are no ground-type Pokémon in your team, the opponent will continue to use 100,000 volts to attack unscrupulously. But according to his past experience, even if he captured a ground-type Pokémon, Iron Spin should have a way to deal with it. Sirna couldn't help but feel a headache. At this moment, the barrage was also discussing. Damn, this gym is a bit fierce. It seems that it is not easy to beat, indeed. This old man seems cheerful. But how come he turns into a Thunder King when fighting? I think this guy is different from every gym leader before him. His Pokémon don't have any routines or coordination at all. All they have is pure attack and stats. One force can break all laws and say it is. When the sixth battle was restarted, Shirna did not choose to challenge Taixuan again, but walked out of the gym directly. After a series of failures, she felt that she needed to slow down a bit and think about countermeasures. At present, I have a rough idea of the configuration of the opponent's three Pokémon. They are special Raichu that carry magnets, have weak physical defense, but have outstanding other attributes. Thunderman, who has restored his strength with the pomelo fruit, still has amazing special attacks. There is also a 3-in-1 Magneton that can use steel attribute skills and carries unknown items, and a mysterious Pokémon that has not yet been revealed. After sorting out the existing clues, Sirna planned to take a walk around the area. According to the updated tips, there are large areas to explore on both the left and right sides of Zijin City. Maybe he could add a new Pokémon to the team to fight against Iron Spin. The best is the ground type. Although Iron Spin may have a way to counterattack, it is definitely better to have a ground system than not. At least I won't be struck by 100,000 volts for 7 or 8 rounds in a row. With this thought in mind, Sirna looked around. There seems to be a small town on the left where there should be more places to explore. So she set off towards the left side of Zijin City. But after taking a few steps, she stopped and raised her eyebrows slightly because of the scene in front of her. A blooming garden appeared before her eyes. And in that gardens, there was a figure that looked like a little hedgehog. That seems to be a Pokémon that I have never seen before. Unlike the special Raichu she encountered in the gym battle just now, Shirna can be sure that she has never seen a Pokémon similar to the one in front of her. As she subconsciously moved her character forward, a gust of wind suddenly blew through the flower field, and the colorful flowers swayed, obscuring the location of the Pokémon. When the flower returned to its original position, the place where Shirna was looking at was empty. You guys, did you see it? Shirna couldn't help but speak to the audience in the live broadcast room. What do you see? I saw it. I thought I saw a green Pokémon. But for some reason it suddenly disappeared. I saw it too. I thought I was seeing things. So what kind of Pokémon is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Shirna frowned slightly, but suddenly seemed to have discovered something. There seemed to be a spot of light on the ground where the little hedgehog had just been. Flickering but not conspicuous. The character she controlled walked forward, and a line of prompts suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. There seems to be something buried in the soil. Should we dig it out? After Shirna chose yes, something suddenly appeared in front of her. That's actually a flower. The flower is hexagonal, a light red in colors, and it flashes pink light as if breathing. Obviously, the light that Shirna just saw came from here. But the next moment, the flower suddenly withered quickly in the hands of Shirna's character, and the light dimmed and eventually disappeared. Those petals also turned into powder and dissipated in the air. But it seems that there is more to it than that. This flower actually left a tiny red seed in the palm of her hand. You have obtained a special item, Grassisha Flower Seed X1. Looking at the system prompt in front of her, Shirna was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to suddenly remember something. Grassisha Flower, this name always sounds familiar to me, as if I have heard it somewhere. But if I think about it carefully, I can't remember where I heard it specifically. After a moment of thought, she shook her head slightly and put the flower seed into her backpack. Since the system prompts that this is a special item, just put it away first. Perhaps there is some connection between this flower and the Pokémon I just saw. Moreover, her intuition told her that it should not be an ordinary and common Pokémon. While thinking, Shirna was about to get up, but suddenly she found that in the flower bed beside her, with the wind just blowing, several of the originally beautiful and neatly arranged flowers had fallen to the ground in a disorderly manner. She thought about it, entered the command, and asked her character to go forward and pick up the flowers again, restoring them to their original state. The owner of this flower field, it can be seen that he must take good care of these flowers. In that case, let me help you out a little. But in the next class, just as Shirna turned around to leave, a girl in a dress ran over from a distance with a huge exclamation mark on her head. Her voice rang out with a smile and gratitude. Hello, ma'am, I just saw you helping me with the garden. Thank you so much. I think you must be someone who loves flowers. Also, you must be a trainer, right? In that case, I'll give you this as a meeting gift. As the girl's voice sounded, a series of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Shirna's eyes. You have obtained the skill learning machine Green Grass Field. Grass field after use. The current battlefield will be replaced with a grass field. On this field, all Pokémon will recover 1/16 of their maximum health at the end of their turn. At the same time, the power of grass attribute skills will be increased by 30%. And the power of Earthquake Stomp and Magnitude moves will be halved at the same time. The barrage in the live broadcast room began to refresh frantically. 666. I found that the main theme of this game is that good people will be rewarded. Isn't that how it should be? People who do good deeds should be rewarded. This is so positive, everyone, from today on. I'm going to help an old lady run a red light every day. Excuse me, I'm crossing the road. Shirna looked at this line of prompt, and it took her a while to come back to her senses. What is this? A pillow for you when you feel sleepy. This skill learning machine can just solve my biggest problem right now. She was just about to turn around and thank the girl, but she found that she had already walked away. She guessed that the author must have deliberately set up this skill learning machine in this place. This is equivalent to a tutorial, teaching players the importance of venue, but coming back to that, is there such a field skill in reality? After a moment of thought, Syrna shook her head slightly, and her gaze had changed. With this skill learning machine, electrical space is no longer a problem, then let's challenge the gym again. 2 minutes later, another gym battle begins. You were able to get up so quickly after falling down. Very good, let me see your progress. Following Ironspin's passionate announcement, he once again sent out that special Raichu as the starting Pokémon. And what Syrna sent out were forest lizards. The electric field began to linger and jump under the feet of the two Pokémon. And the electric field was instantly activated. There was no suspense about what happened in the first round. With the characteristics activated, Raichu once again took the lead in launching a high-five surprise attack, successfully skipping the first round of the forest lizard and knocking off less than 1/4 of his health. At the beginning of the second round, Raichu took the lead again this time. Due to the resistance of the forest lizard, did not use 100 volts but used the skill volt replacement, as his body turned into a yellow electric current and crashed into the forest lizard. The latter's health bar above its head suddenly dropped a little, and Raichu also turned into a red light and returned to the Pokéball. A message suddenly pops up: Magneton has been replaced. A red light flashed, and a brand new Pokémon appeared where Raichu had been. It is Magnetron, a 3-in-1 monster that possesses both electric and steel attributes and is resistant to grass-type moves. However, the next moment, the forest lizard raised its claws. A green light emerged under his feet, and blooming flowers and grass grew out of thin air, covering the entire venue, replacing the originally restless electric currents. The forest lizard used the grassy field. The field is covered with green grass. Grass-type skills have increased in power. Some ground-type skills have decreased in power. Pokémon's health will continue to recover. Following this prompt, 2 dark green spots of light emerged from the ground and sank into the bodies of the 2 Pokémon. The stamina bar above the forest lizard's head was instantly restored a little. Immediately afterwards, the third round began. Syrna did not make a move, but chose to replace the Pokémon and directly sent out Lot Kappa. At the same time, the 3-in-1 Magneto on the opposite side let out 3 sharp and neat chirps, and a dazzling pale light burst out from his body. Heading straight for Lot Kappa, Magnemon used the Cannon Beam Cannon. This is a high-powered special attack move with steel attribute. Logically speaking, with the extremely strong special attack ability of the 3-in-1 Magnet, it can cause extremely high damage. However, this shot only reduced the health bar above Lot Kappa's head by less than 1/3. Because of the water attribute that Lot Kappa possesses, it can resist steel attribute moves. As this round ended, the green light spots on the field reappeared, restoring some of Lot Kappa's strength. The next moment, a new round began. The one who took action first this time was naturally the faster Lot Kappa. Lot Kappa uses the shake dance. He started dancing, swaying from side to side end to the sound of funny music. A huge Venus vortex and several little ducks suddenly appeared above Magneto's head. Magnemon is in chaos. Magneton attacked himself because of confusion. Looking at the health bar above Magneto's head, which had dropped a bit because of attacking himself, Syrna knew that her chance had come. She took a deep breath and chose to replace Pokémon again, sending out the teddy bear. Even though the biggest problem in this battle, the electric field, was solved, the disadvantage of 4 versus 3 Pokémon numbers was still not alleviated. Therefore, to win this battle, a different approach is needed. She previously mentioned that the most crucial unit in this battle is the forest lizard. That's true, but actually, that's not entirely true. At this moment, the bear puppet appeared, and golden stars appeared on the head of the 3-in-1 Magneto again, and it crashed into the ground. Magneton attacked himself because of the confusion. 2 consecutive episodes of confusion caused him to lose half of his physical strength. However, the goddess of luck cannot always be on Sirna's side. As the next round began, the golden star on Magneto's head also disappeared. The chaos of Magneto 3-in-1 has been resolved. The chaotic state that could have lasted for 3 to 5 rounds was finally resolved at this moment. However, Sirna's expression did not fluctuate at all, and there was even a slight smile on the corner of her mouth. Facing a fighting-type Pokémon, Magneto is at a great disadvantage. Then he will definitely choose to replace the Pokémon. In that case, our chance has come. Tongmu Bear be strong. As soon as Sirna finished speaking, the 3-in-1 Magneto on the opposite side of the field turned into a red light and was taken back by Iron Whirl. Instead, there was still that familiar figure, the peculiarly shaped Raichu. However, the bear puppet did not launch an attack instead. He raised his arms on the spot, and a deep red light accompanied by a blue light appeared on his body. Tongsheng used bodybuilding, and his attack and defense levels increased. At the beginning of a new round, Raichu used the skill High Five Surprise Attack again. However, this time, with the improvement of physical defense level, this attack did not cause much damage except making the bear doll afraid, and only caused him to lose a little blood originally. This was enough as consumption, but when the round ended, a green light rose from the field and penetrated into the body of the bear doll, directly restoring its health to full just like that. Raichu's High Five Surprise Attack had no practical effect at all. Sirna took a deep breath and chose the skill bodybuilding again. Raichu was still the first to attack, even without the electric field to trigger his characteristics. His basic speed seemed to be quite high. The dazzling lightning struck the bear doll in an instant, taking away most of his strength. But he seemed to be indifferent, still raising his arms and swinging them up and down like a fitness exercise. And the red and blue lights once again lit up on his body. The attack and defense levels of the bear doll have been increased again. Normally speaking, with the durability of the Bearcat, even if it has completed the second enhancement, it is meaningless in front of Raichu, because this skill provides physical defense, and Raichu's 100,000 volts is a special attack skill. The damage it will cause will still be the same. In other words, in the case of attacking last, with the stamina bar of Bearcat less than half, there is no way for Bearcat to withstand Raichu's second move, 100. 0 volts in the next round. However, as the round ended, the green light appeared again on the field and sank into the bodies of the 2 Pokémon. Because of this, the physical strength of the doll bear has recovered to just over half. Relying on the continuous recovery effect of the green grass field, he successfully offset the damage of Raichu's High Five Surprise Attack, and also escaped the opponent's second move of 100. 0 volts. This also means that after completing 2 enhancements, he has the right to take action once next moment. The whistling flash of electric current flashed again, and the 100. 0 volts hitting the bear doll caused his physical strength to drop rapidly. But when his stamina bar hit the bottom, the decline came to an abrupt halt. Only a little bit of strength left. And with a roar, the bear puppet raised his paws high. Twinkle Bear used tit for tat, a rich, dark light emerged from his claws, slashing towards the Raichu opposite him. Tit for tat, an evil attribute skill. The basic power of this move is only 100. But once it is used in the last attack state, the power will be doubled to, plus the effect of 2-level physical attack enhancement. Raichu's physical defense was weak, and the health bar above his head fell rapidly like a roller coaster and was directly reduced to 0. And it's not over yet. A fruit suddenly flashed in front of the bear doll, turned into a ray of light and entered his body, directly raising his health bar to more than 30%. The leba fruit carried by the teddy bear has taken effect. His strength has been restored immediately afterwards. A green light appeared from the fields, directly restoring the physical strength of the bear doll to nearly half. The subsequent battle process went smoothly. The most difficult Raichu was killed with 1 punch from the Bearcat. The 3-in-1 Magnetron, which had the advantage of grass attribute, lost half of its own physical strength due to 2 consecutive confusions. Seeing the bear doll in such a state, Taixuan naturally didn't dare to send out the 3-in-1 Magnet, and could only be forced to release Thunderman. While Thunderbeast was faster than Bear Cross, as a Pokémon that hadn't evolved yet, its special attack power was clearly insufficient. Furthermore, without the benefit of the electric field, after a 100,000-volt charge, Bear Cross's health bar was reduced to a mere fraction. Just like that, the Thunder Beast was just coming on the scene when it was sent away by the child doll bear with a tit-for-a-tooth attack. Immediately afterwards, although Ironspin sent out the final Pokémon Electrocontour to the field, it used the preemptive attack Sonic Punch to barely take away the last bit of the remaining strength of Bearcat. But it is obvious that neither Electabuzz nor Magneto, which has only half of its strength left, can do anything to Lot Kappa to be on the safe side. Shirna even sent out the Forest Lizard again to create a green grass field before sending out the Lot Kappa again. In this way, after a few rounds, as the 3-in-1 magnetic monster fell in the bubble light of Lot Kappa, this gym battle finally came to an end, declaring Shirna's victory. When the battle ended, Taixuan stood up from his seat laughing and clapping. What a wonderful battles! Today's young people are truly amazing. It seems you've understood the importance of the battlefield. I admire the coordination between you and your Pokémon. It's like seeing myself in my youth, Taixuan said as he took out a lightning-shaped badge and handed it to Shirna. Take this is the violet badge. With it, your Pokémon's level cap can reach 30. And you can also let them use the secret move Rock Smash. By the way, if you want to learn this move, you can go to the home of a researcher below my gym and find him. This is his masterpiece, and he would be happy to teach you. Immediately afterwards, Taixuan slapped his forehead and took out another learning machine CD. Besides, this is for you. This is a learning machine for the skill 100,000 volts. Yes, it's the move I loved using just now. Not only is it very powerful, it can also paralyze the opponent's Pokémon. Make sure your Pokémon takes advantage of it. Okay, I have something to do. I have to go to the city first. If you have the chance, you are welcome to challenge me in the gym again. After saying that, Taixuan laughed and turned away. Haha, come on, young peoples. The future belongs to you. Only Shirna was left standing there looking at the 100-volt learning machine in her hand with a complicated expression. To be honest, at the beginning, this move really made me numb, unfortunately. There is no Pokémon in my team that can learn this move, so naturally I can't use it for the time being. But when she thought of this, she suddenly realized something. Wait. It seems that all of Kishu's Pokémon are electric type. Right? Doesn't that mean once she defeats this gym, she can give all her Pokémon 100,000 volts? Thinking of that scene, Shirna couldn't help but shiver. No matter how powerful the NPCs in this game are, as long as the main Pokémon isn't a ground type, who can withstand a team of electric-type Pokémon using 100 volts of damage? Who can stop her? No, I have to hurry up and speed up. She took a deep breath, controlled her character and quickly walked out of the gym. Of course, Shirna did not forget that she was currently in the middle of a live broadcast. As she walked out of the gym, she began to explain the key points of the previous battle to the commentators. The key to this battle, as you can see, is to terminate the opponent's electric field while creating a grass field that is beneficial to us. But there are actually a few more key points besides this. You may not understand them, let me explain them to you. The reason we started with Lizard instead of Rakuten Kappa is because, in the electric field, even if Rakuten Kappa has high 5 attack, it can't be used before Raichuso. We just sent Lizard out. And because of Lizard's resistance, and the presence of Magnetron, a Pokémon with a significant advantage against Lizard, on the opposing team, he will naturally choose to replace it in the second round. This provides the Forest Lizards with a round to fight for space on the field. After seizing the field, We will switch to Lot Kappa in the next round, using his water attribute to resist the steel attribute's joint defense. Next, it's the turning point of this battle. Let Lot Kappa use the shake dance to control the opponent's Magneto. It doesn't matter whether the confusion in the first round is effective or not. The most important thing is the second round, because in this rounder most important unit, the Bearcat, will appear. If Magneto's move is used to attack you due to confusion during the second round, then Bearcat will be able to switch to the battlefield without taking any damage, thus breaking through any possible strong ability he may have. This forces the opponent to replace Pokémon in the next round. Otherwise, the Steel-type 3-in-1 Magnetron will be taken away by a Fighting-type skill. This gives us an opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Finally, the most crucial moment is when the Bearcat fights Raichu. Raichu has a strong speed advantage and his 10 volts, even without the bonus of the electric field, can defeat the full-strength bear in 2 moves. Not to mention he also has a skill like High 5 attack, which allows him to deal damage for free after appearing on the scene. Thankfully, the stamina recovery effect from the green grass field can help us solve all of the above problems. The first recovery offset the damage from the High 5 attack, and the next 2 recovery times helped Bearcat escape directly from Raichu's second attack line, thus giving it another chance to attack after the second reinforcement. At this point, a tit for a tooth with 4 times the power will definitely be able to defeat Raichu. After all, physical defense is not his strong point. At the same time, the opponent's attack will also reduce the child bear's health to the last bit, successfully triggering the fruit recovery effect below 1/3 of the health. This will replenish the child bear's last bit of health, while ensuring that he will not be taken down by the opponent's priority skills, allowing him to exert his last remaining energy. From here, the rest is easy. The Forest type in Lot Kappa will finish off this battle, and will have won with 3 Pokémon against 4. After Shirna finished this series of explanations, many viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. For them, fighting is actually a very distant thing. Usually they just watch the competitions between trainers on TV, but they can only skim the surface and cannot deeply understand the content. But now that Shirna is here, even if it is just a pixel turn-based battle, they feel shocked and benefited a lot. So this is what people call the charm of battle. A few seconds later, everyone in the live broadcast room came to their senses and posted comments. Is this the champion's approach to battle? I've learned it, I really have. Mouth, I learned it, brain, I didn't. As expected of Sister Nana. She plays games like this professionally at the same time. Shirna had already walked out of the Violet Gym and released 3 Pokémon from her backpack. As usual, every time she arrived at the museum, it was a time for celebration. She first set her sights on the Forest Lizard and touched his head. Forest Lizard, your grassy field was really crucial this time. You played a role in the final blow. And thanks to your pure grass-type attribute, we were able to force back the opponent's Raichu and trick him into switching to Magneto, revealing our weakness. Listening to Shirna's sincere words, the Forest Lizard was originally feeling sad about not performing well in this gym battle. But now, after hearing these words, his mood immediately improved. He curled his lips, stood there obediently, and allowed Shirna's character to caress him. After praising the Forest Lizard, Shirna turned her attention to Lot Kappa. Lot Kappa, this time I'm asking you to take the lead and find out the opponent's situation. Thank you for your hard work, hey Tilda. Lot Kappa swayed his body from side to side looking happy. He didn't seem to care about such things. As long as he can fight and win with his trainer, he will be very happy. As for the last teddy bear, Shirna was just about to praise him. Tongsheng, this time it's all thanks to, however. Before she could finish her words, a prompt popped up in front of her, a stuffed bear. The next moment, a colorful evolutionary light suddenly burst out from the body of the bear doll. His appearance began to change rapidly in the light, gradually growing larger when the light faded. His body shape had completely changed. He became stronger and taller, and he now stood on 2 legs instead of 4. He looked like a human's, but his appearance and fur have not changed at all. He looks just like an enlarged child's bear. Congratulations! Your Pokémon Teddy Bear has evolved into Teddy Bear. After the bear evolved, he first looked at his new body with some curiosity, then strode forward and hugged Shirna in his arms. Making an excited cry, roar tilde tilde. Shirna looked at the pale-faced herself on the screen, and her expression was complicated for a moment. It was a good thing to celebrate that Teddy Bear had evolved, but she still felt a little weird when she thought about how this Pokémon in her memory could not hold back when hugging people after it evolved. Fortunately, the person being hugged was not me, but the character in the game, of course. Even if she really tamed a bear in reality, she would patiently accompany the other party until he got rid of this bad habit. It's just that during this process, you may suffer a little. The barrage was also full of laughter at this moment. Nana must be thinking luckily it wasn't her who was hugged. This game is so realistic that it even makes the deadly chain hugs of the bear's trainer look like this. Haha, 2 seconds silence for strawberry ice cream. Just like that, Shirna's battle at the Violet City gym ended perfectly. She found the researcher Taixuan mentioned in the house in the lower left corner of the gym. After teaching Bear the rock-crushing technique, she took a deep breath and prepared to leave Zijin City, so as to maintain this momentum and continue to move towards the next gym. But speaking of which city is the next gym in? Shirna opened the game map and started checking it out. The next gym seems to be in Fuyan Town. But why is this town so far away from me on the map? Time passed quickly, the night is dark. In a villa in the Kanto region, Du opened his eyes while lying on the bed. Yesterday I stayed up late playing Emerald, and was called out for a mission in the morning. When I got home in the afternoons, I felt that I couldn't take it anymore. So I lay down on the bed and had a good sleep at this moment. He got up and sat back in front of the computer, and couldn't wait to start the Emerald for some reason. When playing this game, I always felt a sense of being high. It was as if something hidden deep in his blood had been awakened. If Ling Feng were here, he would be able to give him an accurate diagnosis immediately. Well, this is internet addiction, there is no way around it. After starting the game, Du, who had already defeated the fighting gym, arrived at the beach of Kina City on Old Man Hachai's boat. After easily killing the NPCs around him like Sirna, he was also troubled for a while because of the round-robin battle between his rival and Shinji. After countless attempts, Du finally managed to get through then. Du witnessed the water fleet attack in the Science and Technology Museum, when the submarine curator showed him the stolen blueprints. Wataru was quite surprised, although he didn't understand them very well. The blueprints looked incredibly sophisticated, not something that could be easily made at that moment. He understood why Cynthia had been so adamant about the game's authenticity. Immediately afterwards, Du crossed the bridge and successfully arrived in Zijin City. Unlike Sirna, did not go to challenge the gym immediately, but began to search in various rooms in Zijin City. This was a little trick he discovered during his previous playthrough. The author seemed to have deliberately arranged a lot of props and moves to learn, as well as resources and rewards that could be obtained around each city. In the upcoming gym battles, some rewards can even be of crucial use. So every time you arrive in a new city, it's always a good idea to search the area nearby. Sure enough, soon Du met an older sister in front of the flower bed on the left. The other party asked him a question directly. "Sir, please stay, do you like flowers?" Du thought for a moment and replied truthfully. Some flowers are really beautiful. The way they bloom all over the mountains and fields is full of vitality. Of course I like them. The older sister laughed and gave him a skill learning machine. This is a grassy field. Using it will change the field above the battle. Please make good use of it. Du opened the team interface and took a look around, and found that his starting Pokémon, Knowing Fruitworm, could learn this move. So he simply let Knowing Fruitworm comprehend it. In addition to this skill learning machine, Du also found several golden beads in the grass on the left, a skill learning machine called Substitute A Light Stone, and a portable item magnet that can increase the power of electric skills. It's a pity that none of these things can be used by him immediately. Those gold beads can be exchanged for some money. Just as Du had checked the entire area around Zijin City and was about to start challenging the gym, he suddenly discovered that there was a huge game hall right below the gym that he had never been to. Maybe there are some useful props hidden in this game hall. He went straight into the game room and started searching around. However, what made him feel a little regretful was that even though he had searched every corner of the game hall, he still couldn't find any props. Du talked to the waiter at the front desk and learned that he could use the currency he had on him to exchange for game coins. You can get more game coins by using it to play games in the lobby. These game coins can all be exchanged for practical props at the front desk. For example, various learning machines, and even the 3 starter Pokémon. As long as you accumulate 10,000 points, you can exchange it for a quasi-god Dratini. But in reality, the experienced Du knew very well that this was just a marketing trick of this game hall. There are actually many game halls like this in reality. They all use various rare Pokémon and excellent props as rewards to attract people to come and play. However, in reality, it is almost impossible to make money on those machines using game coins, and you will only lose more the more you play. As for the mini dragon, based on the exchange rate between their game coins and cash, it would cost a full 100 million. What is this concept? I searched the entire Zijin City from beginning to end, but could only barely make more than 1 yuan, therefore. Du quickly lost interest and turned around to leave. But just as he was about to step out the door, he suddenly saw a strange scene. A sneaky man suddenly disappeared when he approached the corner of the game hall. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately turned back to the place where the man disappeared and looked around. But there seems to be only a wall here and nothing else. No matter whether Du controlled the character to press the dialogue button or walked up directly, there was no response. Did I just see it wrong? Du couldn't help but mutter to himself, however. The next moment, he suddenly noticed that there was a landscape painting hanging in the upper right corner of the wall. He subconsciously controlled his character to walk over and press the dialogue button on the painting. A line of prompts suddenly popped up. There seems to be a button behind this painting. Do you want to press it? Du raised his brow. Sure enough, there is a problem. He chose to press the option and a new prompt popped up. You press the switch, and the wall next to you seemed to be loose. When Du controlled the character to walk towards the wall again, the wall in front of him suddenly rotated rapidly and led him directly into a secret passage. It was a dark corridor, and the background music suddenly became tense and rapid. Before Du could control the character, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Who are you? Little devil, this is not the place for you. The battle was about to begin, and the person who appeared opposite Watari was an NPC wearing Team Rocket uniform. When Du saw this person, his brows immediately frowned. So, this arcade is actually a secret base of Team Rocket. Before he could even think about it, he saw the other side immediately send out their starting Pokémon. It was a huge level 45 Wolfhound. Du glanced at the Pokémon in his team, whose highest level barely reached the upper limit of 25. Then glanced at the big Wolfhound, and decisively chose to exit the game and restart. Obviously, according to the setting of the game author, the secret base of Team Rocket requires players to reach a certain level before they can explore it again. But Du's mind was not on this game at the moment. What Sirena told Du today has made him understand one thing: nothing in this game is done casually. If it is the water sycamore of the water fleet, it is real. So this secret base of Team Rocket. After a moment of silence, Watari finally made a decision. This kind of thing is really better to believe it than not to believe it. The Rockets have been eerily quiet lately, which actually makes him feel a little uneasy. Now that there is an opportunity to take the initiative, how could he not seize it? He simply picked up his phone and dialed a number. After the phone rang several times, it was finally connected. and a somewhat impatient grumble came from the other end. Tusk, it's so late. Who's calling when they have so much to do? Hello, this is the Kanto Regional Security Department. What can I do for you? Watari coughed. It's me. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to wake up instantly and said quickly, "Oh boss, I'm sorry. I was so sleepy that I didn't realize it was you." "What's wrong, boss? It's so late. Is there an emergency?" Du originally wanted to say that he got a clue about Team Rocket in a game, but he suddenly realized that this statement seemed a bit inappropriate. So he changed it. "I received an important tip from an informant about Team Rocket's secret industry. Now, take Team 1 and Team 3 and go check all the arcades in the Kanto region, especially the large ones. Focus on the items hanging on the walls and inside the trash cans to see if there are any hidden switches. Remember, don't alert the enemy if you find anything. Contact me and I'll be there right away. Also be prepared for battle." After Du finished speaking, he put down the phone, took a deep breath, hand put on his cloak. He turned around and walked outside, releasing a burly dragon Pokémon onto the open ground. "Dragonite, get ready to work overtimes." Ow. Under the night sky, an orange figure with astonishing momentum soared into the sky, accompanied by a violent wave of air. The next morning, Cerulean City. When Ling Feng woke up from bed in the morning, stretched himself, and saw the unfamiliar ceiling above his head, he couldn't help but look a little dazed. After a long pause, he suddenly remembered one thing: he had moved. The original shabby and cramped rental house has become a thing of the past. He took a long breath, get up from the bed, and prepared to greet the beautiful new day. However, at this moment, a series of information prompts suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. "Ding host, please take note. The important character Du has broken through the shock threshold, and his threshold level has been raised to level 2. Ling Feng's no buddy, if I remember correctly. Didn't you just start playing games yesterday? How come the threshold suddenly increased to level 2 today? You know, Keishu started playing several days earlier than Du, but he still hasn't broken through to level 2. What's going on with Dodo? Did something happen to him in the game?" Ling Feng thought deeply for a while, but couldn't figure out what Du had experienced in the game that led to such a breakthrough. But he changed his mind and felt relieved. Never mind. Brother Du's emotional level has increased. Not only will I get a reward, but the emotional points I get from him will also increase. This is a good thing anyway. He looked at the prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him. "Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received the threshold upgrade reward, 1,500 emotion points and a random intermediate crafting module X1. What? Ling Feng didn't hesitate and directly picked up the card and chose to use it. The next Momenta brand new module appeared before his eyes. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the new module Platform Crossing Intermediate. Introduction. With this module, all non-VR games developed by the host can be installed on mobile phones, computers, game consoles, and even sports watches, without any compatibility issues, regardless of device configuration. Smooth operation is guaranteed, and they can be freely played online with other platforms and data can be exchanged." Seeing these prompts, Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Such a module is definitely not among the best among all intermediate modules, but it can be considered quite good, after all, for a game. Making multi-platform clients and making the two sides communicate with each other requires a lot of energy and time. Many good games can only be played on computers due to device limitations. With this module, you don't have to worry about such problems. Not only is data interoperable, but each platform can also be freely connected. Anyone who has bought this game can play it when they are free. No matter where they are, even more exaggerated. You can play your own games on sports watches, learning machines, and even car TVs, of course. This game is not suitable for fishing at the moment. Having said that, he felt that this module did not actually bring that much improvement to Pokémon Emerald. After all, it was just a small game of a few hundred megabytes, and the equipment requirements were not that high. But to be honest, The emeralds I made now do not look like what a mini-game should look like. Ling Feng still felt a little regretful about the extraction of the upgrade reward this time. After all, the last time he extracted something like a special module. He could tell at a glance that special modules were more effective than regular modules and could also provide additional points. According to the system, these modules cannot be purchased directly and can only be generated through extraction. It is also unknown what the specific probability of producing special modules is. Ling Feng pushed open the door while thinking, washed up quickly and came to the living room, greeting Zhu Guangling, who was already eating breakfast at the dining table. Good morning, candlelight spirit. How was your day last night? The last day of summer, the last day of summer. Zhu Guangling ate the food in the bowl in big mouthfuls without even raising his head. Ling Feng didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Zhu Guangling seemed a little tired. However, Ling Feng didn't care too much about it. Maybe after moving into a new home, he was very curious about everything around him. So he played all night and got tired. This is the case with all young Pokémon. When they grow up, they are not so playful. Ling Feng doesn't intend to care and just lets him be. He stuffed the sandwich that the butler had prepared in advance into his mouth and turned on the TV projection in the living room. The current channel happens to be the news channel. And at this moment, a female host is sitting upright in front of the screen, reporting a piece of news. Our reporter reports that a major incident occurred in the Kanto region last night. A large hideout of the dark organization Team Rocket was destroyed by the Alliance's law enforcement officers. Ling Feng was stunned when he heard this, Team Rocket. He looked up and found that when the female host was broadcasting, the corresponding picture also appeared in the upper right corner of the screen. It seemed to be a huge game hall. The scene was in a mess, with smoke everywhere and various machines destroyed and scattered on the ground. It was obvious that a big battle had just happened here. A group of people wearing Team Rocket uniforms were being escorted out of the arcade by League law enforcement officers. Following them were a large number of Pokémon trapped in iron cages, as well as various strange devices and instruments. The hostess's introduction continued. Who could have imagined that a massive underground base was hidden within the largest arcade in Golden City? The Alliance dispatched a large number of law enforcement officers that very night to clear it out. They arrested 135 members of Team Rocket and confiscated over 100 illegal scientific research instruments. According to the Alliance, many Pokémon that were captured and used for illegal experiments were discovered in the underground base. The Alliance will crack down on this behavior according to the law, treat the injuries of these Pokémon, and find a suitable home for them, so that every Pokémon can enjoy the right to live that they deserve. Currently, the registered company of this video game entertainment city has been sealed by the Alliance. Our reporter will continue to follow up on the report. Next, we have another piece of news. According to the latest findings from the Astronomical Research Department, a red meteor shower may pass by our planet in a month. When Ling Feng saw Thish froze on the sofa, as if he had realized something, combined with the prompt that popped up this morning about the shock threshold upgrade. Could it be that Du was playing his own game last night and discovered in Violet City that Team Rocket had hidden a secret base in the arcade? So he sent people to the Kanto region to search overnight. He actually found this. No wonder Du's mood swings are so great that they can break through the threshold. As a secret investigator of the Alliance, he suddenly learned from a game that the world's largest dark organization had opened a secret base in an arcade. Then he followed the clue and found it. It's hard to keep this emotion stable, okay? Ling Feng was speechless with a complicated expression. This is naturally a good thing for the Alliance. But for Sakaki it is simply an unprovoked disaster. Never mind, it's none of my business. I'm just a game developer anyway in the end. Even if you want to investigate, you can't find the fault with yourself besides. Team Rocket's insane behavior of using Pokémon for live research should have been stopped. Thinking of this, an important idea suddenly flashed through Ling Feng's mind. Pokémon experiment, correct. The world I am traveling through now is equivalent to a parallel world. There are many things and characters that are exactly the same as the original. But there are also many things that are different from the original. For example, legendary beasts haven't appeared in hundreds of years. And there aren't as many trainers as in the original game. Then what is the current situation of Mutwo? The only man-made legendary Pokémon and one of the ceilings of combat power. In the plot of Ultra Emerald, the secret base under the Violet City Game Hall is used by Team Rocket to research and create Mutwo. In the original works, Mutwo is also a special Pokémon artificially created by Team Rocket's crazy plan. While it has the Mew genes, it has completely different and powerful combat abilities. It is not even an exaggeration to rank it among the first-level gods. Then, the current Rocket team has already started to make Mutwo. There's still no such plan. Or has Mutwo already been created? Ling Feng fell into deep thought. If it's the second possibility, then it's okay. But if it is the former or the latter, then it will be a bit troublesome. After being created by Team Rocket, the legendary beast Mutwo initially had no independent consciousness and was always used by Team Rocket as a tool. It was not until latter by some accident that he slowly began to awaken his consciousness and successfully escaped from the control of the Rockets and became a free individual. But in this world, Ling Feng couldn't be sure whether things would develop as in the original plot if Team Rocket really developed Mutwo. In a world where the strongest trainers can only reach champion level, and legendary beasts have vanished into thin air, Team Rocket completely controls Mutwo's power and holds it for themselves. Ling Feng didn't dare to think too much about what might happen. But then again, was just an ordinary game developer. And there was nothing he could do about getting involved in such matters. However, he could use the game to find a way to reveal more information about Mutwo in the following plot. I believe that after seeing this information, whether it is Cyrnadu or other gym leaders and kings, they will take action in the real world. Just like when Watari went to destroy Team Rocket's secret base this time. Thinking of this, Ling Feng shook his head slightly and felt a little relieved. But at the same time, he also realized a new problem. Since Mutwo's situation in this world is unclear, what about the other original characters? Do characters like Ash and Misty exist? This can only be explored by yourself later. If Xiaoji were here, I would have to meet this old friend no matter what, by the way. He should be careful in the finals, because he might encounter a Mega Charizard with the water storage ability when using Greninja. However, one thing that is clear about the world he lives in is that the Pokémon area in this world is not perfect. Pokémon from some regions have clearly appeared, but the corresponding regions do not exist. For example, the previous Crystal Flower is a Pokémon unique to the Padia region. However, Earth's world only has 4 regions, Hone Sinnoh. Canton Unova, if I must say. There is also a Padia region where a strange tree is located, but its area is very small, far less vast than in the original work, like a castrated version. As for the Alola region and the Kalos region, it is even worse. They simply no longer exist. But this is obviously a good thing for Ling Feng, because in subsequent games, he can better present these areas to the players. So the next game, will it be Shuzi based on the Padia region, or Sun and Moon based on the Alola region? Just as Ling Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Ling Feng subconsciously turned around suddenly, but found that there was nothing behind him. Is it an illusion? He touched the back of his head. At that moment, besides the chill, Ling Feng always felt that something was watching him from behind. But then I thought, it was broad daylight and there were security guards around my villa. In addition, your identity is kept confidential by the system and is completely confidential, so you don't have to worry about being found by others. Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and walked towards the bedroom. However, what he didn't know was, shortly after he left, a black shadow quietly appeared at the living room window. its scarlet eyes spying in the direction Ling Feng had just left. After a moment, it disappeared into the air, Sinnoh region. After challenging the gym yesterday, Shirna did not continue to head to Fuyan town, but ended her live broadcast and went out as a champion. Even if the league didn't assign her any specific tasks, she still needed to spend time dealing with some daily affairs. Fortunately, she was lucky enough not to receive any special mission the next day, and had another whole day to play with emeralds. After logging into the game with ease, opening the live broadcast room, and saying hello to the barrage, Shirna's character reappeared at the door of the Violet Gym. Following Taichuan's instructions, she went to a room next to the gym, and after having Bear successfully learn the rock-crushing technique, she used this technique to break through the two rocks blocking the way and continue to head towards Zijin City. Not long after she left, her screen went black. A new CG was activated and emerged. In the CG, there is a vast desert with a violent sandstorm. In the desert, the giant ants shook their heads. Looking for today's lunch, Desert Naya takes root in the sand, trying to absorb the last bit of water left in the land. Shirna could even see a few skulls of unknown creatures, scattered across the desert, and then blown away by a gust of wind. Such a delicate and realistic picture makes her feel as if she is really in a desert. After the CG ended, the entrance to the desert naturally appeared before her eyes. But when Shirna was about to control her character to go in and find out what was going on, her character was blown back by a howling gust of wind. The game prompt also pops up, the dust here is too strong. Temporarily unable to enter. Shirna had to feel a little regretful and could only continue to move towards the left. To be honest, she was quite interested in such a desert, because in such remote places, there are often many objects and relics from ancient times. Next, after defeating several difficult NPCs, she climbed to the foot of Yantu Mountain. She learned from passersby that if she wanted to go up the mountain, she could only take the cable car nearby. But the entrance of the cable car was blocked by two NPCs wearing red hats. This time, Shirna recognized their identities at a glance through the logos on their clothes. This is another large dark organization in the Hone region. The lava groups, unlike the water fleet, they act in a very high-profile manner, and their members often commit illegal acts such as robbery and theft in broad daylight. Therefore, the Alliance Law Enforcement Organization in the Hone region has launched large-scale crackdowns on them more than once. Fortunately, in recent years, the organization's illegal activities have become less and less frequent, and it has disappeared just like the water fleet. Shirna looked at the two people in front of her and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She already knew that Du had found the rocket team's secret base in the Kanto region last night with the help of the content in the game. This is definitely not a coincidence, but the game does provide accurate clues about the villain organization. In that case, the thing about water Wudong should also be true. So what about this lava ball? Could it be that they also have an amazing plan like the water fleet? Shirna suppressed her emotions, controlled the character, walked forward and tried to have a conversation with the two NPCs, to see if she could get some information from them. However, the two men drove her back without saying a word. Where did you come from, little brat? The boss said no one is allowed to pass through here. So leave us alone, that's right. Don't even think about going there until they come back from Meteor Cave. See these two lines of prompts. Shirna understood that this place was the same as before, and she probably had to trigger a certain plot to get through. As for this Meteor Cave, according to the map, you need to go through the cave on the side, go to the next city, Kioi Town, and then walk a long distance downwards to reach it. So she turned and entered a cave nearby. This cave is called the Flame Shortcut. The temperature inside is extremely high, and large amounts of steam can be seen everywhere. Most of the Pokémon living here are fire type, such as Turtle Charmer and Charmer. With Lot Kappa's bubble light restraint, Shirna successfully passed through the cave with almost no pressure. But just as he walked out of the cave, a man came straight up to him. He was a young man with a strange hairstyle that covered half of his face. The other person has green pupils and looks about the same age as Sirna's character. As soon as we met, he spoke first, his tone cheerful. Hey, hello, nice to meet you. I want to ask you a question. Do you know the ultimate hole, the ultimate hole? Faced with the 4 words uttered by the person who suddenly appeared in front of her, Sirna couldn't help but be slightly stunned. These were words she had never heard of before. The young man opposite saw that Sirna was stunned and did not respond. So he spoke again. Well, it seems you don't know about this strange phenomenon. What a shame, I thought I could get some clues from you. But you should be a Pokémon trainer, right? Since we've met, do you want to fight? Following his words, the game did not immediately enter combat mode as usual. A line of prompts popped up in front of Sirna. Young Master of the Ether Foundation, Gladion has arrived to challenge. Do you accept the battle? Sirna thought about it and finally decided to confirm. The young man suddenly smiled. Very good, then let's have a good sparring match. I'll show you the partner I'm most proud of. The next moment, exciting battle music sounded. The Pokeball icon crossed the screen, and the game entered the battle interface. Faced with the sudden changes, the audience's reaction in the live broadcast room was naturally much greater than that of Sirna. In a game where everyone is so overpowered and you have to fight anyone you see, it's actually quite polite to be able to refuse someone's request to start a fight. The son of the Ether Foundation. Sounds impressive, but what kind of organization is this? Is it another villain organization? I think it sounds a bit similar, but then again, this guy can't be as perverted as that Shinji just know, right? Probably not. Look at his team, there are only 2 Pokémon. He must be a passerby character, +1 as the battle began. Many viewers noticed that in the battle frame icon, there were only 2 Pokéballs, representing the number of Gladion Pokémon. So they all breathed a sigh of relief. According to their experience, the fewer Pokémon an NPC carries, the lower their combat intensity tends to be, however. The next moment, when Gladion threw out his Pokéball and sent out his Pokémon, everyone was suddenly stunned. Dark black body, fluffy hair, handsome and mysterious appearance. Gladion sent out Zoroark. The opponent did not choose to trigger the illusion feature, so Zoroark appeared in his true form. This is none other than Zoroark, an extremely rare Pokémon. But unlike other rare Pokémons, Zoroark seems to exist mostly on its own. Unlike other rare Pokémon where there are many of its kind nearby. Therefore its rarity is quite astonishing. And this Pokémon has only been seen in very few remote areas. If a trainer in the real world captured a Zoroark, it would immediately cause a sensation, even if the person who captured it was a superstar or a champion. But now, such a Pokémon appeared on this person named Gladion. At the same time, Sirna realized something was wrong the moment she saw this Pokémon and immediately became serious. The opponents he faced before all used ordinary Pokémon, but they still put him under tremendous pressure. So this guy might be even more complicated. She immediately gave the order, Lot Kappa Shake Dance. As it turned out, the situation of this battle was pretty much what Sirna had expected. Even when Zoroark was put into a confused state by Lot Kappa, he still used Dark Blast twice in a row, including the first round, and took away Lot Kappa with 2 moves. And its damage was seriously excessive. Lot Kappa almost lost a life next. When Bear Cloak came on the field, Zoroark triggered the confusion state twice, which allowed Bear Cloak to barely defeat him. It looked like a 1-for-1 trade, but in fact, many viewers in the live broadcast room had sweat on their foreheads. This damage is too abnormal, oh my god. If the game hadn't been so chaotic at the start, Nana would probably be restarting it right now. Is this Zoroark? I wish I could own one. The person above, why don't you just play Emerald? Since this NPC can catch Zoroark, then players can naturally do the same. Haha. While the barrage of comments was in full swing, Sirna breathed a sigh of relief. The speed and special attack power of this Zoroark were quite exaggerated. If they couldn't be dealt with quickly, they would probably be wiped out. Fortunately, the chaos state was triggered twice in a row. While she was thinking, she saw Gladion, who had taken Zoroark back repair on the field. His voice full of surprise. I didn't expect that there is someone here who can defeat my Zoroark. How interesting. In that case, I have to be a little more serious. Go, Silver Companion Beast. As he threw the Pokeball in his hand, a Pokémon shaped like a leopard with huge crown-shaped wings on its head appeared in front of him. Silver Companion Beast. The opponent is afraid of flying types. Change. Gladion said, waving his hand and throwing a white disc towards the Silver Companion War Beast. The next moment, a snow-white light began to surge on the body of the Silver Companion War Beast, and its appearance quickly changed, with snow-white wings appearing on both sides of its body. Looking at this scene in front of him, the barrage naturally exploded. What kind of Pokémon is this? Can I change my form and switch attributes on the spot? Who just said this guy is an NPC? Please come forward, thank you. At the same time, Sirena was also a little confused. Some Pokémon can actually switch their attributes during battle, but that requires skills and takes time. The Pokémon in front of Meckled Jintosh just switched like that. Doesn't this mean that in a battle, it can flexibly change its own attributes at any time according to the opponent's attributes, always maintaining the state of resisting the opponent's attributes and restraining the opponent? In Pokémon Battleswin, the strength is similar. Attribute restraint is very important. She knew very well what it meant to have such ability. Sirena pressed the screenshot button, which she had used countless times, to save the appearance of this Pokémon. She took a deep breath and turned her attention back to the game. In any case, the opponent only has one Pokémon. Although it restrains the flying type of his entire team, there is still a possibility of winning as long as he tries. However, a minute later, looking at the Silver Companion Beast on the opposite side that was still full of health, and her own team that was completely destroyed, Sirena couldn't help but have a complicated expression. She originally thought that Zoroark's output ability and speed were already quite exaggerated, but she didn't expect that there was something even more powerful. With her current team configuration, it was impossible to deal with this Silver Companion Beast. The opponent's speed is extremely high, and with 100% initiative, he will use a skill called Multi-Attribute Attack in every round. This skill is extremely powerful and seems to change the attribute type according to the current attributes of the Silver Companion Beast. What's even more perverted is that during the battle, the Silver Companion Beast can actually switch attributes freely at the beginning of the round. For example, when fighting against a forest lizard with grass attribute, when you command the forest lizard to use Malicious Pursuit, the only skill that cannot be resisted, the opponent actually turns into an evil attribute in advance, thus resisting this skill. Although the forest lizard didn't even make a move, it was killed instantly by the opponent's Frozen Fang move. But at the moment of failure, Sirena did not feel lost. Instead, she took a deep breath and thought quickly in her mind about how to deal with this Pokémon. But what she didn't expect was that after the battle, she was not forced to return to the Pokémon Center, and the screen did not go dark, and the prompt Strawberry Ice Cream's eyes are black did not appear. The young man opposite, named Gladion, actually walked forward, took out several bottles of light blue, glowing potions from his arms, and used them on several of Sirena's Pokémon. They instantly opened their eyes and woke up, becoming full of energy, and their physical strength and condition were fully restored. Seeing this, Gladion spoke again. Sorry, since this was a Pokémon battle, I didn't hold back. It seems your Pokémon is not yet my match. But it doesn't matter. I have a feeling that you will become a stronger trainer in the future and even defeat mine. Having said that, he scratched the back of his head and said with a bit of embarrassment, well, I have a favor to ask. Could you please help me find out some information about the Ultimate Cave? When Sirena heard this, she couldn't help but press the interaction button and spoke. What is this ultimate hole you're talking about? Upon hearing this, Gladio slapped his forehead, as if he had suddenly realized something. Sorry, I forgot, you probably haven't heard of it. In that case, let me explain it to you. The ultimate whole is a special space, independent of reality, seemingly connected to another incredible world. In that world, there are a large number of Pokémon. They are all special and dangerous. We call them Ultra Beasts recently. The Ultra Dimension has become increasingly restless, with many Ultra Beasts appearing in reality, therefore. I am investigating the Ultra Cave in the Hone region on behalf of the Etha Foundation. As he spoke, Gladion took out a photo, which showed a dark purple vortex with a strange glow. This is what the ultimate hole looks like in the real world. If you see it, stay away from it and contact me immediately. Tell me its location and I'll send someone to deal with it immediately. When Gladion said this, there was naturally a lot of discussion in the barrage. The ultimate hole sounds quite interesting. The author has a lot of imagination to come up with such a setting. Indeed, the Ultra Beasts are quite cool. So this guy is actually the son of a very large and legitimate organization. No wonder his Pokémon are so exaggerated. Starting with super rare Pokémon. Do you think he looks like a villain? He even asks you if you want to fight him before you fight him. And he even heals you afterward. And he doesn't charge you for it, he's a nice guy. While the audience was discussing, Shirna's pupils suddenly contracted and she stared at the photo. At that moment, she felt as if a bolt of thunder fell from the sky and hit her head. The ultimate hole. So this thing is called the ultimate hole. 5 years ago, a huge deep purple vortex appeared in the suburbs of Golden City in the Kanto region. After someone witnessed it, he immediately reported the situation to the League. Out of caution, the League immediately sent a large number of elite trainers to observe and block it. That very night, a large number of strangely shaped Pokémon suddenly appeared in the vortex. Not only were they powerful, but they were also extremely aggressive towards humans. In less than 10 minutes, most of the elite trainers were killed or wounded in the end. It was Du who received the distress signal and rushed over to take action, and was able to barely get rid of the Pokémon that appeared in the cave. After the battle, the vortex disappeared. The Alliance thought that the matter had been settled, but they didn't expect that this was just the beginning of a nightmare. As time went on, identical vortices began to appear in various regions. Each time it appeared, the scale of the vortex would be larger than the last time. The strange Pokémon that emerge from it are also more powerful and more numerous. In this situation, the Alliance had no choice but to send more manpower to continue fighting against these vortexes. Champions like Sirna also need to deal with the whirlpools around the Sinnoh region from time to time. Even Zio Mei, whom she had contacted before, is currently a member of the special task force targeting this kind of vortex. Even Sob cause of the dangers of those strange Pokémon. Every time they fight against the whirlpool, many trainers and Pokémon will be seriously injured or even killed. The Alliance calls this vortex a black hole. The only thing to be thankful for at the moment is that each time a black hole appears, it never appears in an urban area but always in the suburbs. So it has not caused large-scale casualties among the people. But as time goes by, these black holes have appeared more and more frequently. Their sizes have become larger and larger, and their locations have become closer and closer to cities. Some people have even witnessed the battles between the League trainers and the Ultra Beasts. The League has spent a lot of effort to suppress the news to avoid causing panic. But this is not a fundamental solution after all. This incident is like a huge stone pressing on the Alliance's head. Or like a time bomb. No one knows when it will explode completely and sweep away and destroy this peaceful and tranquil world. The Alliance has also tried to use these whirlpools to delve into the causes and mysteries behind them. However, not to mention the terrifying strength of those ultimate beasts. Under normal circumstances, they cannot get close to the black hole, not to mention. Those trainers and Pokémon who accidentally approached the Ultra Hole disappeared on the spot and never came back. Under such circumstances, how could the Alliance let those researchers who were powerless take this risk? During this period of time, Shirna has actually been secretly worried about this. She understood that with the strength of the strange Pokémon in those black holes, if any one of them appeared in the city, it would cause at least thousands of civilian casualties. She also had no idea what to do if this continued. As these black holes grew larger and appeared more frequently, would the Alliance still be able to stop them? In the worst case, if one day black holes no longer disappear and even appear together in a certain place. Even as a champion, Sirena felt deep and intense despair when she thought of that scene. Fortunately, all this has not happened yet. She could only keep an eye on the black hole in the Sinnoh region and rush to the scene to help as soon as it was discovered. At the same time, she hoped that the scientific researchers in the Alliance could successfully explore the mystery of this black hole. But now, when she saw the photo that was exactly the same as the real black hole in the game, Sirena felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen. Everything in this game is real. So can I get information about the ultimate hole from it? No, it's more than that. Since the game producer can write these contents, it proves that he has a deeper understanding of the Ultra Hole. As long as we can contact him, we might be able to find a solution to the ultimate hole. Even if it doesn't work, at least we can get more intelligence and make more preparations to avoid casualties as much as possible. As soon as she thought of this, Sirena sat up like a different person, with excitement shining in her eyes. She turned off the microphone and camera in the live broadcast room without hesitation, stood up and dialed a number. A few seconds later, an old female voice came from the other end of the phone. Zio Julan, is that you? How are you doing lately? I haven't seen you for a long time. Is there anything I can help you with? Sirena took a deep breath and immediately said, Grandma Yalan, I need to check someone's information. Previously, she wanted to ask the game maker for clues about legendary Pokémon purely because of her own needs. Therefore, after learning that the other party's information was in the hidden information database, Sirena did not let Zio continue to investigate. On the one hand, it is because there is no need. If it is just for some information about legendary Pokémon, the hidden database should not be crossed. On the other hand, it is also a respect for the game maker. But now things have reached a crisis like the ultimate hole. What I do is for this world as a champion. She must be responsible for the safety of every citizen. The sooner you get information about the ultimate hole, the more you can avoid a huge crisis that may occur in the future. At this moment, the person opposite was a little confused when he heard this. Silly child, with your authority, you can view anyone's information. She seemed to realize something, etc. You mean you want to see the hidden database? Sirena nodded. Yes, I don't have enough authority, so I need you to help me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Kid, I can. But you need to give me a reasonable explanation, you know. The hidden database contains the foundation of our alliance. It is truly top-secret information and cannot be accessed casually. Sirena took a deep breath and said directly, His mother-in-law, he has detailed information about black holes. He probably knows more about black holes than any of us. This time the voice on the other end of the phone, which had been calm all the time, suddenly became excited. Black hole, are you serious? No, you have never lied since you were a child. Child, hurry up, tell me, who are you looking for? Seeing this, Sirena spoke without hesitation. His online name is Feng, and he's the creator of the game Pokémon Emerald. I once asked someone to help me check his information, but in the end I found nothing. He said it should be in the Alliance's hidden database. In addition, his knowledge of Pokémon is quite amazing. So I think he might be someone in a key scientific research field. Wait a moment, this matter is too important. I will check it out right away. The old man's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Sirena didn't say anything, but sat there quietly waiting for the old man's reply. But after a full minute had passed, the old man's voice sounded again on the other end of the phone. Zio Julan, are you sure the identity information you provided is correct? Sirena was stunned when she heard this and then nodded. I am sure, to be honest, she already had a bad feeling. After Aleph, the search went smoothly. The other party shouldn't react like this, sure enough. The next moment, the old man's voice on the other end of the phone sounded confused. I've just looked carefully, and there's no one in the hidden database whose information matches what you said. I checked the game you mentioned he made, and the identity information in the game producer column is a string of gibberish. Not only that, the Skynet system also found the registration information for a player named Quality Person on the battle road. The identity number position also contained the same garbled code. People of quality garbled. Now even Syrna couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Could that person of quality be him? If the registration information on the game side is just a string of garbled characters, then it's not a big deal. It might just be a system bug in DreamWorks, after all. This game company has the most bugs in the world, so it is not surprising that this situation occurs. But if even the official website of the Alliance shows the registrant information of Pokémon Emerald as a string of garbled characters, and they are exactly the same, then this is definitely not a bug problem. When Syrna was surprised, the old man's voice sounded again on the other end of the phone. I tried to have someone track down the game's profit account, but I couldn't find anything. The money seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and there was no record at all. Any other information that might be related to his identity. Even his IP address cannot be retrieved. I guess there is only one possibility in this situation. This person must have used some extremely powerful technical means to perfectly conceal his identity. I can send someone to check if he left any clues. But that gaming website is a subsite of the Alliance's official website, connected to Skynet if he can even fool Skynet. I'm afraid the people I sent won't be able to. The old man didn't continue speaking, but Syrna already understood what he meant. Xiaomai couldn't find it and neither could Skynet, the Alliance's highest network technology. It is basically impossible to obtain the other party's identity information and contact them in this way. At first, Cynthia thought that the creator of Wind was a trainer who knew about legendary Pokémon and was very knowledgeable. But as time went by, the veil of this person not only did not reveal itself to her, but instead became more and more mysterious and profound. She took a deep breath. I see Grandma Yalan, you don't have to check. I have another way to contact him, leave it to me. I will definitely bring back information about the ultimate hole. Okay, kid, if you need any support, feel free to tell me. The old man also answered very seriously. She knew that the promise made by Syrna would definitely be fulfilled. Please help me find a champion to take over for the recent routine patrols and emergency missions. I will compensate him later, Syrna said, okay. The old man agreed readily at this point. Syrna calmed down and suddenly realized that she was a little too hasty in ensuring the safety of the people and solving the problem of the ultimate cave. Even if I manage to contact this person by looking up his identity, how can I guarantee that he will help me and tell me all the information about the ultimate hole? The other party deliberately set up a challenge to obtain contact information. But you skipped this challenge, which is undoubtedly disrespectful. She looked up at her first-place progress position on the game leaderboard and took a deep breath. Since you are asking for help from others, then just follow their rules after ending the call. Syrna returned to the computer, turned on the camera and microphone in the live broadcast room, and said with an apologetic and forced smile, "Sorry everyone, I just had some urgent matters to attend to. But it's been resolved now." The audience in the live broadcast room naturally swiped the screen with comments. Showing off their talents, it's okay, boss. Do whatever you want, we're here for you. I was so shocked that I thought the streamer couldn't accept his loss and went to challenge the game producer offline. Anchor, wake up, you have become Gardevoir. There were also some comments expressing concern for Syrna. Ha 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 ha, Nana sister, don't stress yourself out. Even if you have a lot of work to do, you should take care of your health and get enough rest. That's right, seeing you've been on so many missions lately. I feel so tired for you, Yeheaven, if you're the champion. You're still a girl after all. Remember to be nice to yourself. looking at the comments expressing concern for her. Shirna was a little dazed for a moment after a moment. Her unfocused pupils regained focus, and with a bit of determination they returned to the screen. The dialogue box restarted and Gladian, who was standing opposite her, spoke again. I know these things may be a bit troublesome for you, but it's really important, so please, by the way, I'll give this to you first. As he said that, he took out a box and handed it to Shirna. Inside the box, there was a dark black irregular crystal, and in front of her, a line of game prompts popped up. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the special item, Ultimate Crystal. Gladian's explanation followed. This is the Ultimate Crystal, a special crystal from the Ultimate Cave. When it senses the presence of an Ultimate Cave nearby, it will emit a red light to alert you. The closer you get, the stronger the light will be. The larger the crystal, the stronger the effect. Yours is effective within a 5-kilometer radius. Also, this crystal can be used to make a special Pokéball. Only this Pokéball can be used to capture Ultra Beasts. We are currently developing this Pokéball further. When we have a finished product, I will give you a few when we meet again. Okay, I'm going to continue looking for the Ultimate Cave. See you later if you find anything. Please contact me using the number on the box. After saying that, Gladian snapped his fingers, and the figure of the silver companion war beast instantly appeared beside him, carrying him into the air with its wings spread and disappeared. Shirna looked at the extra ultimate crystal in her backpack and fell into deep thought. According to her understanding of the Ultra Cave, those guys called Ultra Beasts cannot be captured normally using Pokéballs even after being defeated. An experimental team once wanted to forcibly bring an Ultimate Beast back to the laboratory for research. But the Ultimate Beast turned into gas in full view of everyone during the transportation process and disappeared directly into the air. Then, this thing called Ultimate Crystal may also exist in the real world. If the Alliance can find it, they can give early warning of the appearance of the Ultra Hole and try to use this thing to make a Pokéball that can capture Ultra Beasts. But this is probably not an easy task. Now they can only passively fight against the Ultimate Hole, not to mention getting close to the Ultimate Hole. Even defeating those Ultimate Beasts is an extremely difficult task. Thinking of this, Shirna shook her head slightly. After all, there were too few information clues about the Ultimate Cave. I just hope that next time I see this Gladian, I can gain more. Lord, to experience entering the Ultimate Cavern firsthand in the game. As Cynthia pondered this, her phone suddenly rang. She looked down and saw that it was Professor Oak calling. Originally, Shirna wanted to take this opportunity to talk to Professor Oak about the Ultra Hole, but she finally decided not to say it for the time being. Although Professor Oak was a champion in his early years, he is now old after all. It is not easy for him to still devote himself to the elf research community at this age. Although Professor Oak also knows a little about the Ultra Hole, it really has little to do with him now. Because given the current condition of the Ultimate Hole, there is no possibility of conducting any close-up research on it. Even if Professor Oak were told about the new intelligence and information that Shirna now has, it would not be of much help in the matter of the Ultra Hole. If I bring up these things with him now, I will only be causing him trouble. With this thought in mind, Shirna answered the phone. On the other side, Professor Oak's laughter also rang out. How's it going, Zaya Ojulan? How's your game going? I see you've already reached first place. Not bad. I'm ready to go to the next city. It seems I need to trigger some plot points before I can take the cable car to Fuyan Town to challenge the next gym. Shirna answered truthfully, how are you, Doctor? Me. I'm already planning to go to Fighting Town. Those two fossil Pokémon are really troublesome to deal with. Professor Oak said. Shirna was stunned for a moment, too. What do you mean? Yes, that Archaeopteryx is also a fossil Pokémon. My team searched the Pokémon fossil inventory and found its feathers and teeth fossils, which perfectly match its appearance in the game. We were previously speculating about which Pokémon these fossils belonged to, but we didn't expect it to be another new ancient Pokémon. Professor Oak said excitedly. Sirena thought about it and sent the Pokémon called Jintosh that she had just taken a screenshot of to Professor Oak. Doctor, look at this Pokémon, do you recognize it? It can freely switch its form and corresponding attributes during battle. She paused and continued, also. I think I saw a Pokémon I've never seen before in the flower bed next to Violet City. It's a little green hedgehog-like Pokémon, after that. She recounted to Professor Oak in detail what she had encountered in Zijin City. On the other end of the phones, Professor Oak was silent for a moment before answering. I've never seen a Pokémon called Jintosh that can change its attributes freely. How interesting. As for that little hedgehog-like Pokémon, I haven't heard of it either. But I know the kind of flower you're talking about. That's interesting. But this is a plant that's unique to your Sinnoh region. It grows on the plateau of Mount Tiangyuan. It's said that its leaves fruits and seeds have a strong healing effect on Pokémon. Having said that, Professor Oak suddenly sighed. It's a pity that this flower became extinct decades ago for some unknown reason and can no longer be found. If we could find one using modern scientific research, maybe we could mass-produce it and use it to develop a more powerful Pokémon healing potion. Or even a panacea for difficult and serious Pokémon ailments. Shirna could hear that Professor Oak's tone was filled with deep regret. She suddenly remembered that she had obtained a Gracidia flower seed while traveling just now. It's a pity that this is a prop in the game, not in reality. If we could really obtain a seed of such a flower in reality. Then, according to Professor Oak, who knows how many Pokémon would benefit thinking of this? Sirena couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After a brief chat with Professor Oak, Shirna continued to control the game character and set off, passing through the flaming shortcut and heading towards the left side of the road. She came to a patch of grass covered with volcanic ash and began to encounter NPC battles continuously. Fortunately, the challenge difficulty of these NPCs is not too high. They are basically the same as the previous ones, and they are all here to give experience and money. After easily defeating these NPCs, the levels of all of Sirena's Pokémon were improved to a certain extent, all reaching level 28 as she moved forward. She discovered a small hut nestled among the volcanic ash and grass. After entering, an uncle came straight up to me. Volcanic ash is the gravel formed by volcanic eruptions. Many people don't like it, but few know that it can be fired into glass and used to make special props. So these are all valuable treasures. I'm Uncle Volcanic Ash. As long as you can collect enough volcanic ash, you can exchange it with me for special props made from volcanic ash, or other rewards. After saying that, the uncle handed a bag directly to Shirna. According to the instructions on the prop, she only needed to carry the prop and walk back and forth in the grass covered with volcanic ash to automatically collect the volcanic ash. Shirna took the bag, opened the chat window again, and after checking the rewards that could be exchanged for volcanic ash, she was slightly stunned, because these rewards can be said to be quite generous. Among the props made of volcanic ash are yellow-blue and red glass whistles that can remove the 3 abnormal states of Pokémon: sleeping, confusion, and obsession. There are also black and white glass whistles that can increase the chance of encountering powerful or weak Pokémon. In addition to these practical whistles, volcanic ash can also be exchanged for items such as medicine and super balls. But what attracted Shirna the most was a carry-on item that required 1,000 pieces of volcanic ash to be exchanged. Leftovers as long as you carry it. You can continuously restore the Pokémon's physical strength every round. The previous gym battles have clearly demonstrated how important this item is to Pokémon with extremely high durability. Moreover, the continuous physical recovery effect of the green grass field is also very compatible with leftovers. After a brief consideration, Sirna made a decision immediately. At least we have to get this leftover in our hands. So she immediately left the room and began to control the character in the grass covered with volcanic ash. Running quickly after running a few steps, a child suddenly jumped out from a pile of volcanic ash in front of her and started fighting with her. How's my disguise? Did it scare you? 10 minutes later, When Shirna returned to the volcanic ash hut, the uncle had a smile on his face. I didn't expect you to have collected so much volcanic ash. Come and redeem it for the reward you want. You currently have 2156 pieces of volcanic ash. What would you like to exchange it for? Shirna first spent 1,000 points to get the leftovers, and then spent another 300 points to exchange for 2 whistles that might help her encounter high-level Pokémon. As for the whistles that could remove abnormal states, Shirna also spent 300 points to exchange for 2 of each. Maybe these things will come in handy at a critical moment. Because they are like berries, they can be used in battle without consuming a turn when carried by a Pokémon. However, since each whistle can only remove a corresponding abnormal state, and these abnormal states are not common, Shirna has only changed 2 for the time being. After exchanging all these things, she still had more than 500 pieces of volcanic ash left. Shirna's original plan was to use the remaining volcanic ash to exchange for some practical items such as Poké balls and potions. But while browsing the rewards list, she saw something strange. It was a gray iron sword with rust and many cracks on its surface. 2 prompts also popped up at this moment: Decadent Sword. Exchange requires volcanic ash points. Looking at the sword that suddenly appeared in front of her, Shirna couldn't help but be stunned. The sword looked ordinary in appearance, even rotten, as if it would fall into pieces or even break in the middle if it was swung. Why would such a sword appear in the list of items that can be exchanged for volcanic ash points? After discovering this sword, the live broadcast room started a discussion in the comments. No, what does this uncle mean? Do we have to stuff this kind of junk in here? Don't underestimate the junk collectors, you bastard. They might not be willing to accept a sword covered in rust like this. That's true. Why does this feel a bit off? According to the game's creator, this sword shouldn't be an ordinary thing. While the barrage of comments was in full swing, Shirna's gaze fell on the sword for some reason. She had a feeling that the sword was attracting her and urging her to connect with it. This can almost be regarded as a talent of Shirna. Whenever this feeling appears, it only proves one thing. That is, the thing in front of her must have gone through a long time, come from a very distant era, and carry secrets that ordinary people can hardly imagine. She had a vague feeling about this when she explored the ancient altars and ruins. But at this moment when she looked at the sword, the feeling in her heart was inexplicably strong for some reason. Unprecedented with this thought in mind, Shirna made a choice without hesitation. Pressed the interaction button to the uncle next to her, and asked if I want to exchange it for that sword. How much volcanic ash do I need? The uncle was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly a red exclamation mark appeared above his head. He turned around and rummaged through the cabinet beside him to find a broken sword and put it on the table. You mean this? I actually found this on the side of the road when I went out earlier. It's not worth much. I originally planned to melt it down as scrap metal and reuse it. But I found that this thing wouldn't melt no matter how hard I tried. So I just put it here if you're interested. Just give me the rest of the volcanic ash and take it, well, if you don't want to exchange it. I'll sell it to a collector in town. He should be quite interested in this kind of steel that even fire can't burn. It can fetch a lot of money. Hearing this, Shirna chose to confirm without hesitation and consumed all her volcanic ash points. To be honest, she couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that she had just used the volcanic ash points to buy other things. Otherwise, judging from the current situation, there is no way to exchange this sword for leftovers and those whistles. At this moment, a line of prompts appeared in front of Shirna. Item: Sword of Decay has been placed in your backpack. She opened her backpack and checked the sword. She looked at the blade carefully but still found nothing. As if it was just an ordinary sword, however. That strong feeling still lingered in her heart and did not dissipate for a long time. A line of prompts popped up. Introduction: a very ancient sword. Perhaps after restoration, it can unleash incredible power and effects. Her eyes suddenly fixed, as expected. This sword is no ordinary thing. Then, according to the prompts, You need to repair this sword so that it can exert its original effect. But how to fix it? Sirna shook her head slightly. I'm afraid I'll just have to wait and see. With the current progress of the game, she really couldn't think of any place where she could repair the sword. With this thought in mind, Shirna controlled the character to thank the volcanic ash uncle, then turned and left the hut. However, just as she walked out of the door, she met a familiar figure. It was the child who had hidden in the volcanic ash and ambushed her before. When Shirna came out, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared above her head. Sister, did you change that sword? Can you show it to me? Two choices popped up in front of Shirna, whether. She thought about it and finally chose yes on the screen. Her character took out the Sword of Decay and placed it in front of the child. The child came forward, stroked the sword up and down, looked at it carefully for a willing, then spoke again. Thank you, sis, but this sword doesn't look that great. And that uncle said it couldn't be burned by fire. He must be lying. By the way, sister, if you buy this sword, you might consider selling it to a big brother named Zhanghui in the next town. He seems to like collecting ancient objects. But if you want to get along with him, you'd better be careful. That big brother just hangs out with some broken rocks every day. He said he was a fossil. He would suddenly laugh when he walked. It's scary. In the child's series of words, Sirna accurately captured 2 key points: fossil. Zhanghui. In the real world, she had never heard of such a person. But if he has something to do with fossils, could it be that? A thought suddenly arose in Sirna's mind. She immediately asked the child, little friend, do you know where this person named Zhanghui is? The child thought for a moment and replied, he seems to live in the house on the far left of Kui Town. But he's usually not at home. He usually hangs around Meteor Falls. I don't know what he's doing. Dad said he was a Frankenstein and told me to stay away from him. Unlike Yami's sister, who looks so pretty, you can tell at first glance that you are a good person. Hearing the child's answer, Sirna couldn't help but smile slightly. She used the interactive button, squatted down and touched the other's head. Thank you for telling me this. You're welcome. It's you who discovered my invisibility. Next time I come, I will definitely practice my invisibility even better. After the child finished speaking, turned and ran away, disappearing into the pile of volcanic ash. Shirna fell into deep thought. According to her experience, the red exclamation mark that just appeared above the other person's head should mean that the character's next words and actions will be quite important. Therefore, these clues given to me by the other party should all be true. In that case, let's go to Kui Town to see what the situation is. With this thought in mind, Shirna put away the Sword of Decay and continued to move to the left. 5 minutes later, after defeating several NPCs who blocked her way, Shirna successfully arrived at Kui Town, which seemed to be a small town located at the foot of the mountain. There are many maple trees planted around. Now it is autumn, and the golden maple leaves are flying all over the sky, which has a special beauty as usual. Shirna walked around the town first, and actually picked up 2 items in a row in a huge sand pit in the lower right corner. Congratulations, you found a prop golden bead. Congratulations, you found an item flame orb. There is no doubt that the gold beads are used to sell for money. And the effect of the fire orb is that when a non-fire Pokémon carries it, it will inflict the abnormal state of burning on itself. In the eyes of ordinary people, no one would use such a prop with purely side effects. However, after experiencing the previous gym battle, the audience in the live broadcast room had a 180-degree change in their attitude towards this prop. The Divine Pearl is here, Sister Na. How about making a Pokémon with the Perseverance trait? I want to see it empty its health bar with 1 punch too. Sorry, Brother Zhu, I was speaking too loudly earlier. Cynthia looked at the prop, frowned slightly, and began to ponder. Having a Pokémon with the Perseverance trait carry, this item can indeed produce a very powerful effect. The problem is that most Pokémon with this characteristic are fighting type. And I haven't seen any along the way. More importantly, my plan is to build a weather team with rain as the core. Fighting-type Pokémon probably wouldn't be able to fit in. Right. Are there any Pokémon with both water and fighting attributes? After thinking carefully for a while, Shirna found that there seemed to be no such Pokémon in her memory. So she could only shake her head slightly. Forget it, I'll just take this fire orb for now. If I can use it later, that would be great. Even if we take a step back, this flame orb should be able to be sold for a considerable amount of money in the store. So I'll make a profit anyway. After searching for props nearby, Shirna exchanged all the scattered valuable props for gold coins in the store. And her savings have successfully exceeded the 5 mark. After entering the Pokémon Center to restore the team's condition, she continued to the left and soon found a dilapidated cabin. There is a sign in front of the wooden house with a few words written on it. Zhanghui's Research Institute. But no matter how you look at it, this doesn't look like a research institute instead. It looks like a small house filled with various miscellaneous items. Shirna controlled the character and went forward to knock on the door, but found a line of prompts popped up. The door is locked and it seems no one is home, sure enough. Just as the child said, Zhanghui spends most of the day outside, fortunately. The other party also gave him specific information. Zhanghui's activity location is near Meteor Falls. And Meteor Falls happened to be the destination of his trip. Thinking of this, Shirna couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Such a coincidence. Could it be that the lava ball incident is related to Zhanghui? She looked at the map and saw that Meteor Falls was directly south of her. So she left Kui Town and continued on her way, as a result. When she reached a suspension bridge, a familiar figure suddenly walked up and blocked her way. He was a middle-aged man wearing a red hat and carrying a fishing rod. No matter how you look at this guy, he looks exactly like the uncle from Wudu Town before. As if he was cloned at this moment. The fishing uncle looked Shirna up and down and spoke excitedly. Hey girl, I see you seem to be carrying a fishing rod. It seems you like fishing very much, after saying that. Without waiting for Shirna to answer, he took out a new fishing rod and handed it to her. Here, the one you brought is outdated, this one is for you. Congratulations, you got the item, a good fishing rod. Introduction, this rod is more powerful than a regular fishing rod and can catch rarer and more powerful water Pokémon. Well, don't thank me. I wish you a good catch and never go home empty-handed. The fishing uncle made a gesture to Shirna, turned around and ran away. Only Shirna was left standing there looking at the fishing rod in her hand with a complicated expression. Are all you fishermen so enthusiastic? When did I say I like fishing? Recalling the scene of her first fishing after getting a fishing rod, Shirna couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. But then she thought again. It should be just a low-probability event. And it would not happen continuously, right? What's more, since I want to build a team for rainy days, Water-type Pokémon is exactly what I need now. It seems that the easiest way to get Water-type Pokémon in this game is to fish. So she picked up the new fishing rod she had just acquired, walked to the bridge, and cast her line directly into the water. After a few seconds, the fishing rod began to shake violently. According to experience, Shirna immediately pressed the interaction button and reeled in her fishing rod. The next moment, a huge blue shadow suddenly rushed out of the water with a roar. You encountered Gyarados LV45 Shirna, no again. Is this a fishing rod or a dragon fishing rod? Although the level 45 Gyarados is powerful, this level is far beyond the level limit that Shirna can currently capture. So Shirna chose to escape without hesitation. Her team was most afraid of flying-type Pokémon. If they were not careful when dealing with the Gyarados in front of them, they would probably be wiped out. What's more, there would be no benefit in winning. So it was better to escape. When she escaped twice in a row and finally managed to escape from the battle, laughter and joy rang out again in the live broadcast room. I guess Nana-san won't want to go fishing anymore now. Host, holy shit, Gyarados is still chasing me. Is this author a human? How can you catch a Gyarados with a fishing rod? Why don't you just try to catch a legendary Pokémon HHH? If a legendary Pokémon could be caught with a fishing rod, I would just eat it. That guy in front is trying to cheat you out of food and drinks again. If someone really gets caught, you'll be unhappy again. Shirna also sighed slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she simply packed up her fishing rod and left, to be honest. Although I always catch a Gyarados every time I go fishing. It's really frustrating. But this might actually be a good thing, as a water and flying type Pokémon. Gyarados can actually be a very powerful force in the team. Once its level cap is raised, you can consistently catch one by fishing, of course. The premise is that the next time I go fishing, I catch another Gyarados and it's still level 45. While Shirna was thinking, she had already walked down the bridge and bumped into a Pokémon in the grass by the river. The game immediately entered the battle interface. The wild long-winged gull, LV-23, has emerged. Looking at this Pokémon that suddenly appeared, Shirna's eyes lit up. Isn't this exactly what I want to conquer? Moreover, the level of 23 is not low after taming it. You only need to upgrade a few more levels to immediately catch up with the level of the main force, and even evolve into a toucan with this thought in mind. Shirna directly sent out Lot Kappa, who came up with a two-piece set of skills including a high-five surprise attack and a shaking dance. In the previous game tutorial, she had learned that putting wild Pokémon into abnormal states would increase the probability of capturing Pokémon. Next, Shirna changed into the forest lizard and carefully used low-power grass attribute skills to reduce the health bar of the long-winged gull to red blood, and then threw out the unused super ball she had picked up from the roadside. The dark blue sphere drew a beautiful trajectory in the air and accurately hit the long-winged gull. It turned into a red light and was absorbed into it. Amidst the tense music, the super ball shook 3 times and then stopped moving, indicating a successful capture with a click sound. Accompanied by cheerful music, congratulations. You've successfully captured the long-winged gull. New Pokémon information has been recorded in the Pokédex. Shirna also immediately opened the team interface and checked the information of the long-winged gull. Pokémon long-winged genders. Attribute water/flying personality, conservative. Feature wet body under rainy weathers. Abnormal status will be cured every round. Mastered skills water gun shout wing attack water wave. Shirna's eyes fell on the line about characteristics, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. A moist body as far as I can remember. Pokémon like Longwing do have this characteristic. But there is a problem. Once the long-winged gulls evolved into large-billed gulls, this trait seemed to disappear. Pokémon researchers speculate that Ool Gulch may have acquired other characteristics after evolution. This situation is not uncommon in other Pokémon. It has one characteristic before evolution and another characteristic after evolution. For example, after the green caterpillar with the phosphorus powder characteristic evolves into an iron pupa, its characteristic will change to molting then. After evolving into Butterfree, it will change into compound eyes that can increase Butterfree's visual ability and make it easier to capture fast-moving targets. But what exactly are the new characteristics that the great-billed gull acquired after its evolution? The scientific community has never discovered or explored them. Some people have put forward many conjectures, but unfortunately, they have all been proven wrong in the end, and now, since I have tamed a long-winged gull with the moist body characteristic, does it mean that I can solve this mystery immediately after it evolves? To be honest, if she had just started playing this game, Shirna might have felt excited and thrilled. After all, this is a huge new discovery. But after going through the series of baptisms, now she feels like she's gotten used to it in this game. I even saw legendary Pokémon with my own eyes. So what does a small characteristic matter? After taming the long-winged gull and checking its information, Shirna took immediate action. She took her other Pokémon and began to challenge the NPCs around them. Coincidentally, there were also a large number of NPCs waiting for her to fight near the grass. 20 minutes later, when Shirna cleared the last NPC, The other Pokémon in her team had reached the current level cap level 30. The level of the long-winged gull has also successfully reached level 25. The moment it upgraded, a rainbow of evolutionary light suddenly burst forth from its body. Within the light of evolution, its body began to rapidly grow in size, ultimately transforming into a completely different form. Broad wings and a huge beak hanging in front of its head. Even bigger than its head. Although this appearance seems a bit funny, it also gives the long-winged gull an ability that is difficult to match with other water elves. It can spray huge amounts of water from its mouth for a long time. In addition, such a huge beak is also an important storage bag for it to store food and other things in the wild. As long-winged gull successfully evolved into Nopal, Sirena first used the interactive function to congratulate the new Pokémon in the team. After receiving Nopal's happy response, she began to check out Nopal's new characteristics. A line of information suddenly caught her eye. Rainfall when this Pokémon appears. The weather at the venue will automatically switch to rain. Sirena was suddenly stunned. After choosing Owl as the first Pokémon, she switched to the information interface and controlled the character to move quickly back and forth in the grass. Soon she encountered a wild Pokémon. The moment the gull appeared, the sky above the two Pokémon suddenly became gloomy, and raindrops as big as beans suddenly fell. And a line of information was prompted. Due to the rainfall characteristics of the gull, it started to rain. The power of water attribute skills has increased. The power of fire attribute skills has decreased. Seeing this scene, the barrage of comments exploded. Holy crap, rain, no side effects. Don't you need weather skills to change and influence the weather? What does this automatic weather change mean? It's invincible, 6,666, this bird is cheating. While the barrage of comments were full of surprise, the emotions in Sirena's heart were actually fluctuating violently. No wonder in reality, the gulls are very good at learning the weather skill of praying for rain, as if they have a unique talent. It turns out that this is its characteristic. Having said that, if this is its characteristic, then in realities, have the large-billed gulls that evolved from the long-winged gulls with the moist body characteristic already fully developed their own characteristics. But the effect is far inferior to that in the game. Sirena thought about it, and based on her understanding of skills as a champion, she finally got a negative answer: no, absolutely not. On the contrary, pray for rain as a weather skill and rainfall as a characteristic are two completely different concepts. In reality, trainers do not know that the gull has the characteristic of rainfall, but they use the training skill pray for rain to let them change the weather. This is like there was originally a smoother and easier way to go, but everyone chose to take the longer route, because no one knew that the toucan seagull had such an ability. So on the other hand, if we focus our training efforts on developing the characteristics of the gull and guiding it to master its inherent power, such training efficiency will probably increase by more than 10 times. And if this characteristic ability is cultivated in depth, it may be possible to achieve the same effect as in the game. When the gull enters the field, it will automatically trigger rain weather. This may sound like it's no different from using the pray for rain skill right when you first appear on the scene. But in fact, it's a world of difference. Due to the recent boom in weather skill development, many superstars and champions have participated in it, and have more or less understood and commented on it. After discussion, everyone agreed that although weather skills can bring huge benefits to the team and change the way of fighting, they have an inevitable flaw. That is to use weather skills, which requires consuming a large amount of Pokémon's energy and has a very obvious pre-swing. Even if a Pokémon with top-notch strength has undergone repeated training, mastered weather skills and used this type of skill, the preparation time is much longer than that of strengthening skills. In normal battles, it is difficult to find opportunities for Pokémon to use enhanced skills. Therefore, as long as the trainer is not a fool, he will not watch the opponent activate the weather skills and summon a weather field that is beneficial to the opponent. But what if we could skip this stage and make it rain the moment we send out the toucan? Like in the game, this is a completely different concept. This means that before a battle even begins, your team has already seized the initiative and at no cost. The more Shirna thought about it, the more she felt uneasy. Although all this was based on one premise, that is, the characteristic of the toucan was indeed rainfall. But with her previous experience, she knew that this must be true. At the same time, she suddenly realized one thing. Now that her gull has the rain-making property, she can now serve as the core of the rainy day team, and next, I can officially start to improve the rainy day team. The shock that the characteristics of the toucan gave to Shirna was actually quite great. So much so that it took her a while to recover, however. This time she did not rush into Meteor Falls, but continued to take the gull to the wild grass and encountered many wild Pokémon. On the one hand, it is to explore the distribution of Pokémon in the vicinity, and on the other hand it is to increase the level of Nopal. After Alan the next battle, Nopal has a high probability of being the starting Pokémon to help Rakuten Kappa activate the free and easy feature. Therefore, its level should better keep up with the main force. The good news is that this game seems to have an additional experience compensation mechanism, which is that when all other Pokémon in the team have reached the level cap, the experience points obtained by the Pokémon currently sent out will be multiplied. Therefore, soon Shirna also upgraded the level of Nopal to level 30 and opened its current skill panel. Shirna also began to think about the configuration of skills. Argonaut is a Pokémon that excels at special attacks. Its physical attack attribute is less than half of its special attack attribute. Water Wave as its main skill is naturally a very important means of output. So this is its first skill, unfortunately. The toucan does not have a flying-type special attack skill. So for the second skill position, it can only use the physical skill Wing Attack as another means of attack. I don't know if the owl can learn other special attack flying skills in this game. In reality, according to her memory, Tausink can use the high-powered flying special attack skill Storm. Having said that, for the third position in the skill slot of Gullup, Shirna chose Supersonic Wave, which can confuse the opponent's Pokémon. As proved by the previous battles, it goes without saying how important the control effect is in this game. Although the hit rate of this skill is only half in the game, which is far inferior to Lot Kappa's Shaking Dance, sometimes you can try your luck and increase the possibility of winning. As for the last move, Shirna finally made a choice after thinking about it. Tailwind. The effect of this move in the game is to double the speed attribute of your Pokémon in the next 5 rounds. For Lot Kappa, whose speed has already doubled in rainy weather, this improvement naturally does not mean much. It is mainly to allow Forest Lizard and Child's Bear to gain the right to attack first, thereby further increasing the auxiliary role of the toucan to the team. But when she chose this skill, Shirna suddenly realized something in the game. If your Pokémon is faster than the enemies, you will have the right to attack first on this basis. Even if you are twice as fast as your opponent. It will not make much sense, but in the real world, the situation is completely different. Pokémon battles in the real world are not simply a competition of numbers. Speed is a very important attribute. For example, Tailwind plus Lot Kappa's easy swimming effect can make Lot Kappa's speed reach an extremely terrifying level. Such speed means that no one can dodge its attack, and the opponent's Pokémon is completely unable to lock onto its position and launch an attack. In order to make Lot Kappa achieve such a speed, all you need is the big build Gull with the raining attribute to play and create a Tailwind. Needless to say, since Rakuten Kappa can do it. The same goes for other Pokémon with the free swimming trait. If you could have 5 Pokémon with the free roaming ability in a team, well then, the efficiency of the rainfall characteristic of the large build Gull and the duration and effect of the Tailwind were trained to the extreme. Even if she asked herself honestly, she felt that facing such a team would be an almost impossible challenge. At this moment, Shirna couldn't help but start thinking, after all these things are over, should I also consider breeding a large build Gull with the rain-making characteristic in the real world. After all, the price-performance ratio is a bit too high. Isn't it? Of course, Sirena was just saying this. As a top trainer, she would prepare and plan carefully for every Pokémon she trained in advance, and would not just capture and train them casually. After all, adding a Pokémon to the team requires a lot of resources, time and energy, and you also need to be responsible for it to the end. Behind every partner in Shirena's current team, there are actually countless efforts and hard work that she has silently put in. But then again, in this game, Sirena doesn't have to worry about such problems at all. She can boldly and freely choose new Pokémon to form a suitable team. Even though this game has a strict restriction that players can only capture 15 Pokémon, it is actually completely enough. After successfully raising the level of the toucan to level 30, Sirena took a deep breath and prepared to enter the meteor waterfall above. She guessed that there would be a fierce battle waiting for her in this place. After all, this was a key point in the plot no matter how you looked at it. But before she took a few steps, she saw a figure at the entrance of the cave. He was a young man with ragged clothes and messy hair. He was staring at a stone on the wall, observing it carefully, and muttering to himself. The patterns on this stone were likely formed after a shift in the rock formations around 800 years ago. Based on this estimate, it's unlikely there are any living Pokémon fossils within 500 meters. But there should be some in the rock formations. When she heard the words Pokémon fossil, a somewhat absurd idea instantly emerged in Sirena's mind. Could this person be the Zhenghui I'm looking for? To be honest, this image is not quite what she imagined. But just as she was thinking, the young man clapped his hands and threw out a Pokéball. In that case, we don't have to be so careful. Infernape used close combat on that rock. A red light flashed, and a Pokémon that looked like a monkey and was covered with white fur appeared in front of the young man. A burst of yellow light suddenly shone from its fists, and it slammed one fist hard into the rock the next moment. The entire mountain trembled violently from the impact, and countless pieces of rock tumbled down from where the Infernape had attacked. The young man immediately stepped forward excitedly and began to examine the stones carefully. At the same time, a stone rolled down to the feet of Sirena's character. She looked carefully and found that there were regular lines and traces on the stone, which looked like the skeleton of some Pokémon. A line of prompts also popped up. You found an ancient Pokémon fossil rock formation. Please note that this item is a rare item and can be sold in the store for 10 gold. Do you want to hide it? Looking at the prompt in front of her, Sirena chose no without any hesitation, even in the game. She would never steal other people's things. Following Sirena's choice, her character immediately stepped forward and handed the stone to Zhenghui. A golden exclamation mark suddenly popped up above the latter's head. I was wondering why I couldn't find it for so long. Turns out it fell over to your side, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he looked up and saw the appearance of Sirena's character clearly. His face turned red as if he remembered something, and his speech became uneasy and intermittent. Hello, my name is Zhenghui. You are not from Kiui town, right? I don't think your clothes are from around here. After saying this, he hurriedly said, get me wrong. I didn't mean to say that the clothes you wear are ugly. On the contrary, you are very beautiful. Sorry, I haven't interacted with other people much. As he spoke, his voice gradually became softer and his head drooped. As if he seemed a little depressed, Sirena looked at him, pressed the interact button and spoke. It's okay, I don't mind, let me introduce myself. My name is Strawberry Ice Cream, what's yours? After hearing this, the young man suddenly became excited. Really? Okay, my name is Zhenghui and I'm a researcher. I study these fossils. They are at least 1,000 years old and are the only traces of ancient Pokémon left in this world. My goal is to use these fossils to reconstruct their original appearance thousands of years ago. As soon as the matter of fossils was mentioned, the young man named Zhenghui suddenly became fluent in his speech. He directly picked up the stone and showed it to Sirena. Look at these lines. This should be the fossilized bone of the ancient Pokémon fossil helmet. It belongs to the upper left shoulder of its body. It must have such a strong structure to support it in swinging its huge sickle-like claws. Fossilized helmet claws as big as sickles. Sirena repeated it subconsciously. Is this also an ancient Pokémon that has not yet been discovered by the scientific research community? Seeing that Sirena seemed interested, Zhang Hui's eyes turned into twinkling stars, emitting an extremely excited light. You're actually interested in ancient Pokémon. In that case, let me tell you a secret. Zhang Hui looked left and right, then came close to Sirena's character and spoke in a mysterious voice. Actually, I don't just want to restore the original appearance of these ancient Pokémon. What I want to do is to bring them back to life through these fossils. And I'm already halfway there. Now I just have to take the last step, fossils resurrected. Zhang Hui's 3 words exploded in Sirena's mind like a thunderbolt. She held her breath and immediately asked, "What step is left?" Zhang Hui glanced at her. "I've already built a machine to revive fossils. But there's no way to successfully revive rock fossils like these, because the cells and genes within them have long since died out. The only way to revive a fossil Pokémon is to find a special kind of fossil, known as a living fossil. The genes and cells within this kind of fossil are dormant. As long as my machine is installed, it can be revived into a Pokémon." Having said that, Zhang Hui sighed deeply, looking a little regretful and confused. But the conditions for the natural formation of active fossils like this are extremely high. And they are really hard to find. I have traveled all over the Hone region and have not found any active fossils. As he spoke, he took out a machine and shook it at the stone in his hand. The machine suddenly emitted a red light and then went out. "Look, this is my homemade machine for detecting living fossils. The one you gave me is a rock fossil. Thank you so much for helping me find it." When Sirena heard this, she was suddenly shocked. In this game, you can actually revive fossil Pokémon. Moreover, she recalled the description of the fossil she had obtained in the rock cave. A fossil of some unknown ancient Pokémon. It seems to still contain the breath of life. Could it be that this is the fossil that Zhang Hui is looking for? At the same time Zhang Hui was talking, and inadvertently raised his hand holding the machine and shook it. The moment the machine was aimed at the character of Sirena, a green light suddenly lit up on the machine. What followed was a rapid and intensive dripping sound. Zhang Hui froze for a moment, then picked up the machine and checked it over and over again. It's not broken, there's no way my machine is broken. But it only reacts to living fossils. Wait, could it be? He suddenly realized something stretched out a hand, pointed at Sirena and opened his mouth in surprise. Sirena's breathing also stagnated, sure enough. What he had in his hand was exactly that kind of active fossil. But the next moment Zhang Hui's voice, full of emotion and extreme surprise, followed, "Oh my god. So you turned out to be a living fossil. This is incredible, Sirena." Looking at Zhang Hui in front of her, Sirena suddenly found that she didn't know what to say. Sure enough, most of these researchers have somewhat abnormal brain circuits. I remember hearing that doctors Oak had the same condition when he was young, but his symptoms were said to be relatively mild, but even so, it seems that Professor Oak did a lot of stupid things back then. For example, he used his fire-breathing dragon's tail to cook a barbecue and accidentally set the whole house on fire. But now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing right now is to resurrect the fossils. Sirena's eyes focused, and she used the interactive button to take the fossil out of her backpack and placed it in front of Zhang Hui. "Is this the living fossil you're talking about?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hui froze in place the moment his eyes fell on the fossil in Sirena's hand. The next moment, he threw the machine to the side and pounced directly on the fossil. "That's it, this is what I'm looking for, ahahaha." He lay on the ground holding the fossil, so excited that he couldn't be more excited. He burst into a creepy laugh, which was completely different from his previous expression. Dozens of seconds passed before Zhang Hui suddenly seemed to realize something. He looked up at Shire up from the ground with a red face and coughed lightly as, "Hey, girl, you really helped me a lot. I've been looking for this thing for almost 10 years. But I still can't find it. Where did you find it?" "No, this isn't important anymore. Can you sell me this fossil, or I can help you revive it?" "Please." He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Shire. There is no doubt that Zhang Hui's request hits exactly what Shire wants. She nodded. "Please help me revive it. I also want to see what this ancient Pokémon looks like." Zhang Hui's whole body suddenly turned red again. The kind of blush that came from excitement. I don't know where he got the strength from, but he actually picked up the half-human high fossil with his bare hands and ran towards the town. "PLZ, follow me in this way." Shire followed Zhang Hui all the way back to the dilapidated cottage. "This is my research institute. Although it looks ordinary, well, it's well-equipped." Zhang Hui put the fossil on the ground, took out the key and opened the door. Everything in the house surprised Shire. Although the cabin is not big, it is tidy inside. 7 or 8 pieces of equipment are neatly placed in the room, and piles of information and various classics are neatly placed on the bookshelf on the side. It seems that Zhang Hui does have some scientific research ability. While Shire was thinking, Zhang Hui ran to a huge circular machine with the fossil in his hands and put the fossil in. The machine suddenly burst into a roaring sound, and some data began to appear quickly on the screen next to it. "This is the fossil resurrection machine I developed. It can extract the genes and remaining life substances within the living fossils to restore the original appearance of this ancient Pokémon and create and cultivate a new body for it." You might think that this isn't so much about reviving these fossil Pokémon as it is about recreating a whole new life. But that's because you, the fossil, are already alive. I'm just using this method to awaken it, as Zhang Hui spoke. Hundreds of data appeared on the screen, and a light and shadow image suddenly appeared. Zhang Hui also showed an excited expression on his face. Coming soon the next moment, the light and shadow began to gradually solidify. The outline of a Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of Shire. This guy has a huge body. A huge fish-like head with a terrifying huge mouth. But his lower body looks a bit like a standing dragon-type Pokémon. If this is what the fossil Pokémon looks like, then its shape is indeed somewhat unique. The barrage looked at the image of this Pokémon and started a discussion. My expectations were completely wasted. It ended up looking like this. I shouldn't say this, but it's really ugly. Have some respect. In my experience, the uglier the Pokémon, the stronger it is. Do you mean that Sister Michan is also very strong? Everyone's attention was focused on the appearance of this fossil Pokémon. But Shire was thinking about other things at the moment. Whether it is the previous Archaeopteryx or Cradlelily, they all have their own abilities and characteristics. So what is the situation of this fossil Pokémon? Judging from the appearance of this Pokémon, perhaps it has outstanding defensive capabilities. Because this body looks quite bulky and doesn't seem like it can speed up. And that mouth doesn't look like a vegetarian one. Then there is another possibility. That this guy has powerful physical attacks like Archaeopteryx. While Shire was thinking, Zhang Hui also came over. Although this is my first time using this machine, I have complete confidence and assurance that I can help you successfully revive this fossil Pokémon. But the resurrection process will take a long time. At least 2 days after all. Cultivating genetic cells into a brand new body is a major undertaking. You may have to wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Shire thought for a moment. 2 days in the game roughly correspond to a few hours in the real world. This means that I should be able to see all the information about this fossil Pokémon tonight. The answers to all questions will finally be revealed at that moment. By the way, where did you find this fossil? Zhang Hui operated the machine for a while, pressed a red button and spoke. Shire told Zhang Hui how she found the fossil in the rock cave. Upon hearing this, the latter held his chin, looking thoughtful. The cave in Wudu Town. Given the geological environment of that place, it's certainly possible for active fossils to form, but the probability is incredibly low. You're incredibly lucky. When he said this, he coughed lightly and blushed again. About what you just saw. Could you please not tell anyone else? Don't worry. I will keep my mouth shut about the technology of resurrecting fossils. Sirena answered immediately. She understood that if this level of technology were leaked casually, it would most likely attract the covetousness of people with ulterior motives. But Zheng Hui quickly waved his hand. No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's what it looked like when I first saw the fossil. Believe me, I was just too excited at the time. I'm not usually like this, I'm very quiet. Shirna couldn't help but recall the description of Zheng Hui given by the child at the door of the volcanic ash hut. That big brother is so scary. He laughs like he's crazy from time to time. Big sister, be careful if you meet him. But looking at Zheng Hui's sincere eyes, she could only say helplessly, okay, I trust you. After all, the fossil has been placed in the resurrection machine. And Shirna suddenly remembered another reason why she came to find Zheng Hui. I heard that you have some research on ancient items. She pressed the interact button and asked Zheng Hui. A red exclamation mark suddenly popped up above Zheng Hui's head. You know, that's true. Before I started studying fossils, my hobby was collecting all kinds of ancient objects and studying their history. Do you have some kind of treasure on you? Cynthia didn't hesitate and took out the rotten sword from her backpack and placed it in front of Bright. I got this from someone else, can you help me take a look? Zheng Hui took a look at the tattered sword. But unlike the others, he didn't show a contemptuous expression. Instead, he seemed to be instantly interested. He picked up the sword and examined it carefully, his eyes immediately lighting up with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, this sword won't melt no matter how hard it's burned, right? Sirena was stunned when she heard this. How does he know? When she was surprised, she heard Zheng Hui push his glasses and continue speaking. This is because the material used to forge this sword is a mineral called Kai stone. Not irons. This stone is mined from the snowy mountains of the Galar region. It's extremely rare and quite scarce, Galar region. Sirena caught sight of this unfamiliar area name and was stunned for a moment. But before she could ask further questions, Zheng Hui's explanation sounded. Its first characteristic is that it is extremely strong and difficult to destroy by external force. It also has an extremely high melting point, requiring special means to transform it into liquid casting. And the second characteristic. Zheng Hui suddenly picked up the rotten sword and swung it twice. The tattered sword body did not drop any debris due to the violent swing, but instead emitted a strange buzzing sound. Although it is not obvious, it can still be clearly captured in this quiet room. Zheng Hui said loudly again. The object forged from the bond stone can serve as a bond, forming a space within it that can seal Pokémon within. The sound you just heard came from the seal on this sword. It's unbelievable. I've only seen this kind of stone in that book of creation, but I never thought I'd actually be able to see something made from it. There was a lot of information in what Zheng Hui said, and it took Shirna a while to sort it out. So, you're saying there's a Pokémon sealed inside this sword? Zheng Hui nodded, took several photos of the sword, and then handed it to Shirna reluctantly. That's generally the case, but we can't rule out other possibilities. For example, there might be some dangerous item sealed inside. Or something else. If you want to break the seal, you need to repair this sword and then remove the ancient seal on the sword. But this sealing technique has long been lost. Plus, this sword has aged and decayed due to its age. The Pokémon sealed within it could be dangerous. Not necessarily a good thing. So just treat it as a collectible. Although this sword looks tattered like scrap metal and has no collectible value. However, just as Zheng Hui finished speaking, something happened that Shirna never expected. The scrap metal flew directly from her hand and hit Zheng Hui's head hard with the hilt. Ouch! Zheng Hui screamed in pain from being hit, turned his head, and his eyes met the sword that was floating in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened in horror. Oh my God, this guy is alive. There's a ghost, however. Just as he was about to run away, the sword was raised and hit his butt hard with the blade. Zhang Hui was knocked off his feet and staggered to the ground. The sword flew in the air and he looked quite proud of it then. It fell back into Sayurna's hands, trembling slightly. The next moment, a dazzling blue light suddenly lit up on the screen. The screen went black. And looking at this familiar situation, both Sayurna and the audience in her live broadcast room realized one thing. A CG is here again. Sure enough, the next moment the picture appeared. But what no one expected was that this time, the CG presented a scene that was like the end of the world. The crimson sky was torn apart, twisted and shattered by the ominous purple light. The camera is facing downwards, a gigantic bone dragon Pokémon perched atop the ruins of a city, hundreds of meters tall. Its dark purple and red body exuded a black energy that seemed to be able to devour all light. Its two twisted claws in front of it kept tearing at the void. Under its enormous pressure, the surrounding space was groaning in pain. As the figure exhaled, thick purple fog with a strange glow continuously poured out from its body, constantly corroding the deep purple earth. Wherever the fog spread, even the surrounding buildings were instantly corroded and turned into powder. Amidst flames, ruins, and deadly poisonous fog, the cries and screams of countless people rang out in the darkness, but were drowned out by the giant dragon's shrill roar. Under the crimson sky, the entire world seemed to be heading towards destruction. A strong sense of despair instantly emerged in the hearts of everyone who watched this video. Their bodies became stiff and they couldn't breathe. Even Sayurna widened her eyes and stood there in a daze. What on earth is this at this moment? Just looking at the figure of that strange Pokémon, as the champion, found that she couldn't even control her body's movements. You know of in the previous legendary Pokémon Regirock didn't give her such a feeling. When Sayurna was horrified, something strange happened. In the center of this destruction, a point of azure light suddenly lit up like a star, piercing the darkness. It was a Pokémon wearing ancient armor like a lion, and in its mouth was a huge golden sword, facing the huge disaster that obscured the sky before its eyes. There was no fear in its deep black eyes, only burning fighting spirit. This dazzling light in the darkness naturally attracted the attention of the being in the distance. Roars along with an earth-shaking roar. From the deep red core of the bone dragon, a beam of light, thick enough to penetrate a mountain, carrying destructive energy, poured down towards the tiny blue figure on the ground like a purple torrent bursting a dam. But just when the torrent of destruction was about to swallow everything up, the blue Pokémon moved. Its figure turned into a blue lightning that tore through the purple mist, and its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limit of visual capture. This speed is not for dodging, but for charging head-on into the destructive beam. The golden giant sword hummed in its mouth, and a shining golden sword light that covered the sky and the sun burst out. Boom! The sound of clashing swords resounded throughout heaven and earth, as if it could cut through time and space. The pillar of destructive light was actually cut in two by the golden sword light. At the same time, the blue figure went upstream with sword light and jumped high. A ray of azure light pierced through heaven and earth, dividing light and darkness, with the majesty of a king that purified everything. It struck down with all its might at this moment. The interwoven golden and light blue lights ignited the entire dark world. The CG scene finally freezes at this moment. The light slowly faded and dissipated, returning to the game interface. The live broadcast room was completely silent, and the comments were blank. Unlike the last time in the Rock Kaveth's time, even though the CG had ended for a while, no one spoke. Sayurna sat there stiffly for a long time, and it was only when her rapid breathing brought her back to reality that she realized that it was actually her own breathing. Not only that, cold sweat had already soaked her back. At this moment, she finally came to her senses. So what she just saw was a battle between two legendary Pokémon. And it is definitely not an ordinary legendary Pokémon. With such power and momentum, what exactly is that? Sayurna couldn't help but ask herself again in her heart. Everyone was immersed in deep shock and couldn't extricate themselves. At this moment, A few viewers in the live broadcast room finally recovered. But the content they posted on the barrage was exactly the same. Question marks were flying all over the room, filling up the entire screen at this time. Shirna used her barely recovered thinking ability and suddenly discovered the most critical problem. The blue Pokémon just now had a golden giant sword in its mouth. Why does the sword in my hand look exactly like the one in the game? After a moment, Shirna sorted out her thoughts again. It seems that this sword I obtained, called the Sword of Decay, is inextricably linked to the blue Pokémon I just encountered. Otherwise, this sword would not have allowed him to see the scene just now. So, could it be that the blue Pokémon is sealed in this sword, or is it that purple creature? Shirna couldn't help but frown slightly. There is no doubt that the gap between these two possibilities can be described as worlds apart. At this moment, the light emitted from the rotten sword had dissipated and slowly fell back into Shirna's hands, returning to its calm state as if it had never moved. Speaking of which, according to Zhang Hui, if you want to release the thing in this sword, you must break the contract formation on the sword. Simply repairing it will be useless. But the item description of this sword tells me that as long as I can repair it, I can unleash its original power in this case. Can I try to repair the sword first, and then decide whether to lift the seal based on the situation at that time? And after all, this is a game, not reality. So there is no need to be too cautious. If you are afraid to play a game, it's not called playing a game. Besides, the shock those two Pokémon just now brought to him was really too great. It was obviously worth taking such a risk to obtain more intelligence and information about those two Pokémon. Thinking of this, Shirna finally made a decision and turned to speak to Zhang Hui beside her. Did you see what happened just now? Zhang Hui was stunned for a moment, shook his head, touched his head and grinned. What did you see? Of course I saw it. This broken sword just hit me hard on the head. It's even swollen. It seems that Masaki did not obtain the image that the sword just provided to Shirna, which was exclusive to her character. After a brief thought, Shirna said, "You seem to have mentioned earlier that the material of this sword is called Kashi. If I want to repair this sword, do you have any ideas?" Zhang Hui was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then immediately shook his head. "I'm sorry. I just happened to hear about this kind of ore and its production process. But what kind of technology is needed to repair it? I really don't know." Upon hearing this, Shirna felt a little disappointed. She had thought she could get some information from Zhang Hui. However, things seemed to be turning around at this moment. Zhang Hui pointed at the sword and spoke again. "Hey, you're not planning on repairing this sword and releasing the contents. I suggest you don't. Just look at the condition it was in. It's obvious that whatever's locked up inside isn't any good." However, as soon as she finished speaking, the sword in Shirna's hand suddenly flew up again, emitting a buzzing sound as if dissatisfied, and flew straight towards Zhang Hui. This time, Zhang Hui learned his lesson. He shouted and ran without hesitation. Rushing out of the room, the Sword of Decay turned in the air and returned to Shirna in a sullen manner. A ray of light suddenly emerged from its blade and turned into an arrow symbol, pointing in a certain direction. Shirna was stunned when she saw this, and looked down at the rotten sword. "Are you guiding me to repair you?" The Sword of Decay seemed to understand her words and swayed up and down as if nodding. Shirna thought for a moment, pressed the interact button and spoke again, explaining softly, "I do intend to fix you, but I have more important things to do right now, excuse me." The brilliance of the Sword of Decay suddenly dimmed. Shirna quickly added, "But if possible, I will definitely find a way to fix yours. Please give me some time." The Sword of Decay was silent for a moment after hearing this, then swayed up and down as if nodding. It seemed to reluctantly accept Shirna's opinion, flew back into her Hondant, remained motionless again. Shirna looked thoughtful as she watched this scene. If this sword could provide guidance, there would definitely be corresponding repair methods waiting for her to explore. In this case, I don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Let's take it one step at a time. She carefully placed the Sword of Decay into her backpack, and her eyes fell on the machine in Zheng Hui's laboratory. In a few hours, this fossil will be successfully resurrected as an ancient Pokémon. To be honest, this should have been a very shocking thing for her. But in front of the light and shadow provided by the Sword of Corruption, Shirna suddenly felt that this was nothing. She couldn't help but sigh slightly. This game was really constantly refreshing and impacting her worldview. Having said that, I originally thought that the author of this game only had some knowledge of Rayquaza and other legendary Pokémon in the Hoenn region. But now it seems his knowledge of legendary Pokémon is probably far superior to that of a mythologist like me. Thinking of this, Shirna shook her head slightly and walked out of Zheng Hui's research institute. Zheng Hui was shivering outside at this moment. When he saw Shirna coming out, he took several steps back, as if he was afraid of being hit by the sword again. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure that the sword in her arms was gone. He actually hit me, he's so mean, I just told the truth. Well, but then again, if you want to repair this sword, you can go to the Galar region and see if you can find this kind of ore to repair it. A Galar regions. The reappearance of this word immediately attracted Shirna's attention. Masaki nodded, yes, that's right. This area is located in the northwest of our Hoenn region. It's very far away, and there aren't many routes to it right now. But you can take a boat from Xiaojing City and look for it. Remember, this kind of stone is only found in the snowy mountains in the northern part of the Galar region. It's not found anywhere else, well, good luck. And remember to come back later to see your fossil Pokémon. After Zheng Hui finished speaking, he didn't even look back and hid back in his room as if he was escaping. And Shirna silently memorized the name of this area. Galar regions. She guessed that this must be a special area created by the author in the game. What? It's impossible that in reality there is a continent called the Galar region that has not been discovered yet. Right, this is not very likely to happen. After saying goodbye to Zheng Hui, she continued on her way towards Meteor Falls. According to Shirna's original expectation, since the Meteor Cave is a plot that must be passed through, and it is clearly mentioned that the lava ball is located there, she guessed that there will definitely be a difficult battle next. To this end, she also upgraded all of her team members to the current level cap in advance. However, what happened next after entering the Meteor Cave was beyond Shirna's expectations. When she walked towards the left side of the cave for a while, she saw from a distance a researcher in a white coat, surrounded by a group of men in lava team uniforms, who roughly and forcefully snatched a box from him. Then, the members of the lava group left without looking back. Shirna immediately stepped forward and started a conversation with the depressed staff member and learned the specific situation. Those guys from the lava group tricked me here and stole the most important thing I had, a meteorite from outer space. Damn it, what did they want with it? I'm going to tell the Alliance about this now. Meteorites. Shirna immediately caught the keyword and frowned slightly. At this moment from the other side of the cave, 7 or 8 people in dark blue clothes ran over, looked around and spoke to the researcher. We heard that the guys from the lava group just came here to carry out their evil plan. Where are they? The researcher was stunned when he heard this. Pointed in another direction of Meteor Cave. They stole my meteorite and said they were going to Mount Yantu. Upon hearing this, the leader of the water fleet slapped his thigh and showed a look of regret on his face. Damn, it seems we're still too late. Brothers, let's chase as soon as the voice fell. The members of the water fleet disappeared into the Meteor Cave in a mighty manner. Looking at the scene in front of her, Shirna fell into deep thought again. Judging from the current situation, although we don't know what they are going to do with the meteorite, the lava group should also have their own plans and arrangements. Now there's good news and bad news. The good news is that Team Aquat Least seems to be on the opposing side rather than allied with them. But the bad news is that the water fleet still has its own plans. No matter which side is actually not a positive character. They are just enemies. Well, next, I should go to Yantu Mountain to see what the lava ball is going to do. Shirna's eyes fixed, and she turned and left Meteor Falls. When Shirna returned to the cable car entrance outside the flame shortcut, as expected, the two characters who had blocked the way here before had disappeared. She also took the cable car smoothly and quickly reached the top of Mount Yantu. Mount Fumer is a very high volcano in the Hone region. There is a large amount of flowing magma on the top that may erupt at any time. The volcanic ash that Shirna saw in the grass before came from the past eruption of this volcano. At this moment, the discussion in her live broadcast room was also very intense. What's the lava ball doing with the meteorite on the volcano? It can't be that they're going to blow up the volcano, right? I don't know. Besides, what's the connection between a volcano explosion and a meteorite? Well, the things these dark organizations do are always a little hard to understand. We'll know after we take a look, won't we? Shirna was also thinking. The previous game content revealed to her the tip of the iceberg of the water fleet plan. And the goal of the lava group would probably be revealed to her soon. As soon as she stepped out of the cable car, Shirna heard the sound of a loud battle coming from her ears. She controlled her character and went forward to take a look, only to discover that the members of the magma group and the water fleet were releasing their Pokémon to fight each other. This scene continued to extend from the foot of the mountain up the mountain. For a moment, dozens of people in red and blue clothes were fighting. Not only were their Pokémon fighting each other, but even the members were engaging in close combat with each other. And the scene was quite chaotic. Such a chaotic situation undoubtedly provided a convenient opportunity for Shirna. She carefully controlled the character and began to climb up the mountain silently. Not long after they started walking, the number of members in the water fleet began to decrease. Finally, when she was halfway up, a member of the lava team who was guarding there noticed her arrival and rushed forward to challenge her. The boss said that this is the most critical moment here. No one is allowed to get close. The Pokémon of this NPC was not particularly strong, and Shirna easily dealt with it in less than a minute. However, as she continued to ascend, a series of lava team NPCs began to challenge her. The strength of each NPC seems to be stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, there are 2 water attribute Pokémon in the current configuration of Shirna's team, and most of the Pokémon of these lava team NPCs are fire attribute, so she can deal with them quite easily. The most important point is that the newly joined owl will further weaken the strength of these fire-type Pokémon when rainy weather starts. Before Lot Kappa even had a turn to play, Shirna had already overcome all obstacles and successfully reached the top of the mountain. What caught her eyes was a huge magma pool, with deep red lava surging and rolling violently in it, and white steam rising continuously with high temperature. In front of this lava pool, there stood a burly figure wearing a red lava ball uniform. His eyes were extremely calm, and his brows revealed the pride and confidence of a strong man. But if you look closely, you can see a hint of hidden ruthlessness. Shirna's intuition told her that the guy in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person, and he probably had a very high status in the lava group. However, just as she was thinking, she saw that the man seemed to have noticed her presence, took a step forward, and his deep voice sounded in her ear. "Little boy, why are you here? This is not the place for you. Wait, since you're standing here, it means you've already gotten past my men. No matter how you did it, it's something worth admiring. It seems you're a talented young man. In that case, I will make an exception and grant you a privilege. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the lava group, Red Flame Pines." Shirna's eyes suddenly focused. The Alliance had exact information about who was the leader of the lava group organization. It was none other than this Kai Yansong. But what he didn't expect was that the person in front of him was actually him. The next moment, the voice of the Red Flame Pine was also heard. "Listen up. I'm here to formally invite you to join our organization, the Lava Group. Our plan is to spread fire and molten lava across the land, engulfing the ocean, and ultimately create a new civilization within the flames. How is it, are you interested?" As he spoke, he stretched out a hand directly towards Shirna. At this moment, Sirna's expression suddenly became a little complicated. As the League champion of the Sinnoh region, I was invited by the leader of the water fleet to play a game. Now I just met the leader of the magma group and was invited to join. If this trend continues, will I receive an invitation if I meet the boss of Team Rocket in the game next time? In response to Kai Yansong's suggestion, 2 lines of prompts suddenly popped up in front of Sirna in the game. Accept, reject, her gaze suddenly fixed. What does this accept button mean? Can I really join the lava group after I make my choice? She was really a little surprised. I didn't expect that the game author would even create such a side quest. To be honest, Sirna was really moved at this moment. If the lava group is added to the games, doesn't that mean that I can get more data and information about the lava group? Although the lava balls in the real world act in a high-profile manner and do all kinds of evil. But for some reason, they have been becoming less and less active recently, and have even begun to disappear. The Alliance actually only has a small amount of information about the lava group, which cannot be called sufficient. Now that such a good opportunity is right in front of me, how can I refuse it? So after a brief thought, she chose to accept it directly. Kai Yansong, who was standing opposite her, applauded when he got the answer. It's a smart choice. Join us, you won't regret it. Together we will carve out a new kingdom amidst the flames. But soon he changed the subject, however. To verify your loyalty, I need you to do something now. Kai Yansong stretched out his hand and pointed at the surging pool of magma beside him. Take out all the Pokémon you have and throw them in along with their balls. After joining us, you won't need these weak guys anymore. A good trainer like you deserves stronger partners. 2 buttons popped up again in front of Sirna, weather. However, this time she didn't hesitate at all and chose no, even in the game. She couldn't accept throwing her Pokémon into lava. This is the bottom line a trainer should have, and it cannot be crossed under any circumstances. Even such behavior naturally meant that she lost the opportunity to join the lava group in the game and rejected Kai Yansong's invitation. Seeing this, Kai Yansong's voice instantly turned cold. I thought you were a smart person, but now it seems that you are no different from those idiots in the Alliance. In that case, let me tell you the cruelty of reality. Passionate music sounded in Sirna's ears, and countless Piquet ball icons slid across the screen. The battle started at this moment. Sorry guys, one of the reasons I had to go out for something at home today was that I came back late. And the other was that I had cervical spondylosis recently and felt a little dizzy and nauseous. So I wrote slowly sorry. However, what was beyond Sirna's expectations was that the person who appeared opposite her was not Kai Yansong, but another elite cadre wearing the Lava Team uniform. It was obvious that Kai Yansong, the leader of the Lava Team, had no desire to take action against a child like her and simply handed the matter over to his subordinates. Of course, such a design in the game is obviously very reasonable. How can a trainer who has just started fighting be on equal terms with the boss of the Magma Group and be inseparable? While Sirna was thinking as the battle began, she automatically sent out her starting Pokémon. Nova Scotia, the member of the Lava Team opposite, threw a Piquet ball. And the next moment, a turtle-shaped figure appeared in front of her. This Pokémon has a hard shell and long, thick hooves on its limbs. Steam constantly emerges from the raised holes in the shell on its back, as if its body contains extremely high temperature. The opponent sent out a LV-35 coal turtle. Let's go out. You know, the current team level cap of Sirna is only level 30. The level difference between the two is as high as 5 levels. But in the face of such a challenge, neither Sirna nor the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to be very nervous. Given the difficulty of this game, under normal circumstances, a gap of 5 levels would definitely be quite difficult to overcome. But with their previous experience, they knew clearly that the Pokémon used by each member of the Magma Group were all fire type. With the bonus of the weather, they will be completely defeated by the 2 water-type Pokémon in Sirna's team, and the gap between the 5 levels can be completely narrowed. At this moment, as the 2 Pokémon appeared, Sirena directly selected Water Wave to attack without hesitation, officially starting the first round of the battle. A strange blue energy emerged directly from the toucan's body. The sky instantly became gloomy, and raindrops as big as beans fell. The rain trait of the toucan gull has been triggered. And it's starting to rain. This is rainy weather. In such weather, the power of all fire-based skills will be greatly reduced. Originally, the toucan was resistant to fire-type skills. So under such circumstances, the threat was naturally smaller. The coal turtle was almost directly destroyed by other attacks of its own type. But the next moment, something happened that was beyond everyone's expectations. A deep red glow began to linger over the coal turtle's body, shooting straight into the sky. The originally gloomy sky suddenly cleared up at this moment, and the dazzling sunlight replaced the raindrops falling from the sky, covering the entire battlefield and the two Pokémon in a blazing light. The coal turtle's sunshine ability has been activated, and the sky has cleared up. The power of fire attribute skills has increased. The power of water attribute skills has decreased. This sudden change not only stunned Sirena, but also caused the audience in the live broadcast room to question. Who the hell are you, bro? You opened one too. Coal turtle, you opened it first. Mom, why was my weather snatched away? At this moment, Sirena's eyes also fixed. Weather characteristics again. She should have thought of it earlier. Since the toucan has the characteristic of rainfall, it can directly change the surrounding weather and turn it into a rainy day. Then weather conditions such as sunny days and storms and snowy days should also have corresponding characteristics. This is undoubtedly a very important tip in the real world for trainers who want to develop a team centered around weather. Perhaps there are still many Pokémon with weather characteristics in the real world, waiting for people to develop and discover back in the game. Sirena immediately understood the mechanism of the weather system. There is no doubt that Coulter is slower than Scafavir. It seems that in this game, if two Pokémon with weather attributes appear on the field at the same time, the slower one will have control over the weather. The appearance of the coal turtle allowed the sunlight feature to snatch the weather skills on the field, directly reversing the situation that was supposed to be one-sided. The power of the water-based skills of the toucan and Lot Kappa has been reduced. When they are unable to kill the opponent in one move, the advantage brought by the exaggerated level of 35 is immediately reflected. And so in the first battle, Sirena was undoubtedly defeated. But soon she started her second challenge again, this time. She had understood the weather mechanism and successfully avoided the situation where the coal turtle used the sunlight feature to grab the weather in the first round, and chose to start with the bear, then find an opportunity to switch to the toucan with the rain feature, and finally use the Lot Kappa with the leisurely feature to finish the battle. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that Sirena used the weather characteristics to fight a perfect battle after obtaining the Blackbird. As the Lava Team Elite was defeated, the game exited the battle interface. A look of surprise appeared on Kai Yansong's face, but it quickly disappeared and turned into a hint of coldness. It seems that your talent is even greater than I imagined. It's a pity that you chose to refuse to join us. Since you can't be used by me, then turn to ashes and disappear along with your Pokémon. As he spoke amid the tense music, Kai Yansong raised one hand, and a deep red Pokéball appeared. Even though this Pokémon was not released, it still exuded a powerful and terrifying aura, making everyone's heart jump. But at the critical moment, a silver-white figure broke through the clouds and swooped down from the sky. Then there was a roar. Stop. The person who came was none other than the champion of the Hone region. Daigaoho was carried by an armored bird. Kai Yansong's expression changed. He looked up at the figure in the sky and threw another Pokéball without hesitation. A Charizard suddenly appeared, and Red Flame Pine jumped onto the back of Charizard, which flapped its wings and spewed out dazzling flames from its mouth, rushing straight towards Sirena in the sky. The figure of the armored bird suddenly accelerated at this moment, turning into a silver lightning blocking Sirena. A dark blue shield suddenly appeared in the air, completely neutralizing the scorching flames. However, when the smoke caused by the flames dissipated, the figures of the red flame pine and the fire-breathing dragon had disappeared into the sky. As the leader of Team Magma, his strength may not be enough to compete with Dago, but once he starts fighting with the opponent, it means that he will be delayed here. The Alliance's reinforcements will arrive soon, and the situation is extremely unfavorable to him, so he naturally dare not stay for long. The game perspective switches to the sky. Kai Yansung looks down at the volcano below him. His face tensing, no one knows what he is thinking. After a long time, he carefully took something out of his arms. It was a deep red round crystal contained in a black box, which was constantly emitting scorching air waves and temperature in all directions, even distorting the air. The black box that holds it seems to be made of special materials. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ashes under such high temperatures. Qiansong stared deeply at the red crystal and murmured, "Never mind, even without the meteor. Our plan can still be accomplished with it, just wait. The day when the flame is ignited will come soon." As he spoke, the Charizard flapped its wings and disappeared into the clouds in the sky with him. While looking at this scene, Shirna seemed to be thinking about something. Her intuition told her that the red crystal she had just seen was probably not some ordinary thing. But what could that be? And what does it have to do with Team Magma's plan? Obviously, there will be no answers to these questions for the time being. At the same time, the game interface switched back to the lava volcano. Dago jumped off the back of the armored bird and asked with concern, "Strawberry ice cream, why are you here? Are you okay?" "I just received a message saying that the lava team had some evil plans and actions in Yantu Mountain. So I rushed over immediately. Now it seems that I came quickly enough. By the way, how did you manage to stand before Kai Yansong? Did you defeat his men? I didn't expect you to grow so fast. I was right about you. But remember, don't be so impulsive next time. None of these dangerous guys have good intentions. Okay, I'm going to chase him. Take care of yourself." Dago finished speaking quickly, then jumped back onto Skarmory's backsword into the air, and disappeared into the clouds. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream chat began to comment, "Boss Dago is such a good man. He gave me the evolution stone before, and now he comes to my rescue at the critical moment. He is worthy of being the champion of the Hone region. He is so professional. I heard that Dago in the real world is like this too. Although he's crazy about stones, when it comes to doing his job and protecting the people, he's still very responsible. So what exactly is this lava mass trying to do? I don't think they're just trying to detonate the volcano. I don't quite understand. Didn't he just say he wanted to set the whole world on fire? But I feel like that was probably an exaggeration, right?" Just as everyone was discussing, Shirna suddenly noticed that there was a machine next to her. Just now the red flame pine was standing in this direction, and its burly body blocked its existence. So Shirna did not notice this thing. She immediately controlled her character to move forward, but was surprised to find that at the top of the machine, there was a dark black stone. This is. A line of prompts popped up in front of her eyes. "This looks like the meteorite that Team Lava stole. Do you want to take it?" As Shirna chose yes. The roaring machine suddenly stopped at this moment, and the fossil was put into her backpack. However, as it entered Shirna's item bar, this time the game did not give any information about the item as it did in the past, but instead a red border appeared. There is a line of comments above the border. This meteorite seems to have some familiar symbols carved on it. Below the notes are 3 rows of symbolic text. The moment Shirna saw these words, her eyes suddenly fixed, because these characters were exactly the same ancient characters that she had deciphered in the rock cave before. The only difference from the previous rock cave is that the content of these symbols is different. Shirna could only rely on her previous translation experience to barely understand some of the meaning. She spoke subconsciously and read out part of it softly. Legend has it that, in charge, when the earth and the sea are in turmoil, show up. This was all she could understand at the moment. What do the land and the sea refer to show up? What will show up? It is naturally difficult to judge anything from such a small amount of information. But Shirna was not in a hurry, because ever since she took a photo of the ancient text and gave it to the archaeological research team, they have been stepping up their research on the meaning of this ancient text. I believe that it won't be long before we can make further breakthroughs. When the time comes, we only need to send this text to them, and they will get a more detailed translation, so that we can figure out what the information on this meteorite is saying. With this thought in mind, Shirna put the meteorite back into her pocket. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but ever since she took the meteorite off the machine, the boiling magma in the lava pool in front seemed to have calmed down and was no longer as intense. At this moment in the game, Shirna also understood that the quest branch belonging to the lava group should have come to a temporary end. So next, it's time to challenge the next gym, Kamahin Gym. She controlled the character and walked towards the foot of Yanta Mountain. At the same time in the Kanto region, in a villa in Cerulean City, Ling Feng stretched out his body, looked at the dark purple Pokeball icon that appeared on his screen, glanced at the time in the lower right corner, and spoke into the microphone. Brothers, the Zero Krypton winning streak challenge for the Master Ball has been successful. The streamer is logging off now, because today is vacation time and there is no need to play games. Ling Feng simply started a live broadcast and played the game Road to Battle. Since the battle mechanism of this game is that the points obtained after consecutive wins will continue to increase. After the 46th consecutive win, he successfully reached the target rank, Master Ball, with a % winning rate. This winning streak naturally brought a lot of popularity to his live broadcast room. At this moment, the number of online users in the live broadcast room has reached as many as 25. Even in the entire live broadcast platform, it can be regarded as a tier with a very large traffic volume. At this moment, as Ling Feng spoke, countless barrages of comments began to flash across the screen frantically in the live broadcast room. Don't go, brothers. You've only been broadcasting for an entire afternoon. Play a few more rounds, play a few more rounds. That's right, host, I beg you. I feel like ants are crawling on my body when I can't see you live every day. Today you rarely broadcast for a while. Why are you so short-lived? I haven't learned enough of the hellish tricks, host. If you leave, let's see whose tricks are disgusting. Sorry, it's about gaining points. While playing the battle road today, Ling Feng naturally used all the available tactics in various ways with limited configuration. It has to be said that the player level of the battle road is indeed not very high. Even the tactic of guarding poison on behalf of others, which is already very common in the original world, has helped him win several games in a row. After playing all day today, Ling Feng had actually lost some interest. It was fine at the beginning, but after playing for a while, he found that the gaming experience of this battle road was not even as good as Zhu/Zai's ranking. After all, in this game not only are many Pokémon not made, but the characteristics probs, and even the skill pool are not perfect. If it weren't for the previous system tasks and the promise he made to these viewers to reach the Master Ball level, he wouldn't have played for so long. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng closed the game window and spoke again. Brothers, I really won't broadcast it anymore. But at this moment, a red paid message barrage suddenly attracted his attention. Shellbender, who loves eating water plants, streamer. You're so talented. Why don't you try playing other games to make a name for yourself? What's the point of fishing on the battle road every day? How about this? I recommend a game for you guaranteed to be fun. Called Pokémon Emerald, why don't you try it? As soon as this comment came out, all the audiences in the live broadcast room naturally burst into laughter. I second the suggestion and strongly recommend that the streamer try playing Emerald. It's really fun. If you want to see the anchor go to jail, just say so directly. Don't beat around the bush. What nonsense is the person above? Emerald is indeed a good game. It is easy and fun to play. My children love it. I have already bought 2 copies and will buy more in the future. 6,666, these people are all bad guys. Looking at the barrage of comments flying in front of him, Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, then suddenly froze and realized something. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that if you want to do a live broadcast? Why not play the game you made and go play garbage like Road to Battle? Anyway, no one knows that this game was actually made by him. I just need to show a little understanding of the game. And the emotional points will come pouring in right. What's more, with more and more viewers in my live broadcast room, it will also help promote the Emerald game. Isn't this one of the most effective ways of publicity? While Ling Feng was thinking, the audience in the live broadcast room saw that he had not spoken for a long time and suddenly became anxious. The streamer wouldn't be afraid, would he? Yes. That game is very difficult. Even Sirena would get stuck playing it. Brother, you can play it for a bit. At worst, I'll pay for the game. AA Wholesale Hot Monkey Gloves rewarded the anchor with a luxury sports car worth 500 yuan. Fuck big brother, you're so stupid. If you have this money, give it to me and I'll play with it for you to see. Looking at the barrage of comments flying in front of him, Ling Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He moved the mouse away from the button to close the live broadcast, and instead opened the browser in full view of everyone and typed in 7 words. In front of everyone, Ling Feng did download the game on his computer, but he was not in a hurry to open it. Okay, now the game is downloaded. The water at home boiled and I forgot to turn off the stove. So I'm going to log off first. After saying this, he chose to exit the live broadcast without even looking at the comments. Ling Feng knew that if he started playing Emerald in front of everyone, with his understanding and knowledge of the game, it would probably bring in a lot of emotional points. But Ling Feng didn't want to lose the big picture for the small one. Even the crazy difficult Pokémon, Emerald is nothing to a veteran Pokémon player like him. Not to mention that this game was made by him personally, so it is quite easy for him to play it. Although this may produce a lot of program effects and provide certain emotional points, it is also equivalent to directly giving players who have not yet come into contact with this game a cracked version of the tutorial. As long as you follow your own paths, you can easily complete the difficult process. The most fun time for a game is always when everyone is just starting to play it and doesn't have much understanding or knowledge of the game. For those who rely on the difficulty of the game to gain emotional points in the early stage, it is naturally quite disadvantageous to broadcast the game through personally now. So Ling Feng was not in a hurry and planned to live broadcast playing Pokémon Emerald immediately. Instead, he would wait until the top players had reached at least half of the game progress before starting to live broadcast the game. At this time, if you complete the game in a new way and with a new way of thinking, it will naturally cause greater fluctuations in the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room, thereby gaining more emotional points. Moreover, less than 1/3 of the content has been produced for the crazy mode of Pokémon Emerald. Compared with live streaming, Ling Feng needs to focus more on making games. After all, the emotional points brought by each update of the game are much greater than what he gains from playing games in the live broadcast room. In short, no is not the best time to live broadcast Emerald. Let's wait a little longer. As soon as he thought of this, Ling Feng stood up from the computer desk and stretched. Then opened the background of his Pokémon Emerald to check the data of the player list. But when he saw Thish was suddenly stunned. Because the first place on the leaderboard, Shirena's game progress suddenly reached the part of challenging the gym in Fuyan Town. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, and even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. No, I just updated so much game content today. I thought it would last 2 days at most. And you've already reached the gym in 1 day. What a scary woman, of course. This horror refers only to the speed of playing games, and also to her strength as a trainer. Ling Feng couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. Alas, it seems that I can't rest today and have to work overtime playing games. However, did not start in a hurry, but opened the background of the game and took another look. The promotion at a price of 200 million is obviously meaningful. After 1 day, the increase in game sales can be said to be immediate. and so far the number of new sales has increased by as much as 3. At this rate it would probably take only about a week, not 15 days, for the game's sales to successfully exceed the 30 copies required by the task. In addition to the increase in sales, the popularity of the game seems to be steadily increasing. Pokémon Emerald has reached the second place in the real-time ranking of the new game festival. Moreover, its popularity and sales volume are actually not much different from the first-place game called Pokémon Fishing Tournament. If we continue like this, it's only a matter of time before we get first place in the new travel festival. However, Ling Feng suddenly remembered something. It seemed that DreamWorks' new game would be released in 3 days. He wasn't worried about DreamWorks posing any threat to him. Instead, he was simply curious, what kind of games could this black-hearted company make? Forget it, who cares? Ling Feng shook his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the task panel in front of him. The end of the month is when the new game festival ends. As long as you can get the first place, you can get 1 emotion points, a random advanced production module, and a special A-level system prop treasure chest as rewards. Before Thatons the game sales reach 30 copies, you will be able to obtain 2,000 emotion points, and a level special item treasure chest, and an invitation card as rewards in the side quest. Among these 2 rewards, except for the same value of emotion points, the difference between the other 2 rewards can be said to be quite large. Ling Feng is currently unable to determine which one is more valuable, the invitation card or the advanced production module. But there is no doubt that the system item treasure chest is definitely more advanced than the special item treasure chest. Based on his previous experience, the absence of the word system made a world of difference. Just as Ling Feng was staring at the game panel in thought, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Ding. Please note that the current stage of emotional points has been settled. You have earned 23 emotional points from 460 viewers in the live broadcast room. You have received 450 emotional points from players who purchased emeralds. You have received 1,000 emotional points from the important character Shirna. You received 670 emotional points from the audience in Shirna's live broadcast room. The series of prompts completely confused Ling Feng. The emotional points generated by the live broadcast audience and Emerald players were within his expectations. But why did Shirna suddenly give him another 1,000 emotion points? Past experience told Ling Feng that this champion must have been stimulated by something inside the Emerald again. Moreover, even the audience in the live broadcast room were also stimulated. But Ling Feng frowned and thought for a while. Apart from the fossil Pokémon and Zheng Hui's laboratory plot, he should not have arranged any events or content near Kui Town that could cause Shirna to have such emotional fluctuations. After a brief thought, he suddenly realized something. His eyes fell on the back of the 2 lines of emotional point information. And sure enough, he saw a small prompt box. Includes Easter egg module bonus, sure enough. It was the content automatically generated by the Easter egg module. He immediately opened the browser and entered Shirna's live broadcast room. At this moment, Shirna had successfully descended the mountain and arrived at Fuyan Town. In the hot spring above, she obtained a mysterious elf egg from the old woman. According to his design, the Pokémon hatched from this Pokémon egg will not be counted towards the 15 Pokémon team limit in crazy mode. Moreover, unlike the original games, it will not necessarily hatch a small Pokémon, but several random Pokémon at the same time. Ling Feng operated a few times on the screen and successfully opened the recording of Shirna's live broadcast room. He began to drag the progress bar and carefully checked what had just happened that could cause Shirna to have such a big emotional fluctuation. And soon he got the answer. Looking at the sword King Kang Xiang, who was fighting with Wu Jitai in front of him, Ling Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. Oh my god, isn't this the Hone region? How did this Easter egg system directly bring 2 legendary Pokémon from the Galar region? Also, is it legal for you to fight against Sora AI, who has a Gigantamax form of Infinity, 1125 racial stats, and 2509 double defense Infinity Tana? However, Ling Feng changed his mind and suddenly felt that the effect of this CG was probably many times stronger than his previous Regirock CG. After all, for the people in this world, legendary Pokémon are simply something that ordinary people cannot easily come into contact with or understand. As for legendary Pokémon of a slightly lower level like the Geopillar, mythologists like Sirna may at least have heard of it. So when they saw that CG, they naturally would not have overly exaggerated emotions. But the shock brought by these two first-level gods, who have not even appeared in the corresponding areas in the real world, is indeed quite great. Seeing that more than 2,000 emotional points appeared out of nowhere in his account, Ling Feng's mood suddenly improved. This Easter egg module is really worth it. There is no doubt that it is impossible to produce such amazing effects by relying solely on an Easter egg module. Thanks to the independent idea of the Easter egg and the advanced CG technology module and coercion effect module that he had purchased before, such a scene was staged in Shirna's live broadcast room. At this moment, Ling Feng suddenly felt a little excited. The battle CG between Sorayaka and Mugentana, as well as the Sword of Decay, are all Easter eggs that are beyond one's control and unpredictable. But the next main line of Emerald can be controlled in your own hands, and you can create it yourself. This main storyline is the earth-shattering battle between the three legendary Pokémon in the Hone region, Rayquaza, Groudon and Kyogre. Well, to be more precise, Groudon and Kyogre had a fight, and then the kindergarten teacher Rayquaza came to the rescue. According to the original process of the game, I have successfully inserted the content of the lava group and water fleet into it. However, Ling Feng did not intend to move everything in this part as in the original work, but had some plans of his own. He wants to better present these three legendary Pokémon to all players, so that all players can participate in it personally, rather than witness it as a bystander, of course. To achieve this, Ling Feng will probably need a lot of effort. But when he thought about the moment when the players experienced this scene personally, Ling Feng naturally felt that it was all worth it. I was busy outside today, and there is still a chapter 2K left to go. At that time, polish that key plot repeatedly to make the performance as good as possible. In fact, logically speaking, Ling Feng originally planned to add this story belonging to the three gods of Hone into the story mode of Pokémon Emerald. But strictly speaking, this thing also belongs to the main storyline of the game. So I just did it first. Besides, Ling Feng doesn't have to worry about not being able to produce anything in the story mode just by doing the storyline of the three gods of Hone. On the contrary, the story content of Pokémon Ultra Emerald is also quite excellent and worth learning from. Of course, this plot is limited to the early and middle stages. The plot flow in the later stages is a bit bloated, and it basically repeats meeting new legendary Pokémon and obtaining some props. But even so, it is definitely enough for Ling Feng, since he chose to use Ultra Emerald as the blueprint for the game. These things are naturally indispensable. And just like the crucial battle between the three gods of Hone, he won't completely copy the original work, but will add his own ideas and understanding, and make use of the abilities of those modules to make it as good as possible. Whether it is the unique storyline of each legendary Pokémon, or Team Rainbow Rocket, the Ultra whole thing, even the reverse world of Giratina, the birth of Mewtwo. Everything that once shone in his heart will eventually be brought to the world in the form of games. And this Pokémon Emerald is just the beginning. Ling Feng turned his head and glanced at the emotional point balance on his system panel. Took a deep breath and reopened the game folder. This plot near the town of Camafire can be said to be a foreshadowing for players to officially enter the main storyline of the game. And it also represents that players have officially embarked on the path of becoming a high-level trainer. The difficulty of fighting opponents encountered in the game will be greatly increased. At the same time, the most critical point is that after defeating the Fire Gym in Fuyan Town, the player needs to immediately return to Changhua City to challenge the next gym. The gym in Changhua City was founded by the player's father, Qianli in the official and normal version. Although the Pokémon Chisito is the old father, is not weak in strength, is not too abnormal after all. and there is even a vague suspicion that he is letting the game go. But among the Ultra Emeralds, Kyanli's behavior perfectly illustrates what it means for a loving father and a filial son. Well, to be precise, it is the father is kind and the son is filial, as for why. Old players who have played Ultra Emerald should understand. For Ling Feng, it seems that he only needs to create a gym battle for the orange gym. But in fact, it is not the case. Because once the player defeats the orange gym, he can obtain the right to use the most critical secret skill in the game. Surfing. Players will be able to use water-type Pokémon and surf across all the waterways on the map to reach cities, sea and islands they have never been to. The Pokémon refreshed on the waterways, the information and maps of the various islands, and the cities that could be reached early using surfing were all things he needed to spend a lot of time creating. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng took a deep breath, entered a state of concentration and began to make the game. There's another big job to do. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in a cave in a suburban mountain area in the Hone region, a man wearing a red uniform and with a stern face was sitting cross-legged on a sofa with his eyes closed. This seems to be a secret base built by humans. There are a lot of strange instruments placed around, and many people dressed as researchers are coming and going. Looking extremely busy, if Cynthia were standing here now, she would probably frown immediately. The reason is simple. The man in red is none other than Crimson Pine, the leader of Team Magma whom she had just met. And this is the very base of Team Magma, which the Alliance has been searching for but without success. At this moment in the originally quiet base, an abrupt sound suddenly rang out. It was a communication device that Kai Yansong placed on the table next to him that rang. He opened his eyes, and a hint of displeasure appeared between his brows, as if he was a little dissatisfied because his rest was disturbed. However, when he saw the call number on the screen clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. The reason was simple. Even if these numbers turned into ashes, he would still be able to recognize them. They were the communication signals of his mortal enemy, the commander of the water fleet's Shui Wudong. In their early years, the two were actually close friends. When they were young, they could even be described as inseparable, but later, as they gradually developed their own ideas and goals, they found that their goals were actually in conflict with each other. So they naturally broke up and established the Water Fleet and the Lava Group, vaguely forming an antagonistic relationship. This situation has been going on for almost 10 years. During these 10 years, even though the two had each other's contact numbers, they naturally had no contact with each other. But now, this dusty communication number that belongs only to Shui Wudong is ringing again. After a brief hesitation, Kai Yansong took a deep breath and finally made a decision. He operated the communication device, hid his signal location, and only connected the call after confirming that it was correct. Shui Wudong's rough voice immediately sounded from the other end of the phone. Lao Song, I only have one thing to tell you this time. I'm afraid my plan is about to be exposed, Red Flame Pine. How is that possible? You told anyone? He asked subconsciously in Kai Yansong's brain, which had already stopped working. This was the only possibility he could think of at the moment, because neither Shui Wudong nor his plans and goals were known to anyone in their own camp. Only the two of them knew each other's goals. And this was the best-kept secret in the world. Now Shui Wudong told him directly that the secret was leaked, so there was no way he could hold it in. The next moment, Shui Wudong's urgent voice was heard from the other end of the communication. Even if I'm stupid, I won't do such a stupid thing. One of my men came to me today and told me that our water fleet had appeared in a game. I didn't take it seriously at first. After all, games are just boring entertainment products. But he told me that in that games, the moment I met the player for the first time, I would just act like an idiot and tell them all my plans. And the reason he knew about this was because he saw the live broadcast screen recording of Shirna meeting me in the game. Can you imagine? I even went up and invited Shirna to join the water fleet. Kai Yansong was stunned for a moment, then covered his face. but finally couldn't help laughing, puffs, however. The next moment Shui Wudong's words made him stiffen. What are you laughing at? You're not much better. After hearing Shui Wudong's words, Kai Yansong felt something was wrong and immediately questioned him. He couldn't understand why his plan was exposed when he hadn't done anything yet. Also, what exactly is that game about soon? He understood the general situation from Shui Wudong's description and began to think while stroking his chin. So what you're saying is that you told the player your plan the moment you met him. And I haven't made my goal clear yet. I have to reiterate to you that the idiot in the game is not me at all. Shui Wudong's voice was muffled, and it was obvious that he was in a very bad mood. Kai Yansong breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But soon his brows furrowed again, even Shui Wudong, who was so cautious, had his plan discovered. Then isn't it only a matter of time before his own plan is revealed to the public in the game? When he thought of this, Kai Yansong couldn't help but lower his voice and speak in a fierce tone. No matter how that guy learned of our plans, we must not let him continue to act like this. Otherwise, all our years of hard work will be destroyed. Shui Wudong also spoke, and there was a hint of hatred in his tone. This is exactly why I came to you. I know you have many researchers who are proficient in network technology. We must find the person who created the game immediately before he completely exposes our plan. Youth lava groups have been acting so ostentatiously for so many years that it's inconvenient for you to take action in reality. My water fleet is in the dark. You are responsible for finding him, and I will be responsible for sending people to kill him. I know that you and I have never worked together in all these years. But now we have a common enemy. An enemy that is more important than the alliance. So I think we should make a brief exception. Upon hearing this, Kai Yansong touched his chin, thought for a moment, and found that the situation seemed to be just as Shui Wudong said. So he nodded. Well, I didn't expect that after all these years. It would be a game that brought us back together. Tell me the details of that game. That game is called Pokémon Emeralds. A pixelated mini-game. But for some reason, it seems to have become incredibly popular online recently. The game's creator isn't a big company or a famous studio, but a solo artist named Wind. Shui Wudong's reply soon rang out, okay, leave it to me. I'll give you his exact location within half a day. Kai Yansong nodded, wrote down all the information, and hung up the phones. He seemed quite confident about finding the game maker. The first thing he did when he established the Magma team was to recruit the top network technology talents in the entire Hone region for his own use. Because he deeply understood what such power could bring and what changes it could bring. Even if this person's information is in the Alliance's hidden resource library, he is confident that he can break into it and find it. Although this may require some cost, and the existence of the lava ball will once again attract the attention of the Alliance. But in order to prevent his plan from being completely exposed, it's all worth it. Thinking of this, Kai Yansong's eyes fixed. He suddenly stood up from his chair and turned to look at the researchers behind him. Everyone stop what you're doing, there's work to do. At the same time, in Sayarna's live broadcast room, she had already entered the Kamahan gym. And what caught her eyes were 4 sand pits, nothing else. Looking at these 4 pits, Sayarna was a little confused for a moment. What does it mean? She controlled the character in the game and walked forward carefully. An NPC with a headband on his head suddenly jumped out from the sand pit on the far left and challenged her. Aha, I saw you. The difficulty of the battle was not high as usual. After easily resolving the battle, Sayarna began to explore the situations of several other sand pits. Soon, she barely understood the decryption mechanism of this gym. This Kamuga gym seems to be composed of many independent rooms, and each room has at least 4 or 5 sand pits. Some of these sand pits hide the path to the next room, while others will lead you to the wrong paths, and you have to return to the starting point and start again. As for the remaining sand pits, all of them are hiding NPCs blocking the way in the gym. It must be said that compared with the electrical mechanism in the iron rotation gym, The difficulty of deciphering the puzzles in this gym is obviously much higher. But such a level obviously could not stop Shirna. 5 minutes later, with her brain and memoripless good luck, she quickly passed through all the sand pits and successfully stood in front of the owner's room. Sitting in front of her was a young girl with a red 4-leaf clover hairstyle, wearing a belly-exposing outfit, full of youthfulness and vitality. This person is none other than Asha, the gym leader of the Kamgaro gym in the Hone region. When she saw Sayurna coming forward, a black exclamation mark immediately popped up above her head. Just arriving here doesn't mean anything. Let me see if you have the determination and strength to challenge the flames. Amid the sound of inspiring battle music, countless Poké balls flew across the screen, and the game entered the gym battle interface. At the same time, in Shirna's live broadcast room, a series of barrages began to light up. This little girl is actually a gym leader. She looks even younger than the previous Du Huan. Being young is a good thing. This is a fire-type gym, and it was suppressed by Sayurna's team. It should be easier to fight now, the two above. I'm afraid you've forgotten the morality of this game. I guess this gym owner is as strong as Taichuan, nobody. We have the invincible rainy day, who is a natural counter to fire. No matter how strong she is, how hard can she be to beat? While the comments were discussing the difficulty of this battle, Asha's, the gym leader, was the first to send out her starting Pokémon. It was an elf as strong as a turtle. But unlike the coal turtles, it stood upright on the ground on 2 feet. The turtle shell behind it takes on a radial explosion shape, filled with black spikes, and looks quite powerful. This is actually a dual attribute Pokémon with both fire and dragon attributes in Torturer. Seeing this, Sayurna immediately sent out her starting Pokémon Gallop. Since it has been confirmed that the opponent's starting Pokémon is not like Cinderella, which uses the sunlight attribute to seize the weather later, then in this battle, there will definitely be no problem in activating Rainy Day first. At this moment, with the appearance of the toucan, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and raindrops as big as beans began to fall densely. Due to the characteristics of the large-billed gulls, it started to rain after a brief thought. Shirna directly chose to use water wave sand as usual. She tried to test the opponent's configuration first. According to her impression, Pokémon like Infernape move quite slowly and are good at physical defense. After all, the armor on its body is quite strong. For the toucan, this is undoubtedly a very favorable condition, after all. All of its attack skills are basically special attacks. Sure enough, next moment as the first round began, the toucan took the first step. A deep blue water ring gushed out of its mouth and accurately hit the opponent's exploding flame turtle. However, the prompt of the outstanding effect did not pop up. The dragon attribute of the exploding tortoise beast has resistance to the water attribute, thus successfully compensating for the weakness of the fire attribute. Apparently, this Pokémon is also one of Asha's joint defenses against fire-type weaknesses. Shirna was not particularly surprised by this. She had naturally thought of this the moment the flame turtle appeared. But you have to know that the toucan is now benefiting from the rainy weather, and the power of its water attribute skills will be greatly enhanced. Even though there was no restraining effect, the water wave move just now successfully knocked down almost half of the blazing turtle's stamina bar. As for the Blastoise with its excellent defense, it should not be able to pose any threat to the gull. But the next moment, a scene beyond Shirna's expectations appeared suddenly. A golden electric current flashed across the body of the exploding flame turtle. Infernape used electric shock waves. The fine glasses it carries enhance the power of this move. Excellent effect in the blazing yellow light. The stamina bar above the gull's head was instantly emptied. You have to know that it is a Pokémon with water and flying attributes. The electric attribute is its fatal flaw, which can cause it a huge 4 times damage at this moment. A big question mark appeared above Shirna's head. Nobody. Why can you flame turtle bonus electric skills? Is this reasonable? The audience in the live broadcast room were as confused as her. Originating in this gym battle, everyone was looking forward to seeing Shirna's Gull shine. With its extremely high special attack stat, and the added bonus of rainy weather, it should be able to at least take out the opposing gym leader's 2 Fire-type Pokémon. Right, but now I have used a trick just like that. It's gone. Losing a Pokémon right at the start put Shirna at a huge disadvantage in this gym battle. However, for some reason, Shirna found that she had become somewhat accustomed to such situations. Ever since she started playing this game, she would prepare herself mentally in advance at the beginning of each round of battle. Because no one knows what kind of infernal moves and tactics the opponents in this game will use. She took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and chose to send Ludicolo to take over. Although Pelipper had lost its ability to battle as a price, Isa's water-type defensive unit Turtonator had also lost nearly half of its health. Next, you just need to let Lot Kappa, who has the free-flowing characteristic, finish it off, and then use the power and speed bonus of Rainy Day's skills to end the battle. But the next moment, what Shirna didn't expect was, as she switched Lot Kappa, intending to make it use the Mind Hammer, the exploding flame turtle beast on the opposite side of the field suddenly turned into a red light and was taken back directly. The Pokémon that appeared next made Shirna's body suddenly stop. Because this Pokémon is an old acquaintance of hers, it's the Coal Turtle. As expected, a familiar scene appeared in Shirna's ominous premonition. A dazzling light burst out from the body of the Coal Turtle and shot straight into the sky. The gloomy sky with raindrops suddenly cleared up at this moment. The Coal Turtle's sunshine ability has been activated, and the weather has cleared up. Shirna couldn't help but hold her forehead. No, come again. Do all of you Fire-type trainers have a Cinderella? Can it still be used to drive well on rainy days? At the same time, there was another person also fighting in the gym. This person is Chaishu, but the gym she is fighting against now is the Zijin Gym in Zijin City, as her team consists almost entirely of electric-type Pokémon. She is at a considerable disadvantage against Ironspin's gym, although her Pokémon can also benefit from the blessing of the electric field. In front of the 100 volts that all 3 of Ironspin Pokémon can use, the power of the electric skills possessed by her Pokémon is too low, and it can be said that she is at a great disadvantage in a battle. What's even more fatal is that electric-type Pokémon are immune to paralysis. In other words, the electromagnetic waves that she had used many times before to survive crucial battles were useless this time. This resulted in Chishu's battle at the Violet Gym being almost extremely difficult. Fortunately, after countless failures and repeated attempts, Kishu successfully found the only possibility that would allow him to win. She successfully seized an opportunity, allowing her Pikachu to complete 2 tricks enhancements, and finally successfully push the team. But this opportunity was actually found by Kishu himself. Finding that the paralysis effect was not working, she directly chose to let Pikachu use the previous secret skill, Flash, reducing the probability of Ironspin's Raichu hitting. So even though the 100 volts that was theoretically a sure hit actually missed twice in a row, thanks to these 2 lucky breaks, Kishu finally defeated Taixuan and won the battle at the Zijin Gym. When he won according to the normal process, in addition to obtaining the purple iris badge and the right to use the rock-crushing technique, Taixuan also gave a skill learning disc to Kishu. The moment he saw the disc, Kishu's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened his backpack and began to use this learning machine frantically on every Pokémon in his team. Uncontrollable laughter echoed in her live broadcast room. 100,000 volts, woohoo. As the most commonly used and powerful electric-type move, it's hard to imagine that at such an early stage in the game, I could rely on this learning machine to teach every electric-type Pokémon in my team this move. This is equivalent to directly improving the combat effectiveness of her team by more than 1 level. Not only that, what surprised Kishu even more was that after Taixuan handed her the Zijin badge and the skill learning machine, a red exclamation mark popped up above her head. By the way, you look like me, sharing my unique love for electric-type Pokémon. In that case, I'll give this to you too. He took out another CD and handed it to Kishu. You have obtained the skill learning machine, electrical field. Kishu, isn't this the special venue that can directly enhance the combat power of all electric Pokémon during battle? You actually gave this to yourself. At the same time, the barrage of comments also exploded. Oh my god, this is a free gift, the host must be so happy. Invincible, this time the anchor is truly invincible. I suggest a thorough investigation of Taixuan's family tree. This allowed the anchor to take advantage of the situation. I suspect he's actually a relative of the anchor. The anchor who has learned 100 volts and electrical field, who dares to kill me? Looking at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room in front of him, and the grand occasion in the game where each of his Pokémon had mastered 100 volts, Chishu couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile finally. After enduring this humiliation for so long, this game is finally treating me better. After a brief thought, she decided to let Pikachu, the fastest in the team, learn Electric Field as the next Pokémon to open the Electric Field. Then she spoke to everyone in the live broadcast room. Watch out next. The host will demonstrate how to successfully complete this game without losing once. After thinking about it, she quickly added, of course. The premise is that the opponent is not a trainer specializing in ground type. Seeing her bold words, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally laughed again. The host is also getting excited. Do you want me to help you recall the story of being stuck in the rock gym for 2 hours and 56 minutes? Who gave you the confidence, 100,000 volts? Waiting for the anchor to go out and get kicked to death by a bunch of rumble rocks on the roadside. However, while the comments were going on, Keishu thought about it carefully again. Ever since she fought Du Huan that day, she had looked up information on all the official gyms in the Hone region. It seems that there are no gym leaders specializing in ground type in the Hone region. Not only that, even among the official 4 Heavenly Kings and Champions, none of them specializes in ground-based skills. In other words, he should be able to strike back with unstoppable force using 100,000 volts. When he thought of this, Kishu couldn't help but feel excited. That's right. Electric Pokémon should be like wild lightning, sweeping and crushing the opponent with the strongest power and speed. While she was thinking, she had already left the Violet Gym and was ready to follow Taixuan's instructions to find a researcher to let her Pokémon learn the secret technique, Rock Smash. Chishu looked at the surrounding buildings and muttered subconsciously, "Hey, where is that person?" But at this moment, 3 familiar figures, a mono woman and a cat, jumped out from the bushes nearby. Following this, there was a mixed voice of men and women. Just now you asked a question, right? So, since you asked sincerely, we will tell you with great mercy." A burst of powerful music suddenly sounded. Kishu. "No, you guys are here again, sorry for the late post. Recommend some books to my good Pokémon writing buddy. Elf starting as a fighting gym master. Being haunted by Nancy. The selling point is written in the title if you like Pokémon. You can take a look. Elf, I really don't want to be a gym leader." The owner of the museum started with an island. Pokémon Live, who said this Pokémon is trash. A book where the protagonist live broadcasts and breeds useless Pokémon is quite interesting. Ultraman, you are not allowed to become a monster master. The details in the previous chapter were incorrect. Shui Wudong and Kai Yansong did not know the identity of the protagonist. This has been corrected. Sorry for taking another day off QAQ. I kowtow to all the brothers and sisters at this moment. A familiar and extremely familiar scene naturally unfolded again in front of Kishu's eyes. Since you asked sincerely, I will mercifully tell you. Familiar music, familiar lines, familiar actions. The 3 members of Team Rocket treated this scene like a drama and performed it to the fullest. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed at what they saw. These 3 people again. You told me these were Team Rocket members. But I felt like they were from a drama school. Show some respect, they're not weak at all, right? Last time, they dominated the streamer for half an hour. Who knows how strong they'll be this time, to be honest. They are strong, but honestly, it's really hard to give people a sense of oppression from these three. It's that talking Meowth again, catch him. Send him to the Research Institute. With Kishu's last experience against the Rockets, the audience in the live broadcast room naturally had a very deep impression of them. After all, the state displayed by these three people is completely different from the so-called villains in the normal sense. At this moment, the three members of Team Rocket have also finished their usual performance. Musashi stepped forward and pointed a hand at Chishu. Damn little brat, you were lucky last time, but this time, we're going to take your Pokémon no matter what. Kajiro also clenched his fists, full of confidence. Little brat, welcome to the results of our special training. Amid the sound of passionate music, countless Pokéballs flashed across the screen, and the battle interface switched in, but at this moment, Keshu's mouth corners were slightly raised, and he looked proud. I didn't expect that just when I finished arming my team. These three people from Team Rocket would come to me so soon. Hee, you've arrived just in time. I'll use you to test just how strong my new-look companions are. Pikachu, come on, Pika Pika, the Pokéball was thrown. A red light flashed and Pikachu appeared on the field. The next moment, the three members of Team Rocket also sent out their elves. Last time the Pokémon of Team Rocket's trio were a gas bomb, a snake, and Meowth, the leader of the trio, who personally led the battle, and this time, just as they said, the Rocket's configuration has indeed undergone an upgrade. Not only has the number of Pokémon increased to 4, but the first Pokémon to be launched has also changed its appearance. A huge dark purple body, sharp teeth, and a long tail. This is exactly the evolved form of the Abor snake. The Abor monster with the appearance of Arbok. A red light suddenly burst out from its body with a threatening look. A red light also immediately dissipated from Pikachu's body, making its breath become much weaker. At the same time, a line of prompts popped up. Aboku's intimidation ability is activated, and Pikachu's physical attack level is reduced. Seeing this, Chishu raised his brows slightly. This game actually has a feature that can lower the opponent's physical attack level the moment you appear, which is quite powerful, but so what? The attack attributes of all the Pokémon on my team are special attack. Without hesitation, she gave Pikachu the order to use the electric field to create an advantage for her entire team. At this moment, Pikachu's advantage of extremely fast speed was naturally brought into play, and he successfully used his skills before Arbok could take action. Golden electric current surged across its body and covered the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with dazzling electric light. Pikachu uses electric field, and the battleground is covered in electricity. The next moment, Arbor from Team Rocket also twisted its body, and dark purple energy swept out of its mouth, turning into a bloody mouth out of thin air. Directly covering Pikachu's body, Aboku used Crunch. The black glasses carried by the Abra monster increased the attack power of its evil attribute skills. A heart-wrenching blow. 3 prompts popped up one after another, and the health bar above Pikachu's head fell rapidly like a rocket, and then hit the bottom, losing its combat capability. Thank you for your hard work, Pikachu. Kishu took Pikachu back from the field and entered the interface for switching Pokémon. He did not seem to be in a hurry, but was still at ease, since the electrical venue is now fully open. It's time for the other 3 Pokémon to perform. That's right. The number of remaining Pokémon in Kishu is 3 instead of 2. On the way to Violet City in the grass on the bridge, Chishu also captured a new Pokémon, Magnemite, and after successfully defeating the gym and making it reach level 30, he successfully evolved it into a 3-in-1 Magneto. After evolution, all aspects of Magneto's attributes have been greatly improved. This battle just happened to be a chance to verify his strength. The current situation is naturally quite favorable for switching to the 3-in-1 Magneto. After all, its steel attribute makes it immune to poison attribute skills. With this thought in mind, Chishu did not hesitate and directly chose to send out the 3-in-1 Magneto. He also smiled and spoke to the barrage. The electrical field is open and now it's my turn. Magneton 3-in-1 100,000 volts. With the powerful special attack stats of the 3-in-1 Magnet, combined with the added power of the electric field on this skill, this move can definitely directly deal huge damage. However, the next moment, Abraham's body suddenly turned into a red light, disappeared from the battlefield, and returned to the Pokeball. At the same time, another Pokémon was directly switched up. It was a seabird-like elf with black and yellow hair all over its body, and its body was streamlined with a sense of speed. The moment he saw this Pokémon, Chishu couldn't help but be stunned. As the gym leader of the Brewing Light Gym, this Pokémon is one of the ace forces in his own gym, the electric and flying type Thunderbird. The characteristics of the big electric petrel in my own gym are. When he thought of this, Chishu froze and suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. Not good, but it was too late to react at this time. The 100. 0 volts added by the electrical field on the body of the 3-in-1 Magneto turned into a wild electric current, which went straight to the electric petrel and fell down with a bang. However, the next moment, all the lightning became peaceful and weak the instant it touched the giant electric sea lion's body, merging into it without any threat. Its stamina bar remained completely still. A line of prompts also popped up in front of Chishu. The power storage characteristics of the large electric petrel have been triggered. The red light surged over its body, while becoming immune to electric-type moves. Its special attack level increases. Chishu, no. Some Pokémon have the ability to store electricity, making them immune to any damage from electric skills and converting it into their own energy. As the leader of the electric gym, he naturally knew this. But the problem now is that he had just come out of the electric gym and had all his Pokémon learn 100. 0 volts and were ready to show off their skills. Why did Team Rocket come over with a Pokémon with the power storage ability? The game author definitely arranged it this way on purpose. Also, what does this special attack boost mean? Shouldn't it normally restore health? But logically speaking, even the electric petrel has a first-level special attack boosted by the charging characteristic, and is immune to the electric skills of the 3-in-1 Magneto. But you have to know that Magneto has the excellent resistance attribute of steel, which puts it in a very advantageous position when facing flying-type Pokémon. Most of the skills that the electric petrel possesses are electric and flying, and there are also some ordinary skills. These 3 attributes will be resisted by the 3-in-1 Magneto. So Chishu took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his mentality, and let the 3-in-1 Magneto use the only steel-type skill it currently possessed. Gyro Ball, according to the description in the game. This move has a very interesting feature. Its specific power is not fixed. The slower the speed of the Pokémon using this skill is compared to the opponent's Pokémon, the more powerful this move will be. As for Pokémon like Magneto, although its speed is not particularly slow, it is definitely not fast either. It can only be said to be average, however. The electric petrel is in a completely opposite state. As the trainer of Thunderbird, Chishu knows clearly how amazing Thunderbird's speed is. Even among all the Pokémon known for their speed, Electrify's speed stands out. This means that the Gyro Ball skill will be able to cause considerable damage. In the next moment, after Chishu chose to let the 3-in-1 Magneto use his skills, the big electric petrel on the opposite side moved first as a matter of course. Big electric petrel uses Charge Beam. The magnet carried by the great electric petrel increases the power of electric skills. The results are minimal. The dazzling golden light danced in the air, turning into a straight line that crossed the body of Magneto. Due to its resistance to electricity, this move could only cause half of its original power of damage. Perhaps due to the added bonus of the electric field. Special attack level and carried items. This attack directly knocked down nearly 1/3 of the 3-in-1 Magneto's stamina bar. You know, the 3-in-1 Magneto is already a Pokémon with high durability. This is enough to show how amazing the original power of the electric petrel's attack was. After seeing this scene, Chishu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If we really have to say what disadvantages the 3-in-1 Magneto has against Electropetrol, it is simply that it is too slow and does not have the right to attack first. But since it takes the opponent 3 moves to defeat Magneto, then there is nothing to be afraid of. But just when she felt relieved, another deep red light suddenly emerged and rose above the body of the big electric swallow. A hint follows. Deeden Kaien's special attack level has been increased. Chi Shu was stunned for a moment, then recalled the skill that the other party had just used. The Charge Beam. In addition to being an electric special attack skill, this move also has a certain probability of increasing the special attack level of the Pokémon using this move. Unfortunately, this probability was actually triggered in that move just now. This means that the special attack level of the electric petrol has been strengthened to level 2. And the power of all special attack skills has doubled. Chi Shahu had used a trick to strengthen Pikachu's team. Naturally understood what this meant. This means that if the Gyro Ball cannot kill the electric petrol instantly with one move, it will be pushed out of the team by the electric petrol next. While thinking in his heart, Magneto also moved. Its body spun at high speed, turning into a rotating steel torrent, rushing straight towards the electric petrol. Magneton 3-in-1 uses the gyrosphere, a knowing blow. Seeing the last line of prompts pop up, Kishu couldn't help but feel refreshed just now. The opponent's old monster's first move of Bite was a critical hit. This time, the God of Luck finally stood on his side. Considering the durability of the electric petrol, it is reasonable to say that it will not be able to withstand the critical hit of the Gyro Ball. Sure enough, just as Kishu had expected, the stamina bar above the electric petrol's head began to drop at an alarming speed and hit bottom in an instant. According to Keishu's previous experience of playing this game, Dadian Heian has definitely lost his combat capability. However, just as the health bar of the Great Lightning Petrol was reaching the bottom, 3 prompts suddenly popped up. Musashi, Great Electric Petrol, stand up. Kajiro, come on, Big Electric Petrol. Meow meow, you can't fall down here, meow. A prompt flashing with golden light appeared, and the blood bar of the electric swallow suddenly stopped at the last moment. Even though only the last bit of it remained like a candle in the wind, it still stood proudly on the battlefield and did not fall down. With the support and encouragement of his trainer and companions, Dancing Petrol miraculously withstood the fatal attack. Is this the bond between humans and Pokémon, Kishu? What is this? While she was stunned, the next round had already begun. Even if the opponent's health is locked, Magneto still has more than 2/3 of its health, so it shouldn't be killed instantly, right? With this thought in mind, Kishu took a deep breath and chose the Gyro Ball again. However, the next moment, the big electric petrol on the opposite side suddenly flapped its wings and cried with its head raised. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and a dazzling and terrifying thunderbolt descended from the sky, crashing down upon the body of Magneto. Dadian Heian used thunder with double power, the electric field and the added bonus of carry-on items. This already extremely powerful skill instantly unleashed terrifying damage. Although the effect was minimal, it was a powerful blow. Magneton has fallen down seeing this scene. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. It was gone in seconds. How could a 3-in-1 Magnetron, who's as big as me, be gone in seconds? Hello, I'm illiterate. Can anyone tell me if the 4 words I just mentioned are pronounced Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter? Effectiveness is outstanding. I previously saw Nana trigger this bond effect while playing, allowing the wood gourd to lock its health and win a crucial battle. I thought this effect was quite interesting and touching. But could the author please explain why NPCs can also trigger the health lock? Magneto, I don't know, the 4 of them suddenly rushed over, shouting words like bond and courage. Can someone explain to me? Aren't these 3 members of Team Rocket? Is the word bond really appropriate for them? After Magneto lost his combat ability and fell, what happened next was not surprising. although Electra had only a little bit of strength left. Pikachu, the only Pokémon in the team that could use the priority skill, Lightning Flash, was killed instantly by Arbok at the beginning of the battle. The remaining two Pokémon were naturally unable to stop the electric Petrel, whose special attack level had been strengthened by 2 levels, had amazing speed, terrifying strength, and also had the electricity storage characteristic. They were undoubtedly sent away with joy just like that. Chishu once again received the contempt of Team Rocket. Little brat, I thought your Pokémon were so powerful. But now it seems that there is nothing worth stealing. As Team Rocket spoke, Kishu's screen went black and she was directly returned to the Pokémon Center. This time, the game didn't seem to keep her stuck with Team Rocket like before, but instead just let her go. But this outcome made Kishu feel even more miserable than when he lost before. Because there is no chance to win back. The expression on her face at this moment can be said to be quite complicated. She thought that after acquiring the 2 key skills of 100, 0 volts and electric field, she would be able to achieve great things. However, she lost a game right after she walked out of the gym. And the loss was so frustrating. No matter who comes, I'm afraid it will be red and warm. The live broadcast room was also filled with joy at this moment. Who still remembers what the anchor said when he left the house just now? Don't lose once and clear the level. I think that's what it said. HHH. I still like the host's rebellious look just now. Looking at the barrage of comments flying all over the sky, Chishu couldn't help but curl his lips and said unconvincedly, "Damn it. Next time I see those 3 guys, I won't lose again." After recovering his strength at the Pokémon Center, Chishu controlled the character and walked out. Just as she expected, the 3 members of Team Rocket had disappeared. Obviously, this battle is different from the previous ones. But in a way, this seems to be a good thing, after all. Chishu really didn't know how to deal with the Rocket's big electric Petrel with the electricity storage property. And this battle undoubtedly gave her a wake-up call. Besides the ground-type Pokémon that are immune to electric-type moves, I'll probably have to pay more attention to Pokémon with the electricity storage ability. At the same time, what just happened in the game also made Chishu fall into deep thought. In the real world, Pokémon with the electricity storage characteristic will convert electric attacks into energy to repair their injuries and restore their physical strength. However, in the previous battle, the Great Electric Petrel's special attack increased due to the hit of the electric skill. This seems a little different from the situation in reality. But if you think about it carefully, since you are taking the opponent's electrical abilities for your own use, can you convert these powers into output energy instead of energy to restore physical strength? The more Chishu thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was quite high. If it works in the games, why not in reality? Besides, it's all energy. What's unreasonable about using it to enhance your output? Not only that, a bold idea also emerged in Kishu's mind regarding this electricity storage feature. Perhaps after today's broadcast, I can let my own Dadian Heian give it a try. After thinking about the electricity storage characteristics, Chishu let Pikachu learn the rock-crushing technique and set off towards the top of Violet City. Next, she naturally encountered Team Rocket, who blocked her way, and thus took the shortcut through the fire. As soon as I walked out of the cave with the shortcut of fire, a young man came straight up to me. "Hello, beautiful lady. Do you know the ultimate cave?" Chishu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The ultimate hole, what is that? The young man opposite him seemed to suddenly realize something, shook his head slightly, and said embarrassedly, "I am sorry for being abrupt. I think from your perspective, you have never heard of this kind of thing." After explaining the concept of the ultimate hole, he extended a challenge invitation to Kishu. "Meeting his fate, I see you're a trainer too. How about we have a battles?" Looking at the 2 prompts of accept and reject appearing before him, Kishu was stunned at first, and then he abruptly chose accept. The Rockets just sent a large electric Petrel with the power storage feature. It's impossible that this guy also happens to have a Pokémon with the electricity storage characteristic. Finally, I have a chance to take a good look at the strength of my current team. The next momenta burst of powerful battle music sounded. Countless Pokéballs crossed the screen, and the game entered the battle interface again. Kishu smiled confidently and sent Pikachu out first. Looking very motivated, we won't lose this time. Pika Pika Pikachu nodded in response. But the next moment, the young man opposite also threw out a Pokéball, and a strangely shaped Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of them. Gladion has sent out the Silver Companion War Beast. What kind of Pokémon is this? Chishu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She naturally didn't recognize the Pokémon in front of her at all. Never mind hers. This thing has nothing to do with electricity at all. And its characteristic is definitely not to store electricity. It's silver and metallic all over. So it shouldn't be a ground-type Pokémon. In this case, let's open up the electrical site first. Keishu quickly made a decision and gave the order for Pikachu to use the electric field. But at this moment, a small brown disc suddenly appeared above the Pokémon's head. The voices of young people also followed. Silver Companion Beast. The opponent's feared element is ground type change it. The tan disc turned into light and disappeared. And the Pokémon's body suddenly turned tan. An extremely heavy aura emanated from its body. And a hint emerged. The Silver Companion's attributes have changed to ground type. Keishu Pikachu. The battle with Gladion undoubtedly ended with Chishu's defeat. She didn't even see what Gladion's second Pokémon was until the end of the fight. In front of the computer screen, Chishu suddenly stood up from his seat and let out a soul-screaming roar. She just wanted to use the electric field and her newly learned skills to lead her Pokémon to win a big game. Forget about the power storage feature that the rockets had previously popped up out of nowhere. What does it mean that while fighting, it suddenly becomes a ground-based system with zero pre-swing? On-site printing properties at the same time. People in the live broadcast room were also talking about it. I really liked what the streamer said, as long as you don't encounter a ground type. Everything is fine, streamer stand at attention. The streamer used a loud roar excellent effect. The viewers collapsed in 233,333. The host's broken defense is also very cute. Amidst the laughter and joy in the live broadcast room, Gladion also used medicine to heal the injuries of all of Kishu's Pokémon. After explaining a few things about the Ultra Cave, he handed the Ultra Crystal to Kishu and said goodbye. Kishu's character was holding the Ultimate Crystal and seemed to have not yet recovered from the impact. After a long time, she took a deep breath. It seems that just as he expected, it is simply impossible to dominate the game with a purely electric team. No, I must quickly find a way to help my Pokémon make up for this ground-type weakness. At the same time, we must also find a way to deal with the electric petrol with the electricity storage characteristics. She had a feeling that both Gladion and Team Rocket would meet again. Wait until then, I must avenge my previous shame. With this thought in mind, Kishu cheered up and controlled the character to set off again. After walking a short distance to the left from where he met Gladion, Kishu arrived at the area where volcanic ash was collected. Just like Shirna had before, after defeating several NPCs who blocked his way, Kishu naturally found the hut and learned that he could exchange some rewards for collecting volcanic ash here. Leftover items. There's even a magnet that can increase the power of electric skills. She looked at the two items that could be exchanged in the list, and her eyes lit up. It's a pity that this magnet can only be exchanged for one. Otherwise, she would have to prepare one for every Pokémon in her team. But it's nice to have one with this thought in mind. Kishu prepared to follow the uncle's instructions and head to the nearby grass to collect volcanic ash. However, she glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room and found something wrong. Why is the streamer's shop different from the one in Sirna? Isn't there a sword? Yeah, I'm still waiting to see that CG again. Those two Pokémon are so cool, especially the blue one. It's like the Pokémon of my dreams. Did the host miss any part so it was not triggered? What are you talking about? What sword, what Pokémon? Is there anyone handsome enough to explain? Looking at these comments, Keishu naturally seemed a little confused. Just like the last one, she really didn't know what her audience was talking about. But she soon understood what was going on from the explanation in the barrage. So, the special item called Sword of Decay does not appear in my volcanic ash exchange list. So what about the CG and Pokémon they are talking about? Thinking of this, Keishu suddenly had an idea, yes. He could go and watch the recording of Sister Julien's live broadcast room. As soon as she thought of this, she switched out of the game and opened the video website. Sure enough, she quickly found a corresponding video slice. The name of this video is also very long. Emerald Slice, Sirena encounters a mysterious sword. And two seemingly legendary Pokémon appear in this exciting CG. Don't miss it, legendary Pokémon. Chishu was stunned for a moment and seemed a little curious. The legendary Pokémon she encountered in the rock cave earlier had truly shocked her. But come to think of it, that's already the limit of this game's CG production technology. Right? In other words, this CG should have a similar effect. Thinking of this, she clicked on the video to see the specific situation. The video is not long-winded. It starts with Shirena's live broadcast. The screen then goes black and enters the CG scene. The next moment, beneath the deep purple sky, a terrifying figure of a bone dragon with infinite power suddenly appeared before her. 5 minutes later, CG has been finished for quite a while. However, Keishu still sat in front of the computer in a daze. His eyes dull and his body stiff like her. She was not the only one affected by the CG clip just now. The live broadcast room was also silent at this moment. The battle CG between the Sword King Saoki and Mugen Taina naturally succeeded in controlling everyone present. Even those who had already seen the CG once. Dozens of seconds passed, and Keishu seemed to come back to life. His body shook violently and he began to breathe heavily. Only then did she realize that sweat had completely eroded her back. And her heart was still shocked by the scene of the battle between the two legendary Pokémon. What exactly is that existence too strong? Keishu's reaction was naturally normal. Even a top champion like Sirena couldn't withstand the pressure and shock effect. For a gym leader like hers, it was no longer a simple dimensionality reduction attack. At the same time, everyone in the live broadcast room gradually calmed down. Audiences who had not seen this CG clip all had question marks on their screens. The audience who had already watched Shirena's live broadcast once also began to speak. I didn't expect that even after watching it for the second time. I still felt a bit breathless. It was really scary. Indeed, this skill is truly unmatched. It feels like I'm actually witnessing the battle between those two Pokémon. So host, why don't you have that sword? This last barrage also directly attracted Keishu's attention. And she came back to her senses, yes. The Sword of Decay is on Sister Julien's exchange list. Why doesn't it belong to me? Could it be that it is really as the comments say? And I missed some key step, she fell into deep thought, carefully recalling her previous game process, but could not find anything unusual. In order to ensure maximum benefits, she would carefully search the surroundings every time she passed a road. So logically, she shouldn't miss anything. What went wrong that caused me not to encounter this sword? The more Keishu thought about it, the more strange it seemed. He controlled his character to walk out of Uncle Volcano Ash's cabin, wanting to see if there was anything wrong around him. But the moment she walked out, she was suddenly stunned. Because a deep purple vortex emitting black light suddenly appeared above the open space covered with volcanic ash and grass at some unknown time. Keishu suddenly remembered something. Black light, purple vortex, and oppressive atmosphere. Isn't this the ultimate hole that Gladion just mentioned? How did I meet him so soon? I recommend the book You Are Not Allowed to Play Pokémon by Zai Shen. Please go and read it. Just when Keishu was surprised, an even more surprising scene appeared. She saw something struggling in the deep purple vortex in front of her, as if trying to break free from the vortex and come into this world. Keishu widened her eyes in disbelief. This was the first time she had seen such a scene in her life. Not only sat through the screen, a powerful sense of oppression belonging to this vortex was clearly transmitted to her heart. Although it was far less than the two legendary Pokémon she had just seen, it still made her a little breathless. The same is true for all the audience in the live broadcast room. But this state still allows them to send out various barrages to express their thoughts. Is this the whole? It definitely doesn't look like it could be a good thing. Whatever you say comes true. Why didn't Sirna encounter this? Is this considered good luck or bad luck to the streamer? What a depressing atmosphere. It feels like something is about to come out. With the appearance of the last barrage, Keishu suddenly realized that it seemed to be just as the other party said. The frequency of the vortex vibration in front of him began to accelerate suddenly. So what's going to come out? Is this the ultimate beast that Gladion just mentioned? Just as Keishu was holding her breath and staring at the whirlpool, a golden figure stepped out of the whirlpool and appeared in front of her. It has facial features like a leopard and an appearance like a human. Its golden mane is covered with black lightning-shaped lines, and there is a long tail-like hair hanging straight down behind its head. This is actually another new Pokémon that no one has ever seen before. At this moment as the Pokémon walked out of the huge vortex, the vortex suddenly closed behind him and disappeared. But an aura even more powerful than the vortex still burst out from his body at this moment. Golden electric currents suddenly leaped on his body, and the grass under his feet along with the volcanic ash instantly turned into charcoal in the strong electric light. And this seemed to be just a tiny bit of power leaked out of his unintentional action. At this moment, Keishu couldn't help but hold his breath as he watched this scene. This scene undoubtedly confirmed one thing: this was actually an electric-type Pokémon. As the leader of an electric-type gym, there is no need to describe how attractive such a Pokémon is to her. Keishu stared blankly at the golden body, and for a moment he fell into a state as if his soul was wandering in the sky. However, the next moment, the golden Pokémon in the distance suddenly raised its head and met Keishu's eyes. The next moment, it turned into a golden electric light and disappeared from the spot without a trace. Only the charcoal on the ground proved that it had been here. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room also came to their senses and sent out their own comments. What kind of Pokémon is this? It's so handsome. It feels like the same type as Lucario. But it's even cooler than Lucario. Did you see the electricity that just erupted from it? This thing looks incredibly powerful, doesn't it? Didn't Gladion say earlier that a special Pokémon would appear in the Ultra Cave? What was it called? Ultra Beast. Could this be an Ultra Beast suddenly? Everyone in the live broadcast room started talking about this Pokémon. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in Keishu's eyes. The moment she saw this Pokémon, she suddenly understood what love at first sight meant. As a trainer specializing in electric-type Pokémon, this Pokémon is something that only appears in her dreams. Unfortunately, the Pokémon was no longer around, but as long as this guy appears in the game, even if it's only for a moment, it proves one thing: that I will definitely have the chance to meet it again in the future. Recalling the scene he had just seen, Keishu immediately started thinking. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room said, since this guy appeared from a place called the Ultimate Cave, then it is very likely a so-called Ultimate Beast. And according to what Gladion said just now, once he found the traces of the Ultra Cave and the Ultra Beast in the game, he could contact him directly and tell him about it. So Keishu opened the game's communication interface without hesitation, selected Gladion's phone number and dialed it. The call was quickly connected, and Gladion's somewhat puzzled voice came from the other end. This is Investigator Gladion from the Etha Foundation. May I ask who you are? Keishu pressed the interact button and spoke. It's me, the trainer you just met who uses electric Pokémon. Gladion suddenly seemed to understand. It's you. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Keishu then told Gladion everything about the discovery of the Ultra Hole and her special Pokémon. Then he asked the doubts in his heart. So that Pokémon just now is an Ultra Beast. On the other end of the phones, Gladion was silent for a few seconds after listening to Chi Shu's words before speaking again. But from your description, that guy shouldn't be an Ultra Beast. Ultimate Beasts are extremely dangerous. They are hostile to humans and will attack you the moment they see you. And if that creaturias you described chose to leave the moment it saw you, then it's probably not an Ultra Beast. Furthermore, according to our Ultra Beast database, there's no Pokémon with an appearance that matches this Pokémon. Chi Shu was a little dazed when he heard this. Since it was not an Ultra Beast, then what kind of Pokémon could it be? No matter how you look at it, that guy just now doesn't look like an ordinary Pokémon. That kind of momentum is really too strong. That's right, the aura. Thinking of this, Chi Shu suddenly came to his senses, as if he had discovered something. As a trainer with decent strength, she is naturally very sensitive to the breath of Pokémon. Even though the breath of the Pokémon just now was very strong, she still caught a little bit of it clearly. That is, the state of that Pokémon seems a little weak. It seems like it is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It's just that when I first discovered this Pokémon, my attention was not on this point at all. So I didn't notice it at the first time. Now that I think about it, I realized this problem. So she told Gladion about her discovery again. And this time he gave an answer immediately after listening. So it's in very bad condition. It must have been injured in the ultimate space. Could it be that it was dragged into the ultra space and a battle took place between the ultra beasts? And then it left the ultra caves. Oh my god, this is incredible. Gladion's voice was filled with surprise. It's hard for me to imagine how powerful a Pokémon must be to escape from that hellish place. Además, Keishu, thank you very much for the information you provided me. I will report this matter to the Etha Foundation truthfully. I will transfer the Etha Foundation's reward to you when we meet next time. If you find this Pokémon again, or find any clues related to the Ultra Hole, please let me know as soon as possible. Thank you. As for the information about this Pokémon, I will go back and research it more. Maybe I'll find something new after saying that. Gladion hung up the calls, while Chi Shu in front of the computer screen looked thoughtful. The ultimate space and the ultimate beast are both very new concepts to her. And perhaps they are unique settings in a game. So that Pokémon just now. There are also two guys that I saw in the CG that seem to be legendary Pokémon. Do they really exist in the real world? However, no matter what, one thing is certain. Since I met the golden Pokémon in the games, the next time we meet, I must find a way to make it my partner. Then again, it seems injured for such a powerful being. Can the Pokémon Center in the games, and even low-level items like medicine cure its injuries? Perhaps some special healing methods are needed to help it. When Chi Shu encountered that special Pokémon, Sirena finally completed the challenge of the Kameng Gym. I have to say that this gym leader named Yasha is quite formidable. Not only does she have Cinderella, which can also snatch the rainy weather from Sirena, the quality of each of her Pokémon is also quite amazing. Whether it's the Brawny that has the same acceleration characteristic as the one in the fighting gym, or the Charmeleon with terrifying special attack power, and carrying the coal item that increases the power of fire skills. Each Pokémon can stand on its own, fortunately. Sirena had the advantages of rainy days and attributes. After sending Lotus Leaf Boy to deal with the exploding tortoise with electric skills, after several challenges and trial and error, she successfully passed the Kamugam Gym and obtained the Kamugam Gym badge. After winning the battle, Yasha directly gave her a skill learning machine called Burn to Death. This is an extremely powerful fire skill with a value of up to 150 and a very high hit probability. The only drawback is that after using this move, the Pokémon's special attack level will directly drop by 2 levels. Obviously, this is a one-time high power skill. But for some fire-type Pokémon whose attack and special attack racial values are evenly distributed, this is a very powerful move after all. The decrease in special attack does not affect the damage of its physical attack skills. You can use this skill to defeat some key units and then switch to physical skills for output. In addition to this skill learning machine, Sirena also successfully obtained the Cauldron Flame badge, and the level cap of all Pokémon was raised to level 40. According to Sirena's guess, the impact of this level should be that most Pokémon can evolve into their final form. This is her speculation and judgment based on the current evolution of other Pokémon. But for those Quasi-God-type Pokémon that bloom late, level 40 may not be enough for them to complete their evolution. Fortunately, I haven't even seen the shadow of a Quasi-God yet, so I probably can't get in touch with him even if I want to. In addition to increasing everyone's level cap, the Cauldron Flame badge naturally has another common function, which is to allow all Pokémon in Sirena to have the right to use the Super Strength move. According to Yasha's description, the skill of Super Strength can push away some huge rocks on the road. At that time, Sirena felt that this move did not seem to have any special effect. But when she thought about it carefully, she suddenly remembered something. When she passed through the cave with the shortcut to fire, she found that there seemed to be a huge rock blocking her way on the left side of the cave. Whether using the interaction button to let the Pokémon use skills on the stone or talking to it, the stone just stood there motionless. Sirena felt a little strange at the time and thought it was a bug in the game. Now it seems that it was also a function designed in advance by the game author. As long as we use our super strength to push the stone away, we should be able to enter the depths of the shortcut to the fire. Who knows what is hidden deep in that road? Her intuition told Sirena that it must be something extraordinary. However, it would take more time to verify this point. Because according to Yasha's suggestion, if you want to obtain this secret skill called Super Strength, you must go to the green tunnel in the small town on the left side of Zijin City and help a man use rock breaking to open the passage to Kanna City. When Sirena took a look at the map, she found that the next gym she needed to challenge was the orange gym run by her father in the game. If she wants to go to the orange gym, instead of choosing to return by Old Man Hatch's boat, it is better to use the rock-crushing technique to pass through this tunnel to reach Kanna City, which can save her a lot of time. Not only that, according to the information I had previously learned through the barrage in the live broadcast room, it seems that there is also a secret skill that can be obtained in Kanna City, as well as some special props. If you go along the way, you can just collect them all. With this thought in mind, Sirena immediately made a decision. She controlled the character and headed towards the small town on the left side of Zijin City. Although for Sirena now, the most important task at the moment seems to be to obtain that secret skill and pass through the tunnel to challenge the gym. But when she came to the road above Zijin City, she suddenly remembered something. After completing the challenge of the Kamahin gym, I ran into an old acquaintance when I went out, who is also the strong rival who set out from Mobai Town with me. But this time after seeing her, the other party just exchanged a few words of greeting and did not start a battle with her as before. Instead, he directly handed something to her. It seems to be a prop called Logo Goggles at that time. Shirena's mind was on how to use the skill Burn to Death, and she didn't pay too much attention to this point, but now, as she looked at the desert area that she had failed to enter last time, a possibility suddenly emerged in her mind. Could it be that, with this thought, Shirena stopped, opened her backpack, and checked the item she had just obtained? Sure enough, as she expected, a series of information began to appear in front of her. Props Logo Goggles effect. After carrying it, you can protect your body from the invasion of sand and dust, and move smoothly in adverse weather conditions. Sure enough, every restriction in this game has a corresponding way to solve it. Like the desert in front of us, you must have such props to enter it. Sirena took a deep breath and controlled the character to walk towards the desert pass. This time when she entered the desert, the previous prompt did not pop up. She successfully stepped into the desert. With time running out and the task at hand, Shirena immediately began exploring the desert. However, what happened next made her feel a little disappointed. Although these deserts are very vast, there are also many NPCs carrying ground and rock-type Pokémon to challenge her. But unfortunately, she didn't find anything that seemed old, such as ancient relics or props scattered in the desert. The only consolation was that she saw some elves that she had rarely seen before, such as the giant jaw ant and the desert Naya. In the real world, these Pokémon often live in real deserts with extremely high temperatures and harsh environments. Even though she is the champion, there is basically no possibility that she would deliberately go to such a place. It seems there aren't as many interesting things hidden here as I thought. But everyone should have seen some Pokémon that you don't usually see. So this trip was worth it. Sirena smiled slightly and said to the barrage with some regret. And everyone in the live broadcast room also started to swiping the screen. She made me cry. This doesn't make sense. Such a huge desert and no props at all. What on earth did the creator suddenly lose his mind? Yeah. Before, you could even find a Pokeball in the bushes by the roadside. But there's nothing here, however. Just as the comments were circulating, and Sirena was about to control her character to turn around and leave, something strange happened. Whoops, in the desert. A strong wind blew up without warning, sweeping up the sand and dust all over the sky. Blocking the sunlight above, the game screen went black, and a brand new CG appeared before everyone's eyes. This time the CG perspective is quite grand and wide, and you can see an entire desert at a glance. In the sandstorm that blocked out the sun and the sky, a gigantic figure began to appear faintly in the dust. A moment later, when the sandstorm that came from nowhere dissipated, the true appearance of the huge figure appeared in front of everyone. It turned out to be a huge crooked spiral tower. Only a few dozen meters high, it stands across the desert, as if it would collapse at any moment. The strong wind carried sand and dust as it passed by, as if it was separated by some mysterious force and did not touch the tower at all. When this CG ended as expected, an identical tower building had appeared in the center of the originally empty desert. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded again. Damn it, I told you something was wrong, and there it is. I suspect the game creator is monitoring this live stream, and I'm requesting an investigation. Is this a mirage? This tower doesn't look like something that would appear here. At this moment, Shirna looked at the tall tower in front of her, and the thoughts in her mind were actually exactly the same as the last barrage. Because the appearance of the tower in front of us is simply incompatible with this desolate desert. The surface of the tower is covered with exquisite and complex patterns, alternating between white and red, full of a sacred, majestic and mysterious feeling. Not only that, although the tower is tilted, its surface does not show any signs of erosion by time and wind and sand. It's as if a building from another city was projected here. So is it really a mirage? She subconsciously manipulated the character to move forward. But the next moment something unexpected happened to her. Her character successfully entered the interior of the tower, proving her guess wrong. This is indeed a tower that suddenly appeared and exists in reality. Not only that, the moment the character stepped into the tower, a familiar feeling once again surged in Sirena's heart. This time, the feeling was even stronger than when he touched the Sword of Decay. Sirena suddenly became energetic. There might be something in here that I'm looking for. She began to look around carefully. This seemed to be the first floor of the tower. It was empty with nothing around and no Pokémon appeared. Not far ahead is a metal gate. When Sirena controlled her character to the front of the door, a picture suddenly appeared on her screen. On the picture were those ancient characters that she was already somewhat familiar with. And not only that, there were also 3 different symbols. The first sign is a dark brown square. The second symbol is a dark blue sphere. The third sign is a long orange line at this moment. These 3 signs all look a little dim and without any luster, as if they are quietly waiting for someone to wake them up. Shirna looked at the 3 icons in front of her and couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't quite understand what these 3 icons meant. In that case, let's start with the text. Relying on her understanding of this ancient text, Shirna was able to understand part of the content of the text this time. But just like last time, it was only a small part, limited to a few individual words. And the amount of information was even less than last time. For example, awakening. So what does this mean while Shirna was thinking? The audience in the live broadcast room became even more confused. They did not understand the meaning of these ancient characters and expressed their own guesses about the three strange colors. What does this mean? Do I need to put in items with corresponding attributes to activate it? No way. The altar for the legendary Pokémon just now hasn't even been activated yet. And now another one has appeared. Where are all the items coming from for them to eat? I don't think that's what you mean. Didn't you see there aren't any altars or magic formations around here? Ishirna glanced at the barrage of comments. Then her eyes fell on the three patterns again, and she thought for a while before deciding to go through the door in front of her to see what was happening on the next floor. However, she soon discovered the problem. Because as she pressed the interaction button on the door, a line of prompts suddenly popped up in front of her. This door seems to be locked. You can't open it for the time being, helplessly. Shirna began to look around for a way to open the door. But in the end, she found nothing after trying for a while. She could only choose to take a screenshot of the picture and leave for the time being. It's the same as before. Once the team studying ancient texts decipher all this information, I will be able to understand how to enter this door. The next moment as Shirna left the tower, a strange scene appeared again. Another gust of sandstorm came from nowhere and swept across the entire desert again. When the sandstorm subsided, the eerie tower had vanished, and the desert before them returned to its empty expanse. Cynthia gazed at the scene before her, lost in thought. This tower should suddenly appear every time a sandstorm comes, and then suddenly disappear with the sandstorm. This situation is really magical. So in the real world, is there such a tower in a desert? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly found that there seemed to be something suddenly appearing on the open space where the tall tower was in front of her. She controlled her character to move forward and saw that they were actually two old friends that she was somewhat familiar with. Two prompts suddenly popped up in front of her eyes. You discovered a living fossil. You discovered a living fossil. Two pictures follow. The fossil on the left is covered with traces left by dense tentacles, and the fossil on the right looks like it has an extremely sharp double-edged blade. So is this also a fossil of an ancient Pokémon? Shirna's mind raced and she was a little surprised. Also, these densely packed tentacles. Why do they look familiar, by the way? The tentacle lily used by Azalea in the Kana's gym that I had challenged before looked quite similar to this fossil. So this should be a fossil of tentacle lily. So what about the other piece? Shirna looked at the double blades. Suddenly remembered something and suddenly realized. By the way, just now in Zhenghui's research institute, the other party took out a similar fossil to show him. According to him, the fossil came from an ancient Pokémon called Scythehelm. And this ancient Pokémon has not yet been discovered by the scientific research community. Just as she was thinking, something strange happened. The desert under her feet suddenly began to tremble rapidly, and the two fossils in front of her began to sink into the desert at a speed visible to the naked eye. A line of prompts suddenly popped up in front of her eyes. These two fossils seem to be entangled by vines. They are too heavy and time is running out. You can only choose one, please make your choice now. The next moment, Shirna made a decision without hesitation and directly chose the fossil on the right with two sharp knives. On the one hand, the scientific research community in the real world has conducted quite in-depth research on tentacle lilies, and has even drawn drawings that are somewhat similar to real tentacle lilies. But they are not as accurate as those in the game, however. The ancient elf represented by the fossil on the right has no information about it in the scientific research community. On the other hand, the Pokémon tentacle lily, if I remember correctly, has the grass-type attribute. And there are already enough grass-type Pokémon in his team. And Shirna also felt that the attrition-based fighting style of the Pokémon tentacle lily was not suitable for her. At this moment, as Shirna chose the fossil on the right and put it into her backpack, the fossil on the left began to fall rapidly and disappeared into the desert. The barrage in the live broadcast room also started a discussion. Holy crap, are they sending fossils again? Nanasan is so lucky, this fossil is so large. And it's similar to the previous one. Could it be the living fossil that Zhang Hui mentioned? Doesn't that mean we can revive another fossil Pokémon today? The previous one hasn't even resurrected yet. And now there's another one. Life is really getting more and more hopeful. Host, please remember to go there later. I really want to see what kind of Pokémon this thing can revive. The audience in the live broadcast room were naturally very curious about what new ancient Pokémon could be resurrected from this fossil. In response to their request, Sirena nodded slightly. Don't worry, I've set the alarm when the time comes. I'll go straight back to Kiui Town to check on the fossil I found earlier. By the way, I'll ask Zhang Hui if he can revive this fossil as well. After accidentally obtaining a fossil, Sirena stopped exploring the desert and returned to Zijin City. She walked towards the left side of Zijin City again, preparing to go to that small town, the green tunnel that could lead directly to Kana's city. When she walked past the entrance of the Violet Gym, she naturally passed by the flower field again. The colorful flowers are still blooming brightly, swaying slightly in the wind. Perhaps they are emitting a refreshing fragrance. But the players and audiences cannot feel it because of the screen. Sirena couldn't help but take another look at these beautiful flowers. It was at this moment that she suddenly noticed something. There was an open space next to the flower field. According to Sirena's previous gaming experience, once the number of times she picked wild fruit reached the upper limit, the tree would disappear, leaving only an empty space like this. This kind of open space seems to be available for players to plant fruit trees. As long as you plant the fruits in it, new fruit trees should be able to grow. And you can harvest more fruits, since fruit trees can be planted on this land, can the Gracitia flower seeds that I obtained before also be cultivated here? Without hesitation, Sirena took out the seed from her backpack, walked to the soil and pressed the interaction button. However, the next moment, a line of prompts popped up in front of her. If you want to plant this seed, the soil here is too dry and needs watering. Seeing this, Sirena thought for a moment, then released Lot Kappa from the Piquet ball and pressed the interact button. Lot Kappa, could you please help me water this land? Lot Kappa narrowed his eyes, shook his body, and immediately spit out a stream of water that soaked the land in front of him. Sirena also breathed a sigh of relief. She had originally thought that she would have to obtain some kind of props to irrigate the land. But now it seems that the author did not make every interactive mechanism so rigid. Instead, it looks quite flexible. This also indirectly shows that the degree of freedom of this game is indeed far beyond that of ordinary games. While Sirena was thinking, she was about to put the seeds of Gracitia flowers into the soil. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Huh. Are those Gracitia seeds in your hand? The next moment, the owner of the flower field, the older sister in a skirt, came to Sirena's character with a smile and looked at the red seed in her hand curiously. If that's the case, don't plant it in this place. Sirena was stunned when she heard this and immediately canceled the planting operation, pressed the interaction button and spoke. These are indeed the seeds of that flower. Could you please tell me why they can't be planted here? The elder sister smiled slightly. Because in a place like this, Gracitia flowers can't grow successfully. This special flower can only survive in very cold, extremely cold areas from germination to flowering. It must avoid high temperatures. Furthermore, Gracitia has very high requirements for soil quality. The soil here cannot provide the nutrients it needs to grow. Its roots are also very fragile, so it is best planted in relatively soft red soil. Also, if you want this flower to bloom successfully, it's not enough to just meet these conditions. You'll also need to use powder made from the edges of shellfish Pokémon shells to provide it with additional nutrients. When Sirena heard this, she was stunned. She didn't expect that growing this flower would require so many conditions. So is this real? Or did the game's creators just write it themselves? The moment this question came up, Sirena already had the answer in her mind. This should be true. She had mentioned in her previous conversation with Professor Oak that Gracitia flowers once grew in the Tiangyuan mountain area before they became extinct. Tiangyuan mountain is also the only area where this kind of flower is distributed. The land there just meets the multiple conditions of extremely low temperature all year round, sufficient nutrients and extremely soft soil. It's exactly the same as what this older sister said. To be honest, similar situations have occurred many times. But this time, Shirna still couldn't help feeling a little surprised. After all, the Gracitia flower has been extinct for so long. And even as a native of the Sinnoh region, I didn't know about the existence of this flower. This game directly lists all the conditions required to grow Gracitia flowers. But at this moment, Shirna quickly came to her senses and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Even if we learn about the growing conditions of Gracitia flowers here now, it is a bit too late after all. All the flowers on Tiangyuan Mountain have long since disappeared. I should see if I can replant this flower in the game. Being able to witness an extinct plant blooming with my own eyes is also a good thing, even if it is virtual. With this thought, Shirna's thoughts returned to the conditions for growing Gracitia flowers. Extremely cold region, soft land, and nutrient-rich soil make this easy to achieve. But how can I get the shell powder of the shellfish Pokémon she mentioned? Is there a place that sells this powder? Shirna couldn't help but press the interaction button and asked the big sister who was planting flowers in front of her. But the other person covered his mouth and laughed, shaking his head slightly. No. Of course there's no place that sells this kind of powder. But it's actually quite easy to collect it. All you have to do is go to the beach, catch some shellfish Pokémon and talk to them. They'll be happy to let you scrape off some of the excess growth on their bodies. After all, their shells tend to grow some excess material over time. Leaving them to deal with it themselves is actually quite troublesome. Listening to the other party's explanation at this moment, Shirna's expression suddenly changed. What fishing? Recalling her previous 2 fishing experiences, the girl in front of the screen immediately shook her head. No, I would rather go to the sea and look for it myself than go fishing again. After every time he fished in the river, he could always catch a Gyarados that was much higher than the upper limit. If I go fishing in the sea, who knows what kind of fish I'll catch next time? Thinking of this, she sighed. Forget it. There's no rush to plant Gracitia flowers anyway. What's more, in the games, there is no place suitable for growing this kind of flower in the several cities that he has visited so far. I haven't seen any cold places, but there are quite a few hot places. Talk to you later, talk to you later. After learning about these situations, Shirna thanked the older sister. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Whether it was the seeds of the Gracitia flower or the strange hedgehog-like Pokémon, he had found them both in the other party's flower bed. In that case, might she have some clues about that Pokémon? Thinking of this, Shirna pressed the interaction button and spoke again. Well, I want to ask you, have you ever seen a green Pokémon? However, as soon as these words were spoken, a red exclamation mark suddenly popped up above the older sister's head. The moment she saw the red exclamation mark, Shirna realized that she must have triggered the plot again. Sure enough, in next moment, the eldest sister's face showed a look of reminiscence, and she spoke softly. A green Pokémon, I've seen one before. But that was many years ago. I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about this matter anymore. Let's put it this way. If one day you can successfully grow the Gracitia flower, bring it to me and I will tell you about that Pokémon. Shirna was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that after triggering the plot. She didn't get more information, but instead got a task to successfully plant Gracitia flowers. However, Shirna was not in a hurry, since she had already confirmed that there was a connection between the green Pokémon and this big sister. And she had a specific target, it would be much easier. Anyway, that kind of flower is what I want to plant myself. At this moment, after saying that, the older sister turned around and left, returning to a small wooden house nearby. Shirna also carefully controlled the game character and collected the Gracitia flower seeds. Although this plant has become extinct in the real world, it is no longer meaningful to obtain its specific cultivation method. But Shirna knew that the doctor would be happy to hear information about this plant. With this thought in mind, Shirna opened the player rankings in the game and quickly found the account registered by Professor Oak. His image in the game is a young boy wearing a straw hat. And his game ID is very honest, Oki Yukinari, which is Professor Oak's real name. This is also in line with the naming style of an elderly man who never plays games. What surprised Shirna was that the current progress position of this account was actually ranked 4th among all players. She is naturally the first one, the second one is Du, who has also arrived in Fuyan Town and started to challenge the Fuyan Gym. The third one is the owner of the gym named Keshu, whose game progress is still at Meteor Falls. As for the fourth one, Professor Oak, the current game progress is that he has reached the beach of Kina City. You know, Professor Oak started playing this game very late, and his progress in the game is even faster than before. From this point, it is enough to see that there is a reason why Professor Oak became a champion when he was young. His understanding of Pokémon battles, based on his research experience, has far surpassed that of most trainers, even surpassing some of today's young superstars and champions. At this moment, Shirna searched on the ranking list and finally found the button to add a friend and chose to send a request. The next second, the application was directly approved and Professor Oak's message came back. Oki Yukinari, Pikachu smiles, Takarin-chan, I was right. This game is truly impeccable, it's incredible. At this moment, the moment they saw this message, all the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. And then they suddenly reacted. And countless barrages began to erupt in the live broadcast room. Oki Yukinari is that the Oki I'm thinking of, oh my god. This isn't Professor Oak from the Kanto region, is it? Who else could it be? The game progress suddenly improved so quickly. And he could even call the anchor Zio Julen. It had to be him. 6666, Professor Oak is also playing Emerald. At the same time, Shirna also entered information through the window. Strawberry ice cream, indeed, doctor. Your progress is really fast, strawberry ice cream, so. Doctor, have you also seen the rock pillar, doctor? Oak replied very quickly, which was totally unlike the typing speed of an elderly person. This was probably related to the fact that he often operated scientific research machines. Oki Yukinari, of course, to be honest. Even though I'd already watched the video you sent me and was mentally prepared, it was still a bit shocking when I saw it with my own eyes. Shirna did not respond directly to this, but she nodded slightly in front of the screen, that aura. That sense of intimidation. I have to say it is indeed too strong. She thought about it and continued typing, sharing her detailed findings from Regirock with Professor Oak. Strawberry ice cream, doctor. Based on my speculation and findings, if you want to awaken that Regirock, you need to place some energy-rich minerals or items into that magic circle. What? Strawberry ice cream, but even a decent quality evolution stone can only barely fill a small portion of the energy of the first magic circle. This time, there was silence in the chat box for a moment before the message was sent again. Oki Yukinari, Takarin-chan, how about this? You're responsible for catching up on the game progress. And I'll slow down and find a way to collect more ores and items to fill up that energy you mentioned. I'll share with you information about collecting items. And you can send me your experience and ideas about challenging gyms and important NPCs. As soon as these words were spoken, Shirna's eyes lit up. I have to say that Professor Oak's idea is really ingenious. Isn't it equivalent to the two of them playing this game together? At this moment, she suddenly realized a new problem. Yes, after all, this is a game, so if you post your gaming experience online and use it as a guide to help other players, you may also be able to gain some experiences and skills that other gamers have discovered, but that you don't know about. For example, locations of hidden rewards and special side quests. The more Cynthia thought about it, the more she felt she had opened the door to a new world. And she immediately made a decision. After today's play, I will open a discussion thread online. But before that, there is one important thing. Sayurna started typing again. Strawberry ice cream, doctor. I'm looking for you this time because I have two important matters. First of all, I just learned the reason why Gracitia flowers became extinct. Professor Oak immediately showed interest and replied with a surprised Pikachu emoticon. Shirna then told Professor Oak all the information she had just obtained from the flower-growing sister. After listening to this, Professor Oak seemed to have sudden enlightenment. If that's the case, then it's no surprise that Gracidia flowers became extinct. The temperature of Tiangyuan Mountain has been rising continuously for 100 years due to human activities. As time goes by, the temperature becomes increasingly higher and is no longer suitable for the survival of Gracitia flowers. Oh, I didn't expect it to be this reason, what a pity. Also, what's the second thing? Please tell me about it as well. Strawberry ice cream, I met an NPC named Zhenghui in the game. And he said he could help me revive the fossil. I just took a living fossil. And it's currently being revived. Oki Yukinari, a resurrection fossil. Professor Oak seemed very calm about this information from Shirna. But a second later, Oki Yukinari, what did you say? Say it again, resurrected fossils. He seemed to have suddenly realized that everything in this game, up to no, is not random and all corresponded to reality, so work it backwards in the real world. Isn't it possible to resurrect all those fossils and turn them into ancient Pokémon? This was truly shocking news for him. A researcher who had devoted many years to studying ancient Pokémon. Faced with Professor Oak's series of questions, Shirna sighed slightly. She knew the other party would react like this. Strawberry ice cream, I'll explain the details to you over the phone later. I just found another fossil in the desert in the game. Strawberry ice cream, I have sent you the picture. You can take a look. Oki Yukinari, okay, I'll go check it out right away. If he really succeeds in resurrecting the fossil Pokémon, I might need to take a closer look at the situation. I'll have to put Rijeruk aside for a while. After all, this matter is really too big. Shirna and Professor Oak exchanged a few more words and then closed the chat window. At this moment, she suddenly noticed that the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was already flying all over the place. So is this guy really Professor Oak? I don't think so. He's just resurrecting fossil Pokémon in a game. What's so surprising about that? Even if the elderly don't play games much, Professor Oak shouldn't be so fooled, right? Indeed, it's just a game, don't take it seriously. That is, if resurrecting fossils could be realized in real life, what would it be like? Looking at the noisy discussions in the barrage, Shirna suddenly realized that she seemed to have forgotten to cover the chat window in the game when she was chatting with Professor Oak just now. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing that the two of them wanted to talk about just now that cannot be said. At most, the resurrection of fossils might cause a sensation. But looking at the audience in the live broadcast room, it is obvious that they have not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Yes, before this game appeared, resurrecting fossil Pokémon was indeed just a bold and impossible conjecture. But once in this game, there is a case of resurrecting fossil Pokémon. Then the way to revive fossil Pokémon must be hidden in this game. All of this will become a reality. Shirna scanned the barrage of comments and did not switch back to the game interface. Instead, she opened the game rankings again and clicked on another person's account. This account is Du, who is currently ranked second in the game progress. As Shirna's friend request was quickly approved, a chat window popped up this time. Shirna dragged the window directly to a position that the audience in the live broadcast room could not see. Because what they are going to talk about next is something that cannot be told to anyone. At this moment, Du didn't seem surprised by Shirna's arrival. Longzai Sai Gao, you want to talk to me about that matter? Right, I've been waiting for you for a while. Strawberry ice cream, yes. You should understand everything, Dragon Sago. Yes, the ultimate hole. So this thing is called the ultimate hole. And those weird Pokémon. It turns out they are called Ultra Beasts. But what good does it do to know? There's too little information right now. I can't really help you, Sirena looked at Du's speech, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, and did not respond for a while. The appearance of the ultimate hole happened 10 years ago. The first place where it appeared was the Kanto region where Du was located. Although in recent years, the places where the ultimate caves have appeared are all on the outskirts of cities and in some deserted and sparsely populated places. But what no one knows is that the Ultra Hole actually first appeared in the center of a village in the Kanto region. That night, countless Ultra Beasts poured out of the Ultra Cave, raising the entire village to the ground overnight. When Du arrived there on Dragonite, all that was left for him were the burning ruins. Yes, no one survived. So naturally no one knew about this incident. This incident naturally became an insurmountable hurdle in Du's heart. Although to outsiders, Du was no different from usual during that period. But whenever late at night, he would stand on the terrace of the Alliance and smoke one cigarette after another until he finished a pack. After this incident, Du joined the special investigation team on the original Black Hole, which is the ultimate hole. Whenever the Ultra Hole appears in the Kanto region, he will lead the charge and stand on the front line, reaching the location of the Ultra Hole as quickly as possible, just to prevent what happened that night from happening again. However, the Ultra Hole has become increasingly dangerous recently. The strange Pokémon that have emerged from it are becoming difficult for even the champions to resist. There were several times when Du and his Pokémon were in battle to protect their fellow trainers, and several of his main Pokémon were seriously injured. Therefore, he was temporarily arranged by the League to rest for a period of time and not participate in matters related to the Ultra Cave for the time being. Even when he is on a mission, the Alliance has recently tried to assign him some less important and less difficult tasks as much as possible, so that he can adjust his condition first. This is actually why Du has plenty of time to stay at home and play games. Because of all the Pokémon on his body, only one Dragonite is left, which is still capable of fighting, and the others are still recovering. But Shirna knew that even so, the matter of the ultimate cave was still like a huge rock pressing down on Du's heart. Moreover, this huge rock will only get heavier. Regarding the ultimate caves, Shirna herself didn't actually have any good solutions. So naturally she couldn't help much, but now, the situation seemed to have finally taken a turn for the better. And the key to turning around, it's this game called Emerald. The matter of the ultimate cave is not only a huge rock weighing on Du's heart, but it also puts constant pressure on Shirna. However, Shirna has always been accustomed to not immersing herself in negativity, but to solving the problems around her more optimistically and positively. So she has been forcing herself to ignore the oppressive feeling brought to her by the ultimate hole. What she didn't expect was that she would find information and clues about the ultimate cave in this game called Emerald. After a moment of silence, Shirna sent a message in the game. So do you believe this game can bring about change? Or that it can solve the problem of the Ultra Hole? Du did not answer Shirna's question immediately, but was silent for a moment before her reply suddenly lit up. I don't know if it were any other games. I'd know those weren't true, but if it were Emerald, I think maybe we'd actually get some new information and clues. But even so what? The Ultra Cave will continue to descend upon us as usual, and the Ultra Beasts that emerge will only grow stronger, until one day we may no longer be able to defeat them. Having said Thatvan through the screen, Shirna could feel how depressed Du was at the moment. Thousands of miles away in the Kanto region, Du Kao sat on the computer chair, looking at the flashing input cursor on his screen, his expression a little complicated for a moment. The scenes he saw that night kept flashing through his mind. The flames destroyed everything, and the living were horrified. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Everything disappeared and turned into ashes before his eyes. I don't know. There are countless nights when Du wakes up in his dreams, and he will recall this scene in his heart. He also kept asking himself in his heart, why couldn't he arrive earlier that day? If we had arrived earlier, the people in the village and the Pokémon would not have ended up like that. This damn ultimate hole. His fists suddenly clenched involuntarily. But after a moment they loosened somewhat weakly. Once upon a time when I was young, I thought that as long as I could become a champion and become the most powerful trainer in the world, I could protect all innocent people and allow everyone to live happily and joyfully in this world. Later, when he grew up, he discovered that the world was much more cruel than he had imagined. It is impossible to expect everyone to be happy. He settled for the second best and tried his best to protect everyone around him, at least to prevent them from being in danger. This is the best thing I can do for this world with my own abilities. But that night, even if it was just this one thing, he ultimately failed to do it. Du felt his chest tighten and his throat dry. He skillfully took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and started smoking, but at this moment, a series of messages appeared in the chat window in front of him. Do I know you're in a bad state right now? And I also know what you're thinking. But what I want to say is that the game you are playing now is more than just a virtual one. What? Everything that appears in this game has a real existence in reality. Regarding the ultimate holes, it can provide us with more than just a few pieces of information and clues. It's all about the ultimate hole. An ultra hole has also appeared in this world, but look. Have their cities been destroyed? Is the world shrouded in danger? The man named Gladian, who claimed to be a member of the Etha Foundation, spoke about the ultra hole as if it were a daily routine, without any nervousness at all. In other words, the ultra hole is no longer an unsolvable problem for them. They have even found a way to fight against it. After seeing this message, Du suddenly extinguished the cigarette in his hand. But a new flame suddenly burned in his eyes. Yes, even the NPCs in this game can find ways to fight against the ultimate hole. How could I face this matter with the most negative and pessimistic attitude at such a critical moment? He returned to the screen and typed a reply message in the chat box. Julien, thank you, I understand what I should do. Sirena also responded quickly to the message. As long as you know, you can ask Gladian about the information about the ultra hole when you see him again. Every character in the game has their own intelligence and consciousness. If you ask in the right way, he will definitely answer you. As the game progresses, our chances of encountering the ultra hole will increase. I believe we will find a way to fight against the ultimate hole. Let's work hard together. Well, let's work hard together. Du typed the message, closed the chat box and took a deep breath. Originally, he chose to immerse himself in this game just to relieve the pressure and shadow in his heart. But it can start from this moment. The situation is completely different. He focused his eyes, controlled the character in the games, and embarked on his journey again. After discussing the matter of the ultimate cave with Du, Shirna returned to the live broadcast room. Sorry, I just had something to take care of. Let's continue. She controlled the game character to continue heading towards the left side of Zijin City and soon arrived at Green Shade Town. Green Shade Town is a fairly small town, but despite its small size, it has everything it needs. There are still buildings such as the Pokémon Center shops and a large Crimson Shed whose purpose is unknown. Shirna originally wanted to enter the Crimson Building to explore, but soon found that the door of the building was not open. So she had to give up. However, the sign at the entrance of the building provided her with some information. Gorgeous competition tent, gorgeous competition. So, is this some kind of competition? Shirna became a little curious. After this little episode, Shirna quickly and successfully found the entrance to the cave called the Green Shade Tunnel. Unlike the rock cave in the previous fighting town, the light inside this cave is very sufficient, and there is no need for Pokémon to use flash to illuminate the surrounding road. After encountering several wild Geodudes and Cuckoos, Shirna successfully reached the center of the cave. Just as a Shade gym leader of Kamung Gym had said before, a man and a woman were standing next to two huge rocks, looking at each other from a distance. Shirna walked forward and released her bearcat from the piquet ball, letting it use rock crushing on the two stones. As the bear in suit swung his arms and punched twice, the two huge stones shattered and turned into dust on the ground. At this moment, red exclamation marks appeared above the heads of the man and woman who had just been looking at each other in the tunnel. They couldn't wait to step over the rubble and hugged each other in the sky full of stone powder. Tears in their eyes. Aisha, I never thought I'd actually see you again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone so far to fight. It's okay, Yin, I know you're doing this for this family. According to the setting in the game, this is a couple. The woman lives in a small town next to Kana's city, while the man left Kana's city to make money and went to other cities. After years of hard work, he found a job. But that place was far too far from Kana's city, and the two of them had been able to gaze at each other from afar through this tunnel. Separated by two huge rocks, with the help of the players, they could finally be reunited at this moment. The barrage in the live broadcast room is also refreshing. I love watching this kind of plot. Give me more. It's so nice, I feel warm inside. Long live pure love. At this moment when the man and woman were hugging each other, the man seemed to suddenly realize something and trotted to Shirna. Ma'am, I don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you for reuniting me with my wife. Please take this as a thank you gift. He handed a disc to Shirna, and then a series of information prompts appeared in front of Shirna. Congratulations on obtaining the secret skill, Super Strength. This is a special skill that can push away extremely heavy rocks. Do you want your Pokémon to learn this move? Shirna thought about it, and finally opened the team panel and directly let the bear learn this move. According to the rules of this game, he is a normal type Pokémon. It can enjoy the power bonus of this attribute when using this move. Moreover, the power of this strange power technique itself is not low, as high as 80, and there is also a certain probability that it can paralyze the opponent. No matter how you look at it, it's much better than the 60 power evil skill Wild Dance that the bear originally mastered. But after losing this skill, Wearing Bear no longer has any evil attribute skills, and I don't know if I can learn other high-powered evil skills in the future. While Shirna was thinking, the two men and women jogged all the way and headed straight towards the city of Kanas. She also followed the direction the two had taken, left the green tunnels, and reappeared in front of a familiar patch of grass. This was the place where she had subdued the teddy bear and gone to challenge the Kanas gym. Although only a few days had passed in reality, Shirna still felt a little emotional. This feeling is like returning to the place where I just started when I became a trainer. Whenever this happens, memories of the past will suddenly come flooding back to my mind. However, no matter what, people have to look forward. This is the reality even in the game. After passing through the grass, Shirna successfully returned to the city of Kanas. Even though this was Shirna's second time here, the audience in the live broadcast room still reacted strongly when they saw the tall buildings in front of them. This city looks so prosperous. It makes me want to visit the real Kanas city. I heard that Devon's headquarters is in this city. How could it not be prosperous? Is there a mineral expo in Kanas city every year? I don't know what month it's held. While the discussion was going on in the live broadcast room, Shirna also began a carpet search of Kanas city according to her own plan. Her previous gaming experience told her that every room in every city might contain items that would be helpful in clearing the game. But she was in a hurry to leave Kanas city at that time and thus missed out on the city's resources. Since I happened to be passing by, I naturally wanted to get everything in Kanas city. The most important thing was the secret skill learning machine called EI/. Just like Thathuff, an hour later, Shirna, like Kishu, turned the entire city of Kanas upside down and successfully obtained several valuable items that could be sold for money: golden beads, star sand, and big pearls. In addition, she accidentally found a special prop behind a tree next to Devon Company, a somewhat worn golden crown. The name of this item is Proof of the King. According to Shirna's memory of this item, it should be a portable item after the Pokémon carries it. The moves used will have a certain probability of causing the opponent to enter a state of fear. But among all the carry-ons, this is not a particularly useful item, because its fear effect will be determined according to the power difference between the two Pokémon. If the two Pokémon are of similar power, then even if the fear effect is triggered, it will not have much impact on the opponent, which is really useless. What's more important is that the probability of triggering the effect of this item is extremely low. According to the scientific research community's judgment after multiple tests, it is probably less than 10%. I don't know if the effect of the King's Certificate will change in this game, but Shirna did not have high expectations for this. After all, she knew that the biggest feature of this game was to restore reality. As expected, as Shirna opened the information panel of this item, a series of prompts appeared before her eyes. Items to carry King's Certificate. Introduction: a somewhat worn old crown. When a Pokémon uses a skill while wearing it, there is a 10% chance that the opponent will be feared. Shirna couldn't help but nodded slightly, unexpectedly. The effect of this item is even better than I imagined. There is a 10% chance that the opponent can be forced to skip a round. Although I can't say how strong it is, as long as it can scare the opponent once, it may be able to rewrite the battle situation. However, the conditions for triggering the effect of this item are obviously not simple. Not only is the probability low, but the Pokémon carrying this item must be faster than its opponent. Otherwise, the fear triggered by the backhand will naturally not be able to affect the opponent. Such conditions, coupled with the effect of probability activation, make the benefits of this item only be described as average. Just as Shirna was thinking about which Pokémon to put this item on, she suddenly discovered that there was a line of additional tips underneath the crown. Perhaps certain Pokémon will experience special changes after equipping this item. Shirna couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Special changes, what does this mean at this moment? A certain possibility still arose in Shirna's mind. She knew that some Pokémon evolved in a very special way. And unlike other Pokémons, they would not evolve naturally after reaching a certain level or meeting certain strength requirements. But like Lot Kappa, it needs to use specific props to complete the final evolution. The props required for this kind of evolution are not necessarily evolution stones, but may also be various props, combined with the hints about the King's Certificate in this game. Could it be that the King's Certificate, a seemingly useless carrying item, is actually a key item required for the evolution of some Pokémon? But unfortunately, the game does not directly provide information about the corresponding Pokémon. So Shirna can only hold this item in her hand and wait for an opportunity to try it again. At least, the final evolution forms of the Pokémon currently in his team are clear, and there should be no connection between them and the Certificate of Kings. Before that, just use this item as something that produces a control effect with probability. Thinking of this, Shirna directly equipped the Certificate of Kings on the Forest Lizard. In addition to the item Proof of King, Shirna also obtained some other spoils during her search in Kana's city. For example, the most crucial trophy she is looking for is the secret skill, Yi Slash. As long as the Pokémon learns it, it can cut down some of the towering trees that block the way. After a brief consideration, Shirna directly let the Forest Lizard learn this skill. There are already 2 secret skills in Tompixixing's skill slot, so the other 2 positions are naturally not suitable for learning secret skills, as Forest Lizard is the second best Pokémon in the team at physical attacks. This skill naturally falls on it. Unlike its performance in the game, the additional effect of EI Slash in battle is that there is a high probability of triggering a critical hit. However, Shirna was not clear about the specific trigger probability. But considering the basic value of this skill, the probability should be quite high. After sorting out her gains in Kana's city, Shirna controlled the game character to leave Kana's city and head towards the Orange Forest. At this moment, she remembered one thing, that is, when she passed through the Orange Forest, some roads seemed to be blocked by huge trees and she could not enter. Now that I think about it, those giant trees on the road should be able to be chopped down easily by just using the EI slash. In that case, let's go and take a look later. Just as Shirna was thinking, a dilapidated wooden house came into her sight in the room. The sound of a man sobbing could be faintly heard. Okay. Shirna was stunned for a moment. Is this? Who is crying in there after a brief hesitation? She still controlled the character and walked in. Let's go check out the situation first.